Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is The Blue Pheasant Flies On in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. The Blue Pheasant Flies On. Chapter 16, Thunder God Tribe. X781. The 4 members of the Thunder God tribe worriedly stood around Laxus's hospital bed and looked over their heavily injured leader, ignoring their own injuries. Bandages were wrapped around Laxus's torso and his left leg was in a cast and elevated after undergoing surgery to fix the holes that had been shot through his thigh and calf. After they had woken up, the doctors had informed them that Laxus was supposed to make a full recovery, though the wounds on his face would most likely scar. The quartet had immediately left their rooms and crowded into Laxus's, where they had stood guard since despite their doctors' requests to return to get some rest. After all 4 had leveled glares at them for the foolish suggestion, the doctors had wisely let them be. The only one to enter the room since had been the nurse that changed Laxus's blood bag, and even she had immediately fled after being under the intense stares of Laxus's bodyguards, each daring her to make a mistake in front of them. The only sound that filled the room was the beeping of Laxus's heart monitor that reassured them that their leader was merely resting and in no danger of dying because they had needed rescued. Laxus had gotten this hurt because the 4 of them had been unable to defeat one man. He may have been a dark mage with a truly twisted, yet powerful, way of using magic, but there had been 4 of them, each acknowledged by Laxus himself for their strength. They shouldn't have had to rely on Laxus to win that fight for them. They were supposed to be the ones that protected him. After confirming that Laxus wasn't going to disappear and leave them alone, the mages stopped by their rooms in shifts to change into their regular clothes before returning to guard Laxus while he was incapacitated for their sakes. Evergreen was wearing her long, green strapless dress that showed off her curvy figure and the green fairy tale mark on her right breast with black stockings and heels. Her brown eyes were hidden behind a fashionable pair of sunglasses to complete her look, though she hadn't bothered putting her brown hair in its usual ponytail or applying makeup. Bixlow had donned his black and purple bodysuit, baggy blue pants, greaves, and night-like helmet over his dyed blue hair. His babies' bodies had been destroyed and the mage hadn't had time to make them proper replacements yet. Fried had managed to salvage his red double-breasted coat, though it was still littered with cuts and tears from the fighting, and had tucked his pants into his knee-high boots. His sword was strapped to his waist and he even managed to make sure that not a single strand of his long green hair was out of place during the limited break that he had allowed himself to take to make himself presentable, even managing to style in the small lightning bolt-shaped stands. It was especially impressive since he had finished faster than his 3 teammates. Lastly, Leon emerged in his blue high-collared tunic with gold accents and dark pants tucked into greaves. All 4 of them took a moment to confirm that they looked presentable enough to not cause Laxus any worries if he were to wake up and see them before resuming their vigil. Each member of the Thunder God tribe had decided to devote themselves to Laxus for their own personal reasons. He was what brought them together, the man's charisma and power having won them over at various points in their lives when their futures had been uncertain. Now, they just wished to serve him and ensure that his goals were reached and any dream that he had was fulfilled. They would give their lives for the man lying on the hospital bed before them, and his actions during their fight just reinforced that idea. The 5 of them had accepted a job to take down the Dark Guild Beholder's Eye. The regular fodder had been easy to take care of, it was the guild leader who had been the problem. He had claimed to have foreseen their arrival and the way that he had personally tailored traps to draw in the Thunder God tribe and separate them from Laxus gave credit to his claims. 2 of the stronger mages of the guild had been sent after Laxus after the guild master had baited the 4 mages into leaving their master behind and attacking him. The guild master, a man by the name of Argus, had teleported himself and the Thunder God tribe away from Laxus and into an open area that had been prepared for their battle. There, Argus revealed that he was obsessed with eye magic and that he wanted to steal Fried, Bixlow, and Evergreen's magic eyes and add them to his collection and reach a total of 100 eyes. They had told him that they weren't just going to hand over their eyes. In fact, they were going to defeat him and present his beaten body to Laxus as repentance for falling into Argus's trap and making Laxus waste his time on those 2 weaklings that Argus had sent to attack him. That proved to be harder than they expected when Argus discarded his hooded cloak to reveal that he had eyes implanted all over his body. From the middle of his forehead to his hands and feet. Worse, each pair of eyes used a different kind of eye magic. The battle quickly turned against the Thunder God tribe, with all of their magics being countered by a different set of eyes. Bixlow's dolls were easily destroyed by the eyes in Argus's palms that could cast shatter magic. The explosions from Evergreen's fairy magic were swallowed by spatial distortions cast by a pair of red and black eyes embedded in Argus's right arm. Lion's ice constructs were all manipulated by the cryo eyes in his left arm and turned against him, with any attempt to create a shield ending in the shield being distorted so that the constructs could attack him directly. All of the mages except Leon activated their own eye magic to try and defeat Arug's, but the Dark Guild Master had been waiting for that. Evergreen's stone eyes found themselves reflected by mirror eyes embedded in Argus's ABS and left the woman petrified by her own magic. Bixlow's figure eyes relied on eye contact, and not only did the many eyes on Argus's body allow him to close his original eyes and still be able to see Bixlow, but he also had a pair of eyes where his nipples should have been that let him cast light magic to blind Bixlow and nullify his eyes. Freed was unable to touch Argus with his dark creature thanks to his right eye allowing him to see the future and dodge all of his attacks. Even after Freed cast Dark Creature, Demon, he was still unable to defeat Argus. He just used the eye in the middle of his forehead to cast combustion magic that peppered Freed's demonic form with powerful explosions until he was unable to move. That just left Leon, the only member of the Thunder God tribe without eye magic, to face the self-proclaimed, hundred-eyed mage. Leon tried his best, but he was no match for Argus. While the Dark Mage didn't take him seriously at first, using the cryo eyes in his left arm to control Lion's ice and manipulate it like water, Leon was able to regain control of his ice thanks to his personal mastery of his own ice being superior to Argus's magic, but that proved pointless when Argus just shattered it again. Leon tried every trick in the book to defeat Argus only for the other mage to prove that his ability to see the future, destroy Lion's constructs, and fire long-range explosions was too deadly a combination for the team to deal with. Leon was left unable to move along with the rest of his team while Argus gloated over them. He had planned to kill Leon due to his lack of useful eyes, and they would have been unable to do anything other than watch Laxus's first disciple die before them if the blonde mage himself hadn't arrived in a flash of lightning followed by a boom of thunder as he socked Argus in the jaw. Laxus taunted Argus with the knowledge that he had defeated the duo he had pitted against him quite easily. While the one had been able to prevent him from casting magic, he didn't need it to crush them. Pure strength had been more than enough. He was not happy with how Argus had treated his bodyguards and let the man know so through several high-voltage attacks that filled the air with the smell of burnt ozone and stood everyone's hair on end. Argus managed to absorb Laxus's lightning with another set of eyes and started firing lasers from eyes he had shrunk down and embedded in his fingertips. Laxus was forced to turn into lightning to dodge the attacks and had managed to thoroughly annoy Argus with how hard to hit he was in that form. The Dark Mage had resorted to targeting his unprotected and exhausted allies to force Laxus's hand. The blonde mage ended up taking 2 shots through his legs and 1 through his torso in order to protect his comrades. Argus mocked him for being so soft and not nearly as threatening as his Driar bloodline would suggest. Invoking his family name greatly pissed Laxus off, so Argus continued to rub salt in the wound. He brought up Makarov's reputation from his glory days as the leader of Team Makarov and how he had been promoted to the 5th-ranked Wizard Saint 40 years ago and had never once lost the position. Then he really made Laxus's blood boil when he brought up his father, Ivan. He mocked him for not living up to the reputation of being a brutal and tactical fighter that crushed dark guilds on his own and struck fear into the hearts of mage guilds across the country before and especially after his excommunication from Fairy Tail. Meanwhile, here Laxus was struggling to defeat one dark guild with 4 mages backing him up. It was just pathetic. He claimed that Fairy Tail was filled with a bunch of drunken fools that liked to punch people in the face and rode on the coat-tails of the few diamonds in the rough that could be found in the guild. Just like how Laxus was nothing special and just relied on his family's reputation and his bodyguards were just sucking up to Laxus to ride his coat-tails, which was doubly pathetic. Argus punctuated his statement by using his laser eyes to carve 2 more lines into Laxus's face to complete his scar. All of this brought Laxus's temper to its boiling point and kept on cooking it until he was ready to explode. Laxus activated his lightning dragon Lacrima and rushed Argus. The Dark Mage had mocked Laxus for thinking that a simple power boost would be enough to defeat him and attempted to absorb his lightning, only to find that Laxus was putting out more lighting than his eyes could absorb at a time. The blonde mage then got close enough to Argus to destroy his lightning-absorbing eyes and start the fight for real. Argus quickly began to accumulate electrical burns as he was unable to keep up with Laxus's speed and the brutality brought about by his anger. Any ranged attack that he tried to make was avoided by turning into a bolt of lightning, and Argus didn't have a strong enough close-range attack to hurt Laxus when he started punching him. He managed to get a few hits in with some of his more unorthodox attacks, but Laxus quickly overwhelmed the master of eye magic and proclaimed to him that, "This is my power. Not Gramps' Titan or light magic, not my dad's paper magic, this is the power of Thunder God Laxus." It had been inspiring for the four mages to watch their master defeat the man that had given them all so much trouble, but that admiration was quickly shoved to the side by worry when they saw Laxus collapse from his accumulated injuries. They pulled themselves together and used Freed's dark creature to give them wings and the temporary strength needed to fly Laxus to the hospital they were now patients in. They had managed to emphasize to the doctors that Laxus's health was the most important thing and that they should take care of him first before they all passed out from exhaustion. Thus, they found themselves here, standing watch over their injured master and hating that their own weakness. Alone with their thoughts, each member thought back to when they first met Laxus and were swayed to devote their lives to serving him. Leon had been Laxus's first follower, begging the older mage to train him after he had grown tired of Ur's preferential treatment of Grey. He knew that Laxus had mainly agreed not because he saw Lion's strength and potential, but as a fuck you to Ur. He was fine with that. It was mainly why he had gone to Laxus in the first place. Despite being brought together by mutual spite, the pair ended up working together well. After he had relayed Pheasant's threat to Laxus, the blonde mage had decided to take a page from Gildarts's book and grab a handful of jobs at once to stay out of the guild. They traveled around Fiori together for over half a year before they returned to the guild, completing jobs and training. Laxus didn't go easy on Leon. He trained him till he dropped, then made him get back up and keep going. If Leon wasn't fast enough, he was shocked. If Lion's defenses weren't strong enough, he was shocked. If Leon wasn't strong enough, he was shocked. Laxus's training pushed him to overcome his limits far better than Ur's training had ever done. The constant magic exhaustion made his reserves larger and the constant shocks made him get tougher and faster. Laxus also made him get more creative. He never fell for a trick more than once, forcing Leon to keep coming up with more and more ways to land a hit on the S-class mage. That was the only thing that would stop their training for the day. Once he managed to land a hit every day for a week, Laxus increased it to 2 hits a day. Then 3, then 4, and so on. At the moment, he was up to 7 hits a day to stop their training. It may have seemed brutal and cruel, and the other members of the Thunder God tribe had said as much when they first saw how they trained, but it was what Leon wanted. He didn't want to be seen as a replacement child. He wasn't a little boy looking for a new family like Grey. He wanted to be strong. Strong enough to kill a demon like Deliura if it ever tried to take away something he loved again. That's why he had started learning magic, not to protect himself, but to kill Deliura. Ur hadn't wanted to teach him how to do that, so he read her books and taught himself Iced Shell. Pheasant hadn't wanted to teach him how to be strong, so he trained himself. He had asked Ur to teach him to be stronger, but she had just kept him doing the same menial bullshit day after day. He knew it would make him stronger, but not fast enough. He didn't have time to fuck around with repetition. Urza was already getting stronger by leaps and bounds under Pheasant, proof that the old mage could have made him stronger than Ur could. He just didn't to spite him, and Myra was getting trained by Gildarts, a man regarded as one of the strongest in the world. He couldn't keep up with that if he stayed under Ur. She was just a wizard saint. Even worse, she saw him as her child and took it easy on him. He couldn't stand to be patronized like that. He didn't have time to be coddled. He needed to be stronger. Laxus understood that. He knew what it was like to be weak and helpless. The older mage had confided in Leon that he had been a weak and sickly child until his father took him under his wing and made him strong. Yvonne had taught Laxus the same way he was teaching Leon now. The methods were harsh, but they were effective. It had made Laxus second only to Makarov and Gildarts in the guild until Ur and Pheasant had come along. He had spent years being denied S-class by his grandfather. Then 2 total strangers walked in and were granted S-class status without a trial, and after that, Urza and Myra had become S-class when they were barely in their teens, while he had had to wait until he was nearly 20. The injustice ate at Laxus, who had forced himself to train harder and longer to make up for it. He refused to fall behind and be belittled, something that Leon admired in him. Laxus had told Leon that he had a plan to become fairy tales master, and Leon would be important for that plan. So, Laxus trained him harder and Leon rose to the challenge. He would do everything in this power to fulfill Laxus's goal. He had made him strong, and that was something that Leon could never fully repay. Bixlo had been the second mage to become Laxus's follower. They had met each other on a job where Laxus and Leon had been hired to hunt down a thief guild/smuggling ring. The pair had managed to discover that the circus that Bixlo had worked at since he was young was the front for this group. They had attacked and easily defeated most of the fighters until Bixlo had been called for. He was the strongest mage in the circus, it was why they had even considered taking him in the first place. Why else would they take in a mage that used seath magic or had eyes that let him control people at will? He had put up a good fight against Leon, transferring several of his captured souls to Lion's constructs to turn them against the Ice Mage. He had him on the ropes, literally, he had knocked Leon into the acrobat's safety net, when Laxus had stepped in. His power was incredible. He easily destroyed Lion's ice and Bixlo's dolls with a wave of his hand. His fellow circus criminals had started yelling at him to do something, so Bixlo pulled out his trump card. He removed his mask and cast his figure eyes. Laxus had been smart enough to close his eyes before he could make eye contact, but that had been fine. Bixlo's figure eyes and seath magic was an unbeatable combo that had saved the circus's collective asses more than once. It was only a matter of time until he beat Laxus and had told him as much. That proved to be a mistake. Laxus had turned to lightning to avoid his doll's lasers, but Bixlo could still follow his soul with his eyes. Then Laxus had turned back to normal, there was a sudden flash, then everything went white. Blinded by his attack, Bixlo never saw the attack that knocked him out, but he sure felt it land after Laxus shouted, "Break down fist." Later, Laxus visited him in his cell. He talked to him and asked why he stayed with the circus when he was so much stronger than them. Bixlo told him how the circus had given him his mask, then took him in and raised him when no one else would even look at him because of his eyes. They taught him to be an acrobat and made him a star of the show. He became the Soul Stealer. The man who defied death by manipulating the dead. He couldn't leave them after that. What Laxus told him next would stay with him until he died. They gave you a mask and billed you as a freak. You were a meal ticket to them, a way to draw in a crowd. You were their bodyguard and main attraction, but you were never one of them. I heard them talking to you, acting like it was your fault that their plans were coming apart. Acting as if they'd do better in a fight than you. Acting as if you were weaker than them. Because that's what they are, actors, fakes, weaklings playing at strength because there were a lot of them and they had convinced a tiger that he was a house cat. You're strong, Bixlo, strong enough to do what you want. You don't have to serve those that treat you like a glorified guard dog. You can do better than them. Join me, and I will show you that you are so much more than what you thought you were. I will help you make your magic a true unbeatable combo. Laxus's words had moved Bixlo more than he ever thought possible. When he laid it out like that, it was so easy to see how the circus had used him. He had never been one of them, even as the headliner. He had always been the dumb muscle, easy to manipulate because he had been purposely raised to know no better. So he reached out and grabbed Laxus's hand and became his bodyguard. Not because he had been raised and trained for the role, but because he wanted to. The next day, Bixlo flipped on the circus in exchange for immunity. He got them all thrown in prison for at least 20 years after bringing to light far more crimes than the custody enforcement unit was already planning to try them for. When the trials were over, Laxus and Leon were waiting for Bixlo. Laxus handed Bixlo a helmet to replace the mask he had thrown away within, if you want it. That was when Bixlo realized that ever since their fight he had been looking at the world with his own eyes, something he had never done before. The circus had always forced him to wear a mask, even when he slept. As he took the helmet from Laxus with a shaking hand, the older mage locked eyes with him, just like he had done at the jail. It was that, more than anything else that Laxus had ever done, that made Bixlo decided to be his bodyguard. Not because Laxus wanted him to, not because he had been chosen and raised to do it, but because Bixlo had found someone that he wanted to protect. That night, Bixlow released all of the souls he had enslaved while working for the circus. Most of them left in disgust and anger for what Bixlow had forced them to do, except for 5 childlike souls. When he asked if they wanted to stay with him after everything he had forced them to do, they all repeated stay and danced around his head with happy movements. He named them Papa, Peppy, Pippy, Popo, and Pupu and made unique, hand-carved totem dolls for them to wear. They were his babies, and he was going to protect them like he would the other members of the Thunder God tribe and their leader, Laxus. Evergreen was the last mage to join their team and the only woman deemed strong enough to do so. She had had high hopes when she joined Fairy Tail, hoping that a guild of mages would be more willing to accept her, but that wasn't the case. Though she instantly became popular due to the short, strapless dress with a deep neckline she wore over her curvaceous figure that distracted the drooling mages from the sunglasses she wore at all times, even indoors, that wasn't enough to keep them around when they found out about her eyes. All it took was one little slip-up on a mission for word to spread through the guild that looking at her eyes would turn you to stone for hours. Stone eyes were inherently difficult to control, and Evergreen hadn't grown up with anyone to teach her. No one had wanted her around when her magic manifested, not even her parents. Wearing glasses helped, but her eyesight was perfect, and she frequently found herself forgetting them at first. She didn't like wearing them and thought she looked stupid with them on, but she forced herself to put up with it. Mistakes were made though, so she had been forced to leave her home and wander between towns to try and find anyone that could teach her. The whole time struggling to teach herself something she knew nothing about. A mage's guild was supposed to be different, but it was just lonelier with all the people avoiding her after she had raised her expectations so high. Not everyone had shied away, the mages around her age were nice, but she could see that they had already formed their cliques and there wasn't any room for her there, so she didn't bother trying. She stayed for a week because she had nowhere better to go, but it was so lonely. Until Laxus returned. She remembered everything about when he arrived. The way he strode through the doors filled to the brim with confidence and closely followed by Fried, Leon, and Bixlow, though she didn't know their names at the time. How the whole guild fell quiet in his presence and watched him like mice watching a hawk. The way his eyes scanned the room and disregarded everyone but her. Even through her glasses she felt him look into her eyes and she knew that he'd do the same even if he knew what her magic did and wasn't wearing the glasses. Then he had walked up to the second floor and the 3 men with him sat at the table closest to the stairs, and Evergreen now knew why it had always been conspicuously empty. The chatter slowly refilled the guild hall, but Evergreen paid it no mind. Instead, she focused on the blonde man and how much she wanted to talk to him. A few days later she got her wish when Bixlow approached her table and told her that Laxus wanted to talk to her. Evergreen was nervous as he led her out back to where Laxus was waiting for her. He stood flanked on both sides by Fried and Leon, and Bixlow joined them at his back when they arrived. Evergreen could feel sweat nervously dripping down her back but paid it no mind. She had wanted this, but now that she was here, she didn't know what to do. Her jaw was glued shut and her mouth was dry. Words formed in her mind but kept getting stuck in her throat. The silence was deafening. Just when she thought she was going to crack, Laxus spoke. "The guild is afraid of you." Evergreen flinched at his words and waited for him to say more. When he remained silent, she confirmed his words. "Why?" She told him it was because of her eyes and he snorted in disbelief. "It's because they're weak. Your eyes have a power that no one understands and that scares them, which means that you scare them by association. So, the guild that claims to be one big happy family shows their true colors and shuns a member just because they don't understand her. They abandon her and cast her aside because she's powerful and that scares them. How pathetic." Evergreen averted her eyes in embarrassment and shame. Everything Laxus had just said was true. She had chosen Fairy Tail specifically because of her love for fairies and because they were supposed to be a family, but they hadn't let her in. There were no open arms welcoming her, just more aside glances and whispered fears about her eyes. "Take off your glasses." Evergreen felt the blood drain out of her face and pool into her stomach, an uncomfortably familiar feeling. She knew what happened when people saw her eyes. She didn't want to do that to this man, to blow the only chance she would have to be accepted. Yet, she wanted to try. She wanted to believe that this time would be different, that this time she'd get it right. So, with shaking hands she reached up and removed her glasses but kept her head down. Look at me. Evergreen raised her head and found a pair of gray eyes boring into her own dark brown ones. Laxus didn't turn away, he didn't flinch in fear, he just stared unblinking. Evergreen felt her magic start to manifest, saw the way that the men around him tensed, yet Laxus never moved a muscle. She fought against her magic and forced it down until the threat passed. It might have been her imagination and inexperience at reading the looks in people's eyes, but Evergreen thought that she saw satisfaction, and maybe a hint of pride, in Laxus's. Look at them. She turned to his bodyguards and found them all meeting her gaze as well. Freed had pushed the hair that normally covered his right eye back so that she saw both of his blue eyes. Bixlow removed his helmet, revealing a stylized man tattooed on his face and eyes that glowed with a permanent magic that Evergreen recognized. He knew what she was going through better than she did. Lion's cold black eyes stared at her in indifference, but they still stared at her. Tears formed in Evergreen's eyes and threatened to spill over as she looked at the four men before her. They weren't afraid of her. They accepted her, uncontrolled eyes and all. She wouldn't need to dress in ridiculously skimpy clothing to keep their eyes off of her face, she wouldn't need to wear glasses, she could be herself. Laxus held out his hands and opened his arms wide to welcome her in. You're strong like us, Evergreen. We understand you better than anyone else in the guild can. Join us. He didn't have to ask twice. Evergreen let her glasses fall to the side and walked forward to start a new chapter in her life. Laxus should only have the strongest at his side would have the strongest at his side. She would get strong so that she could remain there. She'd become the strongest female mage in fairy tale. For the Thunder God, Evergreen would become the Fairy Queen. Freed joined the Thunder God tribe after Bixlow and was the one to name their team, but he only truly joined the team after Evergreen had brought their numbers up to 4. Initially, Freed had been tasked by Master Makarov to spy on Laxus and his friends to make sure that they didn't get out of hand or follow in Ivan's footsteps. Freed trusted the old mage's judgment and had readily agreed to join the team. It helped that none of its members were bad-looking and he had been struggling to connect with the rest of the guild. Freed started out loyal to his mission and used the few times that they stopped by the guild to stock up on jobs and flaunt how much stronger they were than the other mages to report into Makarov that there was nothing amiss with his grandson. Laxus was a powerful mage that didn't take it easy on anyone, but he wasn't a problem like Ivan. But, as Freed began to spend more and more time with Laxus, he began to become enamored with the man. Laxus was powerful for sure, but it wasn't his strength that brought Freed to his side. The older S-class mages and Makarov himself were far stronger than Laxus at the time. It wasn't his looks, though he did appreciate his strong jaw and dashing scar. It wasn't just that he had the natural charisma of a leader, taking charge of situations and issuing orders that best utilized his followers. No, what brought Freed to his side was that Laxus judged you by your strength and nothing else. He didn't care about your sexuality, gender, race, religion, circumstances, or history. He only cared if you were strong. And if you were strong, then he accepted you. Respected you. For Laxus, respect was earned, not given. Even though the members of the Thunder God tribe were weaker than him, which was to be expected when they were being compared to a mage of Laxus's caliber, he still considered them strong, so they had his respect. Freed wrestled with the decision for weeks, but he eventually brought up the courage to come out as a mole planted by Makarov to spy on Laxus and the Thunder God tribe. The others were furious, but Laxus just took it in stride. He asked Freed why he was telling him this, and Freed told him the truth. He couldn't stand to lie to Laxus and the others anymore. He was a member of the Thunder God tribe first and Fairy Tale second. Laxus was his master, not Makarov. Laxus had smiled at him and clasped his shoulder. He told him that it was a brave thing to admit that to them like this with lightning sparking off of his powerful form, but Freed wasn't afraid. He deserved anything Laxus was going to do to him. And he forgave him. Laxus forgave him for being a spy. He respected his loyalty and actually said that it would be useful to turn this betrayal around on his grandfather. Freed had cried when Laxus told him that. When he learned that not only was he not hated for what he had done, but he was actually even more useful because of it. He would feed Makarov false information about them and keep the old master in the dark about Laxus's true plans and strength. Then, he revealed his plan to take his rightful place as the fourth master of Fairy Tale. When Fried received his forgiveness and heard Laxus's plan, he understood. Laxus deserved to be Fairy Tail's next master. He had the lineage, being the great-grandson of one of the founding members and the grandson of its current master. He was the better choice than Pheasant, a lazy bum who insists that he's semi-retired, Gildarts, an absent-minded fool that caused thousands of jewels worth of damage if he so much as sneezed in the wrong direction, or a failure of a teacher that had failed to protect her last guild from an attack and help her daughter control her magic which had led to the child's death. Yes, Fried couldn't help but be drawn in by Laxus. His power, his charisma, his leadership, his vision, his fairness. Everything about him was amazing. Truly, he was a man beyond compare. So, Fried resumed his role as the leader of the Thunder God tribe and Laxus's most devoted follower. He would be eternally grateful to Laxus for accepting him back under his wing and letting him serve at his side. He knew that Laxus would never see him as more than a friend at best, but that was okay. He didn't have to love him back as long as he never pushed him away. All Fried wanted out of this world was to stand at the side of the man he loved and ensure that his dreams come true. Laxus slowly woke from his drug-induced slumber to the familiar sound of hospital equipment that he had hated ever since he could remember. His body sluggishly started to respond to his demands, and he reached up to free his right eye from the bandages that blocked his sight. He knew that he wasn't supposed to remove them yet, but just like last time he didn't care. He had felt Argus's magic cauterize his wounds instantly. There was no fixing what happened, so he wouldn't bother pretending that there was a chance. His shifting around and increased heartbeat alerted the Thunder God tribe that their master was awake, and they quickly flocked to his side. Laxus was soon overwhelmed by a cacophony of noise that mixed relief that he was awake and healthy with apologies for being too weak and reassurances that it would never happen again. All of the noise was giving Laxus a headache. He raised his hand and said, "Quiet." The mages instantly went silent and backed up from his bed to give him some space. Laxus reached up and finished his original task, allowing him to see clearly. He looked to Leon, mirror. Leon held out his hand and a sheet of reflective ice appeared to show Laxus the angry red scars on his cheek that overlapped with his previous one. The 3 scars combined to form a lightning bolt over his right eye. Laxus scowled at the sight of it and Leon dismissed the mirror without being asked. Laxus shoved his anger down and ran an appraising eye over his followers. They had clearly done their best to make downplay any obvious signs of injury, but Laxus remembered what they had looked like when he had arrived to fight Argus. He knew what to look for and quickly found the tells they failed to hide. Bixlow's head frequently cocked to the side as if someone the rest of them couldn't hear was talking to him and he refused to look at any of the lights or monitors in the room. He hadn't replaced his dolls and likely had a concussion. Any exposed skin Leon had was covered in scabs and he noticed the man scratch at certain areas under his clothes. Whenever his hands reappeared there was blood on his fingers and nails. Evergreen had strange markings on her right arm and left hand that looked like someone had cracked the skin without drawing blood, likely a result of cracking when she was a statue. Fried winced if he had to bend too far, was favoring his right leg, and let his left arm rest on his sword too heavily to just be relaxing. Bruised, if not cracked, ribs, definitely cracked one of the bones in his left leg, and his left arm should be in a sling. The sight of his followers injured made Laxus's blood boil and it took a great effort on his part to bring his heart rate and blood pressure back under control. Damned machines were making it hard to hide his emotions. He needed to get them out of the room before the inevitable fury would appear when he reviewed the fight against Beholder Eye in his head. "You did well against an opponent such as Argus," he complimented, seeing the adoration appear in their eyes. "But there is still obvious room for improvement." That ruined the elation and brought them back. Determined gazes met his as they nodded in agreement. Good, they understood that they still needed to get stronger. "We'll start training harder before the next job. Now, leave me. I need to regain the rest of my strength." They protested, leaving him, as expected. He begrudgingly allowed them to post a guard outside his room under the condition that the rest of them rested. He couldn't have any of his guards functioning at less than 100%, and chose Evergreen to keep first watch. If he let them choose, then Fried would insist that he take first watch and would keep it for far too long despite being the worse off of the lot of them. This way, Evergreen got the attention and praise she craved while the more heavily injured got the rest they needed. Satisfied at the perceived compromise, The mages withdrew and left Laxus alone with his thoughts. Once he was satisfied that they had left, Laxus overcharged the machines so that they stopped tracking his vital signs and finally let his anger loose. Sparks shot off of Laxus's hunched figure as he stuffed a pillow into his mouth and screamed his muffled rage into it. The metal frame of his hospital bed twisted under his grip as he fought against the urge to fry everything in the room and roar his fury to the heavens. He managed to resist the temptation, and after he finished getting that out of his system, Laxus spat out the pillow and released the mangled remains of his bed frame. He waited for a moment to see if Evergreen had heard any of his minor outburst. Satisfied that she hadn't been alerted, he began to review the fight in his head and went over every mistake that occurred. There weren't a lot, but the ones he had made were crucial. Instead of letting the Thunder God tribe handle the small fry so that he could take down the guild master, he had allowed himself to be drawn away from Argus and let the Dark Mage take his allies away from him. Then he had fought around his heavily injured allies and allowed them to be used as hostages against him when he should have used his initial attack to grab Argus by the head and drag him to a less crowded location. Beyond that, he had handled things pretty well. The real problem wasn't his performance, it was that Argus thought that he'd be able to defeat him and his team in the first place. Beholder Eye's master had made it pretty clear that he did not respect Fairy Tail as the strongest guild in Ishgard, which meant that he didn't fear them, which meant he thought he had a chance against them, which led to Laxus and his team getting ambushed by someone who should have been sent scurrying for shelter at the mention of Fairy Tail mages coming for him. Fairy Tail was the strongest guild in Ishgard bar none. Jose and his horde of flunkies couldn't compare to them, despite what the delusional wizard saint liked to claim. They had himself, his grandfather, the strongest man in the West, a half-giant capable of killing one of Zeref's demons, and another wizard saint. The mere mention of a Fairy Tail mage on a job should make even a member of the Balam Alliance quiver in their boots. But it didn't, and that was the problem. Like Argus had said, Fairy Tail's reputation was built off the back of a small portion of their members. There wasn't just a gap between the regulars and the S-class, there was a fucking chasm. That was also true among the S-class mages. Urza and Myra were nothing compared to the other four. He could take them both on at once and wouldn't even need his Dragon Slayer Lacrima to win. Most of the guild was just riding on the coattails of the other, stronger mages. That needed to change. Fairy Tail needed to change. No more would they be the family guild that accepted all applicants, you'd have to earn your place in Fairy Tail. If you made the guild look bad, you were out. If you publicly showed weakness, you were out. If you couldn't meet a certain quota of jobs completed, you were out. There'd be an aptitude test at the end of every month, and if you didn't pass it, you were out. They'd only have the best in Fairy Tail, and then they'd be known as the best in all of Ishgard. There couldn't be any weakness in his guild. Unbidden, Laxus's thoughts turned to the small blonde boy that was always stuck in a hospital room. The machines around him beeped in a constant rhythm as the doctors told his father and grandfather that nothing could be done for him. He was just going to be plagued by a weak constitution his entire life as a result from the complicated birth that had killed his mother. He wasn't supposed to hear that, but no one had been watching him and he'd snuck up to the door to see what the adults were talking about. He heard his father curse in anger and defiance to the prognosis while his gramps accepted it in stony silence. The boy had returned to his bed, curled into a ball, and cried. He remembered the other kids playing outside while he had been forced to watch from the sidelines, too weak to join in on their games. He remembered watching the mages perform fantastic acts of magic like his father and grandfather and being jealous that he'd never get the chance to do anything like that because of his weakness. The other kids were healthy, the other mages were strong, why couldn't he be like them? He had asked Gramps, but the old man had sadly told him that it was just the way he had been born, there was nothing that could be done about it. The boy had been crushed to hear that, but Gramps wouldn't lie to him, so it had to be true. He had spent the next several weeks in a constant state of jealousy and despair over the lost opportunities that he had never had, consumed by his weakness. Then his father returned with a solution. He offered him a chance to play with the other kids, to cast magic, to become strong. All the boy had to do was let his father put this special lacrima inside of him. When the boy asked his father why Gramps hadn't tried to do this since he knew so much about magic, his father replied that it was a dangerous technique and Gramps was worried that the boy couldn't handle it. But the boy was strong, wasn't he? Maybe not in body, but definitely strong in spirit. He was strong enough to survive the process no problem. But if he wasn't strong enough and didn't want to try, then his father understood. He wouldn't force him to get rid of his weak constitution and become a mage in one go if he didn't want to. The boy insisted that he was strong and that he wanted the lacrima inside him. His father told him how proud he was at the boy's grown-up decision and went through with the ritual to implant the lightning dragon slayer lacrima into the boy. The process was painful, and the boy thought that he was going to die at some points, but it was worth it in the end. The boy could breathe easier, wasn't plagued by random coughs, didn't bruise easily, the sun didn't hurt his eyes, he could run longer, move faster, and was just overall better after the process. More importantly, Laxus could feel magic power thrumming through his body and it emerged in sparks of lightning at his will. His dad smiled at him and clasped his shoulder and told him that he was strong now, but he could get stronger. Laxus readily agreed, and his dad then started training him in combat and magic. Gramps had been furious at Yvonne for doing that to Laxus, but he couldn't argue with the results. Laxus was stronger, happier, more vibrant, and full of life than he had ever been before. Having that lacrima put into him was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Thanks to it, he would never be a weak little boy ever again. Laxus shook himself from his memories and refocused on his goal. Originally, he had planned on training to get strong enough to defeat her and show his grandfather that he was strong enough to run the guild, but it was obvious that he needed to accelerate his plans. He'd have to train himself and his followers harder and longer in order to make sure the guild's reputation wouldn't become unsalvageable. He hated to admit it, but the other S-class mages were currently stronger than him, something that needed to be rectified before he could take power. As for the rest of the guild, there were some rising stars that were showing a bit of promise, but they weren't rising fast enough to outshine the drunk weaklings that made up the bulk of their members, or the straight-up alcoholics that made up their elites. If they didn't pick up the pace soon, Laxus was going to have to come up with a better, more radical way to divide the weak and the strong in Fairy Tail. It would have to be a long-term plan, but it would be necessary. He had already gathered and cultivated a group of strong, loyal followers that would help him with his vision for the guild, but he needed more than 4 people to fix this mess. He just needed to take the time to set up a new plan and give the others time to grow. Once he knew where Fairy Tail was standing in the near future, it would determine how drastic of measures he'd have to take. Until then, he'd bide his time and observe while carrying the reputation of Fairy Tail to greater heights on his own with a little assistance from the Thunder God tribe. Because, at the end of the day, there would be a new age for Fairy Tail. A renaissance of strength and power that would erase all doubt and debate over who was the strongest guild in all of Ishgard. Fairy Tail would rise to the top of the continent, and it would be taken there by the Thunder God. He'd be the guild's 4th master, and never again would the guild and by extension himself be seen as weak ever again. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The cards in Kana's hand were haphazardly scattered around the battlefield as she went flying through the air from Natsu's punch. She grit her teeth and tried to get to her feet, but her body refused to comply and she was left lying in the dirt. "All right, that's match." "Natsu wins," Guildarts announced with a raised hand. "Haha. Yes." Natsu cheered with a toothy grin. He then walked over to where Kana was still struggling to get to her feet and held out a hand. "Better luck next time, Kana." Instead of grabbing the hand as expected, Kana slapped it away. The assembled mages all stopped what they were doing at the sound and stared at her. They were sparring to prepare for the upcoming S-class trials next month. Guildarts had let slip that Elfman, Natsu, and Kana were all going to be candidates this year, so instead of rushing for jobs like they usually did, the trio had taken to practicing against each other and Myra in various competitions. It was all in good fun, at least, it had been until now. "Don't you, better luck next time, me," the card mage told the Dragon Slayer with venom in her voice. She shoved 2 fingers into his face. "2 times. In all the practices we've had I've only ever beaten you 2 times. And those had all been gimmick matches where they practiced in random conditions that she was able to use to her advantage, so they didn't really count." "Yeah, so?" Kana glowered at Natsu. So, what's the point of practicing? You're just going to kick my ass here and during the trials. Everyone knows that it's either you or Gray who's going to be promoted." I don't even see why I'm wasting my time pretending I have a chance. She stormed to her feet and stomped over to the house. To hell with this. I have better things to do than let you kick me around like a fucking soccer ball. Kana Gildarts called out, only to be met with an even angrier response. Fuck off. Gildarts. The door slammed behind her and the backyard was silent. The teens worriedly looked at Gildarts, who seemed to sag in place and age in front of them. He lowered his hand back to his side and just let out a heavy sigh. I guess she's done for today, he pointlessly said. He lazily waved his hand around in their general direction. I guess we'll swap it around. Natsu versus Myra. Elfman versus Lysina. Go. He trailed off before taking a heavy seat on a stump and not so subtly staring at the back door. Myra scowled at the sight of Gildarts so defeated. He was Gildarts. He wasn't supposed to be defeated or weary, he was supposed to be joking around and knocking them out with one punch like a badass. Where the fuck did Kana get off being a total bitch to him like that? She was going to give her a piece of her mind. Natsu, spar with Elfman, she ordered. Myra stalked over to the house with a determined stride and righteous anger. What are you doing, Myra? Gildarts asked with a bit of a warning tone. It wasn't the tone he used when he was being serious, so Myra didn't stop. I'm just going to go beat some sense into Kana. Myra. There was the warning tone. It'll be fine. I won't hurt her, she reassured him. Much, she finished under her breath. Gildarts missed the last-minute addition and let her continue on her warpath. Once inside, Myra made a beeline for Kana's room. The door was shut, but the angry teen didn't let that stop her. Locking your door in this house just meant that you were probably going to spend the next few days with it broken until a new one could be delivered. Myra barged into Kana's room and felt her fiery rage instantly get replaced with frozen blood. Kana sat on her bed with empty bottles strewn around her and tears in her eyes. Silent sobs racked her shoulders and she only suppressed them long enough to start chugging from the bottle in her hand. Myra quickly strode across the room, noticing a disturbingly large number of empty bottles strewn about the room on the way there. Kana was a pretty heavy drinker, but even she couldn't have finished this many in such a short time. This wasn't a new development. She snatched the bottle out of her hand but didn't even get more than an annoyed hey. That was wrong. Kana should have been furious that someone stole her drink. It was like ruining one of Urza's strawberry cakes, an instant cause for violent retaliation. Instead, Kana just dully glared at Myra before reaching over the side of her bed and going for a new bottle out of her mini fridge. Myra shoved her foot into the fridge's door and declared, "Nope." Kana glared at her through red eyes. "What gives, bitch? That's rich coming from you after that shit you just pulled." Myra crossed her arms and stared down at Kana without moving her foot. "What the fuck was that?" Kana belligerently stared back. "Nothing," she weakly argued, sniffing against the mucus building in her nose. She wiped the back of her hand across her face and claimed, "I was just tired of Natsu kicking me around the backyard." Bull fucking shit. You don't snap at anybody like that, especially Gildarts and Natsu. I've seen them do stupider things that you just roll your eyes at. Something's got your panties in a twist and you aren't drinking another drop until you tell me what it is. Myra leaned a little harder on the fridge, causing the metal to groan as her boot print started to form in the door. "Start talking." Kana glared at Myra in fury. She started to open her mouth to say something, closed it, then opened it again. The white-haired teen watched the emotions war on Kana's face for a solid minute before the fire left her and she slumped over in defeat. Myra expected her to start talking, what she didn't expect was to see tears falling to the floor and Brunette's sobs to renew even worse. Before she could say anything, the floodgates opened and all of Kana's pent-up emotions came pouring out of her in a stream of tears and howling cries. Panic flared through Myra's mind, rendering her immobile for a moment before her instincts as an older sister took over and she enveloped Kana in a hug. "It's okay, just let it out." And Kana did. She clutched at Myra and cried into her shoulder while the older girl rocked her back and forth. She didn't know how long they stayed like that, but eventually Kana's cries began to weaken and her grip slackened. She finally settled down and her sobs dissolved into sniffles and a few hiccups. "Better. Myra asked while patting her back. Kana nodded into her shoulder and she gently pulled her away. I'm going to get you some water and tissues and then we're going to calm down and talk about whatever the hell this was, okay? Another nod and Myra hesitantly left the room. She quickly returned to find Kana with her knees curled up to her chest and her arms wrapped around them. She offered her the tissues first to wipe the tears and snot off her face, then the water. Don't drink it too fast. We'll talk when you're ready. It's fine, Myra, If you finish that sentence I'm going to slap you, the white-haired girl interrupted with a scowl. Kana flinched under her gaze and absently rubbed at her cheek to reassure herself there wasn't an imprint of the other girl's hand in her cheek. When Myra slapped someone, they felt it. Whatever that was wasn't fine and you don't get to brush it off like it didn't happen. We're going to talk about it and if you try to avoid it I'm going to beat the stupid out of you until you do. Kana let out a weak chuckle. Heh, I remember you telling me that before. I meant it then and I mean it now. The brunette sipped her water and blankly stared at the wall. Myra hopped onto the bed next to her and put her arm around her shoulder. She squeezed the younger teen close and said, "Come on, Kana, talk to me. I can't help you if you don't tell me what's wrong." "It's just frustrating," Kana finally said. "No matter how many times I fight Natsu he keeps winning. Any new trick I come up with only works so many times before he's figured out how to avoid it. No matter how many times or how hard I hit him he just keeps springing back up like a hot-headed jack-in-the-box." Kana's voice started to get louder and she gripped her head beneath her hair. "And he doesn't even have to. Fuck, if he wanted to he could just sword-horn his thick-ass head through literally everything I throw at him and knock me out with a fucking headbutt. It's just not fair." She ineffectively slammed her hand down on the mattress. "I train and train and train, but I just can't catch up to him. Why does he get to be so much stronger? Why couldn't I have been born with a stronger magic? Something that would let me crush everything in my path like guild arts. Instead, all I get to do is throw cards at people like I'm playing 52 pickup. 1. Nobody wants magic like guild arts. He's tripped over a bug and taken out a village before," Myra joked. Kana didn't even crack a smile. She needed a different approach. "Besides, that's not true. Just because you can't set everything in a 3-mile radius on fire doesn't mean that you aren't strong. You made it into the S-class trials with those card tricks." Kana stared Myra dead in the eye and asked, "Will that win me the trial?" Will my card tricks win the trial? Against Natsu?" Myra tried to come up with a reason to say yes but couldn't. She considered lying, but the look in Kana's eye told her that would be a mistake. She had to admit that it wouldn't. "No. Then that's not good enough," Kana shouted while jumping off the bed and pacing the room. "I need to win. I need to be an S-class mage." "Okay, so you can't beat Natsu yet and he's a shoo-in for making S-class this year, big deal. There's always next year," Myra tried to reason. "Easy for you to say," Kana snapped. She stopped her pacing and turned to face Myra with a thunderous expression. "What about Gray? He fights with Natsu all the time and they've never to get more than a 2-victory lead over each other. Do I beat him with my tricks?" "Well, you could if he makes a bazooka as his opening move, Myra." "I'm not breaking that with a fucking ace of spades," she cried out in exasperation. "The one thing I have on Natsu is that his only range is his dragon breath. Gray tries to make a cannon that can shoot a mile for fun. He's already broke the half-a-mile mark with a fucking bow. I could be walking through the woods and wake up at the medic tent because Gray caught a glimpse of me from across the island." Kana resumed pacing and went even faster. "That's 2 people I can't beat like this. Assuming that they both pass in 1 year, I won't be able to make S-class until I'm 17. And that's not taking Leon or Freed into account, or anyone else Laxus has in his fucking cheer squad. Or anyone else strong that just wanders into the guild. We're getting pretty famous, yeah no. People are joining right and left." Kana was getting more and more hysterical as she listed all the things that could keep her from becoming an S-class mage. It was starting to freak Myra out. She got up and grabbed Kana's shoulders to make her stop moving. "Kana, calm down. You're going to make yourself sick. Why do you have to make S-class so bad? I'll take you on any job you want, it's no problem. I'm sure Natsu will do it in a heartbeat too, you know how much he loves you. It's not about the jobs. Is it money? Whatever you need I can give it to you. It's not about fucking money. Then what? What's so fucking important that you're working yourself into a panic attack just because you can't pass a stupid test? I need to prove myself, Kana said with difficulty. To who? We all know how strong you are. The whole fucking guild knows. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. Yes, I do. No, you don't. You're amazing. Who's so goddamn special and important and stupid that you have to prove yourself to them? Guildarts. Guildarts? He knows how great you are, he won't shut up about it. He's the last person you have to prove yourself to. What makes you think that? Because he's my dad. The silence in the room was deafening. Only the sounds of the girls' heavy breathing could be heard as they stared at each other. Myra in incomprehension, Kana in shame. The takeover mage couldn't think clearly, her brain struggling to process the information she had just learned. She could feel the blood vacating her face to congeal in her stomach that was making her sick. Guildarts couldn't be Kana's father. But you've always thought their faces were similar. It was impossible. You know that Guildarts sleeps around a lot. The only surprise is that Kana's an only child. He would never abandon Kana, abandon any of them. He wasn't always like that. You remember the weeks that he would stay away years ago. How had she never realized that Kana was hiding a secret like this? You've always known that she's been hiding something. While Myra was struggling with her thoughts, Kana collapsed on the bed and stared at the ceiling while kicking her legs over the edge. The white-haired teen eventually made her way over to the bed and sat next to Kana. Your brain done breaking yet? Wadash. How? Well, when a man and woman love each other very much. Kana sarcastically began. She stopped when Myra raised a clenched fist in front of her face. She held up her hands in a placating gesture, all right, just trying to lighten the mood. Don't, Myra advised. So, Guildarts and my mom got married and had me when they were young but broke up before I was born. Mom never told him about me, but when she got sick she told me about him in case things got worse. They did, and I came here to find Guildarts. Of course, he wasn't around the guild when I showed up, so I joined to wait for him. When he finally appeared, his presence scared me off. I tried walking up to him and saying something, but I couldn't get anything out. Makarov introduced me and he didn't recognize me or my name. After that, I just couldn't work up the courage to tell him. Even after he started looking after you and Natsu. Kana shrugged. I figured that it was enough. He was already kinda acting like my dad then, figured that I shouldn't push it, she said with a rueful smile. I made a deal with myself, that I'd tell him the truth when I became an S-class mage. That'd be proof that I was strong enough to be his kid. That's stupid, Myra said with a scowl. You're already his kid, everyone can see that. Kana shrugged again. It kind of is, but I can't help it. Anytime I think about telling him I break out in a cold sweat, swallow my tongue, and my knees and hands start shaking. Once I make S-class I'll be able to tell him the truth, though. An eyebrow was raised, and the white-haired girl skeptically asked, You sure about that? 100%. That's still stupid. I'm going to tell him, Myra declared. She rose to her feet and headed for the door, sending Kana into a panic. You can't. She yelled while diving for Myra's legs. Her arms successfully wrapped around the older girl's limbs and she held them together, arresting her movement. It's just 2 more years, I can wait that long. You were literally just bitching about how long that is. Myra complained while struggling against Kana's grip. Girl had locked up tight. You're going to drink yourself to death before you tell him at this rate. I'm telling. You can't. Watch me. Myra sprouted bat-like wings from her back and started flying to the door while carrying the anchor that was Kana behind her. No. I'll make you a deal. Next year. I'll make S-class next year and tell him then for sure. Myra stopped midair and looked down at Kana in exasperation. What happened to Gray and his fucking bazooka? That's where you come in. You want me to tell Guildarts the truth? Train me. Train me all of next year so that I get strong enough to beat Gray, Leon, Fried, and any other crazy bastard that shows up at the guild. You and me, one-on-one. And then you'll tell Guildarts. A nod. And then I'll tell Guildarts. Myra regarded Kana for a long moment before relenting. Fine. But know this, I'm going to put you through absolute hell until I'm satisfied that you can take on both Natsu and Gray at the same time. And if you can't, then tough shit. I'm dragging you to Guildarts and telling him loud enough for the entire guild to hear. Deal. My body is putty in your hands, mistress, Kana agreed with a mischievous smile. Guildarts is right outside. I could open a window and yell the truth to him right now. It wouldn't even take me 10 seconds. Fine, Kana acquiesced. You're no fun. They shook on it, then Kana pulled Myra into a tight hug and whispered, "Thank you." Myra closed her eyes and accepted the hug. "You're welcome." They kept hugging for a while, until Myra felt something where it didn't belong. "Kana." "Is that your hand on my ass?" "It's an accident." "Kana, your hand's still on my ass." "It's still an accident." "God. Don't make it gay, Kana." "Hey, you joined me on my bed. I was perfectly happy to drink my problems away all by myself." They broke the hug and looked at each other before breaking into laughter. Myra stood up and tugged on Kana's arm. "Come on. Let's head back out before Guildarts sends someone in to look for us." Kana let herself be pulled to her feet. "All right. Hey, if you tell Guildarts the truth, will you start calling him Dad?" "No way. It would be too weird." "Why?" "I mean, he is your dad. Would you call him that if you found out he was really your dad?" "Fair. Calling Guildarts daddy would just feel wrong." Kana suppressed the urge to vomit and settled with shuddering. Never use the words Guildarts and daddy in the same sentence again. "Yeah, I regretted it as soon as I said it," Myra agreed with a slightly green face. "If you called him that in front of her, do you think it would be worth it?" "Maybe. Their reactions would be amazing. She'd actually kill him though." "True," Kana nodded in agreement. "Pheasant though. We couldn't have any other witnesses." "Oh, make, for the aesthetic." Fried paused before he added the last rune to complete his Just-a-Shiki spell. He turned to the two men within the runes and asked the conscious one. "Are you sure you want to do this, Leon?" Laxus's oldest disciple nodded. "If I want to surpass Gray, and Pheasant, then I have to. You saw how effective his magic was against my spells until I managed to regain control. Once I master that power, I'll be that much closer to defeating those three." He stared down at the former master of Beholder Eye. His methods were disgusting. Seriously, who would implant eyes into their body like that just for a power boost? But you couldn't argue that they weren't effective. Leon wasn't going to take it that far, but he was going to relieve the Dark Mage of a powerful weapon if he were to ever escape again. Leon shot Fried an audacious grin. "Besides, now I'll fit in with the rest of the team." The green-haired man was unamused. "Only if this works." "I've never done anything like this before," he warned him. "It will work, Fried. I believe in you," Leon reassured him with a confident smile that made Fried's mouth lift up at the corner. Lion's face returned to its usual serious disposition. "Now, do it." Fried finished the last rune and activated his magic. Purple runes rose into the air and formed a box around Leon and Argus. The runes then extended out from the walls and wrapped their way around Argus's hands and arms. They glowed with a bright light and the Dark Mage screamed out in pain. Meanwhile, runes crawled up Lion's body and wrapped around his eyes. He didn't make a sound but tensed in preparation for what would come next. Shortly after Argus started screaming, the runes around Leon lit up. He clenched his jaw and tried to power through the pain, but it proved too much and his screams joined Argus's own in a twisted duet. Fried looked on in concern as this continued, glad to have set up another rune barrier around them that wouldn't allow any sound to leave the area. He had no idea how long a process like this could take. He had never heard of anything like it being done before with Jutsushiki. His rules were absolute inside of the Jutsushiki, but he had never checked to see how absolute they really were. He had needed to do a lot of research to figure out this combination and he wasn't completely happy with the results, but the Rune Knights were arriving to pick up Argus tomorrow, so this was their last chance. The runes said, the ability to control ice from one's eyes is swapped between any mages within these runes. Hopefully that would be clear enough for this to work. Eventually, the light and screaming subsided and Fried dispelled the runes. He rushed forward to support a swaying Leon and reached the mage in time for him to collapse. "Leon, are you okay?" "I'm good," the silver-haired teen replied while only slightly slurring his words. "Did it work?" "Let me see." Leon held out a hand and created an ice sparrow. The construct hopped on his hand a bit before starting to fly off. Leon stared at it with intense concentration, but nothing happened. "How do I use these things?" he muttered mostly to himself. "Concentrate on sending magic to your eyes, as if you were going to cast your magic from them instead of your hand," Fried advised. Leon followed his advice and refocused on the sparrow. This time, the construct was twisted in midair to turn into an icicle that pierced the ground when it landed. Leon and Fried shared a victorious grin that allowed the green-haired mage to see that his teammates' eyes were glowing white and had turned into snowflakes with their new magic ability. "It worked," Leon declared. "I had my doubts, but it seems that they were unfounded." "Told you," Leon said while trying to slug Fried in the arm and only managing to weakly slap his chest. "With these cryo eyes, no ice mage is a match for me now." "Excellent," Fried said before his legs turned to jelly and he barely caught himself and Leon before they face-planted into the floor. "Whoa. Are you okay?" "It seems that I greatly underestimated how much magic that would take out of me," Fried admitted before his eyes rolled back into his head and he passed out. The two collapsed onto the ground and Leon just barely had enough strength to roll them onto their backs. He stared up at the ceiling and contemplated his position. "Fried passed out on top of me with our arms around each other and covered in sweat. If Bixlow finds us like this I'll never hear the end of it." "Hey, Fried, Leon, are you two down here?" Here. Fuck. Chapter 17, The Beast. X782. The 6 fairy tale mages joked around as they made their way through the mountains to where the subject of their latest job was supposed to be found. All of them were going out to complete an S-class job of Natsu's choosing to celebrate his promotion to S-class. They had delayed their initial celebration because the newly minted salamander had immediately rushed off to solo a job after they had returned from vacation without so much as a note and had thrown off the rest of their schedules with his impatience. Guildarts' 6 wards had then spent the next few months trying to get their schedules to line up and find a job that would justify sending all of them out at once. Myra had finally noticed the job to take down the king of monsters known only as the Beast the other day and knew that it would be right up Natsu's alley. The Dragon Slayer had been thrilled with the job and they all had cleared their schedules for the next week so that they'd be able to complete this mission as the first job for Team Myra Jane. Name pending. Natsu and Lysina led the way with their noses in the air as they tried to catch a whiff of the Beast's scent. Natsu with the enhanced senses his Dragon Slayer magic gave him and Lysina and her favorite white cat partial takeover. Happy flew above them and scanned the horizon for signs of the supposedly massive creature. He had originally tried to assist his parental figures with sniffing out their quarry, but whatever evolution his species had gone through to learn speech and era magic had apparently come at the cost of their senses. While his sense of smell was better than a normal human's, it couldn't compare to Natsu and Lysina's magically enhanced noses. Lysina had gently suggested he get a bird's eye view rather than let him discover that he wasn't contributing when they actually caught the beast's scent. Behind them trailed Elfman, Kana, and Myra. There wasn't really anything for them to do until they found the beast, so they were just chatting and taking in the scenery around them. "Ah. I can't wait to kick this beast's ass," Kana said while stretching out. "It's been a while since I've had to fight anything seriously and I want to show off these new guns." The card mage flexed her arms to emphasize her point. They showed far more muscle definition than they had half a year ago. "I see Nissan's training is really paying off," Elfman noted. He had changed out of his nicer clothes and had gone with a muscle shirt and loose pants that would be more appropriate for the job they were on. He was also in the middle of a very large growth spurt and was now tall enough to look down on all of his teammates. "Very manly." "Thanks, but I'm not the only one benefiting, I see," she said while lightly elbowing him in the ribs. "I've seen you and Natsu without your shirts," You guys are filling out nice. Elfman preened at the compliment and slightly flexed to show off the muscles he had been working on. He didn't go around with an open vest like Natsu, but he still had a visibly manly build. Kana agreed as she ran her hands over his abs. Look at these things, you can grind meat on them. She poked her own stomach in annoyance. She could feel the toned muscles underneath but couldn't see them. Myra. When are you going to show me how to get abs like that? Myra raised an eyebrow at her student and rolled her eyes. I didn't teach them how to do that. You don't see me walking around with a six-pack, do you? It was true. Myra was easily the strongest out of them all, but her body was more toned than muscular. Her muscles only stood out when she was flexing or using them, and even then there weren't any signs of the six-pack Kana wanted. And they would have been easy to see since all of Myra's clothes left her stomach exposed. Gildarts must have taught them. Gildarts, that stingy bastard. Kana rounded on Elfman. When did he start teaching you guys how to work out? Elfman nervously scratched the back of his head. Gildarts didn't teach us anything. Natsu and I have just been competing to see who can do the most workouts. You know, push UPS, sit UPS, those kinds of things. He shrugged. This just kind of happened after a couple weeks of doing that. Damn it. I want to look strong like that too. Nope. Bad Kana. Myra was steering the conversation away from that train of thought. Are you saying that my training's not good enough? Kana quickly shook her outstretched hands in denial. No, no, no. Of course not. Your training's the best. It got me these. She claimed while flexing again. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Humph. Good. Myra poked Kana in the stomach. I bet your abs are too busy competing with your beer belly to show up. Maybe if you cut back they'd grown in. Kana swatted Myra's finger away with one hand while the other clutched her hip flask. Blasphemy. Don't listen to her. I'll never abandon you, she cooed to the flask. I just need to do more crunches. Myra's face stretched into a vicious smile. In that case I'll up the rest of your exercises when we get back. Can't let you get uneven. How does 750 sound? Kana moaned in pain as she felt her muscles burn at the thought of an extra 250 reps a day. She darted around Elfman's side and clutched his arm. Your sister's a demon. Help me, Elfman, you're my only hope. Elfman looked down at Kana impassively. He had long since grown used to her theatrics. A quick glance back to his sister's unamused face confirmed that taking Kana's side would be the wrong move. He gave Kana a reassuring pat on the shoulder, then picked her up by the back of her shirt and deposited her back on his side next to his Myra. He knew which side his bread was buttered on, and it was the side with his S-class older sister whose magic was literally transforming into demons she had beaten the crap out of. He didn't care how many cards Kana threw at him, it was nowhere near as terrifying as Myra on a warpath. Traitor! Kana accused with a pointed finger. She turned her nose up at the male Strauss. Humph. You'll regret this when Myra makes me super strong and I kick your ass during the S-class trials. We'll see about that, Kana. I've been training really hard and have a few tricks up my sleeves now, Elfman told her with the confidence of someone who knew an extremely juicy secret that no one else was privy to. Kana hated smirks like that. She was the only one allowed to smirk like that. Before she could demand that Elfman spilled what he knew, Natsu called back to the trio. I've got something. The joking mood around the three instantly vanished as they went into job mode and walked forward to join up with their scouts. Natsu and Listener stood next to each other intensely sniffing the air. They discussed a bit and agreed on a direction. Happy floated back up into the air as they carefully made their way forward. After half an hour of carefully sneaking their way forward, Happy reported that he had spotted the beast in a valley just ahead. All six of them became extra cautious and slowly made their way to the edge of the trees to peek over the cliff and get their first sight of the monster they had been hired to kill. The beast's description on the flyer didn't do it justice. It was an absolutely massive creature with exposed muscles on its chest while the rest of its body was covered in a thick layer of dark red fur. It stood on a pair of bird-like legs that ended in razor-sharp talons which tore up the ground when it walked. The rest of its body was built like an ape's, with a narrow waist that got progressively wider on the way up to its broad shoulders and thick neck. Long, heavily muscled arms ended in claws that looked even sharper than its talons. More of the red fur sprouted from its square head to form a mane around its face. Striped protrusions sprouted out of its elbows and shoulders and matched the horns growing out of a plate on its forehead, which gave the vague impression of a crown that befitted the king of monsters. It turned its head towards where the mages were hidden and sniffed the hair before pulling back its lips to show a mouthful of pointed teeth and let out a snarl. Its glowing purple eyes scanned the cliff top, and they all could have sworn that they lingered on their hiding spot. None of the mages even dared to breath as they silently willed the creature to look away. After what seemed like an eternity but couldn't have been more than a few seconds, the beast listened to their silent pleas and moved on. The mages silently exchanged glances and signaled to retreat. They backed away with even more care than their approach and kept at least 2 pairs of eyes on the cliffside, with all 6 sets of ears straining to hear any hint that could imply that the beast was getting closer. Once they were sure they were in the clear, all 6 simultaneously let out large sighs of relief and collapsed as the tension they were unconsciously holding vanished. "Holy fuck!" Kana exclaimed, summing up their collective thoughts. "That thing's fucking huge. It looks like it punches mountains into rubble for fun. This is an S-class mission. You should expect to face monsters such as that," Myra told her. But her bravado couldn't hide the way her hands were shaking. She was glad that they had waited until all 6 of them were free to tackle this job. If she had taken it with just her siblings, or even just herself and Natsu, she didn't want to think about what would happen. This was the first time since she had become an S-class mage that she wished she had guild arts for backup. But he was out on another of his job sprees on the coast, which just so happened to coincide with peak tourist/bikini season, so she was in charge. "All right. Let's talk strategy. Listen, Kana, I want you to." Myra, Natsu cut in. She turned to look at the Dragon Slayer and was met with an intense gaze. "This is my job." Myra's first instinct was to dismiss Natsu's claims. They didn't have time to mess around. But the look in his eyes made her think twice. Natsu was an S-class mage now. He had done a few solo jobs, not counting Happy's assistance, and nothing had gone wrong besides the usual collateral damage that came from Natsu's involvement in anything. She could see the tremors in his hands and noticed the way his pupils had narrowed into slits like they did when he was angry or afraid, but he wasn't leaving the planning to Myra anymore, so he could just run ahead with flaming fists swinging. He was stepping up and taking responsibility. Myra stepped down. "You're right. You are in charge, Natsu." "Sorry," she apologized. "No problem," Natsu grinned at her. He sketched out a rough depiction of the valley in the dirt. "He's big and strong, but there's a bunch of us, so we're going to wear him down before going in for the kill. Just like fighting guild arts, but without the part where we get our asses kicked. Listen, Myra, you 2 can fly, so I want you up in the air," drawing his attention. "Be careful not to get hit. Myra, I want you to hit him with ranged attacks to distract him. I'll leave that to your discretion." The 2 white-haired teens nodded, then Natsu turned to the last Strauss. "Elfman, you're with me. We're going to hit him hard down on the ground to wear him down. Hit and run tactics only. You with me?" "I'm your man." "Great. What do you want me to do, Natsu?" Kana asked. The pink-haired mage turned to his pseudo-sister. "I need you and Happy to be our wild card." She managed to suppress the urge to hit him for that pun with a Herculean effort. Only the knowledge that it was unintentional stayed Kana's hand, but it was still touch and go for a moment. "You've still got your swapping cards, right? I need you to fly around and get us into position. If the beast is targeting you in the air, switch with Myra so she can deal with it. If he's targeting you on the ground, switch with me so I can handle it. If he's not, get close to him and switch with Elfman or Listenus so they can surprise him. If you can't get close, just hit him with a bunch of cards from a distance." Natsu turned to Happy. "You're in charge of keeping Kana safe, buddy. You got this." "Aye." Natsu high-fived the blue cat, then turned to meet everyone's eyes. "There's a town not too far from here that is in the beast's path. He's never bothered going around them before, and if we don't take him down here then a lot of people are going to die. Everyone know the plan?" Nods all around. Myra, is there anything you can think to add? Standing up to her, making an effective plan of attack, and then being humble enough to ask her for help. Natsu really had grown up from that hot-headed little pyromaniac that charged in head first. Seeing him like this reminded her that he had taken Gildarts's teachings to heart and used them to get disengaged from a fight with Urza, something the redhead rarely let him indulge in, and clear the S-class trial last year. She was so proud of him. No. The plan sounds great, Natsu. All right, let's do this. Things went wrong almost immediately when the wind shifted while everyone was getting into position. The beast's scent weakening was the only warning Natsu and Elfman had before the monster was upon them. They barely managed to dive out of the way of its fist before it created a crater in the ground. The beast's purple eyes glared at them as it roared out in frustration at missing its target. Natsu shouted a quick, "He's here!" before yelling at the top of his lungs to draw the beast's attention and roaring a stream of fire at it. The Strauss sisters arrived in time for Lysina to slash at the monster's face with her talons and Myra to hit it with an evil spark before it could send Natsu flying. Kana's cards made an appearance when they exploded in its face. The smoke bought them some breathing room, and the mages used it to reposition themselves and enact their strategy. Natsu darted between the beast's legs like a fiery wasp with a series of fire dragon's iron fists that left it pockmarked with burns. Myra fired evil sparks and demon blasts from above that forced the beast to protect its face with its arms instead of using them to swat at the pair below him. Meanwhile, Happy used his max speed to carry Kana around the battle so that she could fling her cards into the monster. At her direction, he'd rush in close to the monster only for Kana to cast her reverse draw and suddenly Elfman would be there to land several heavy blows with his black bull or more Lysina would slash it with her talons in her bird partial takeover. Kana would then swap back and use Happy's superior speed and their momentum prior to the switch to fly out of the beast's reach unharmed. The strategy seemed to be working when the beast began to show signs of damage from their attacks, but then the monster started fighting smart. Myra's spells were ignored in favor of the beast swiping at Natsu to throw him off his rhythm by forcing him to jump into the air or be crushed against the monster's leg. Now exposed, the beast kneed the dragon slayer upwards like a hacky sack so it could punch him with a massive roar that rattled all of its attackers. Natsu braced for impact by releasing a burst of flames to try and avoid the full brunt of the punch. Despite his best efforts, it only cushioned the blow and he still ended up painfully crashing into the cliff. He was temporarily out of the fight until he could pull himself out of the rock. Natsu! The other mages cried out in surprise and concern at seeing the pink-haired teen getting hit by such a powerful attack. The shock of the beast's new speed left them flat-footed long enough for the monster to rush forward with a speed far faster than it had previously shown and literally stomp Elfman into the dirt. The white-haired mage managed to throw up both arms and his magic flashed as he attempted to shift into a more defensive form before he disappeared under the beast's talon. With both their main melee fighters temporarily out of the fight, their plan quickly fell apart. Myra stopped spamming her magic and focused on punching the beast as hard as she could while Kana gave her as much support as she could with her cards. Lysina was sent to make sure Elfman and Natsu were okay while the beast was preoccupied. She checked on Elfman first and felt her heart leap into her throat when she saw him battered and unresponsive in one of the beast's giant footprints. A quick check of his vitals reassured her that her brother was alive, just unconscious. She carried him to the edge of the battlefield and propped him against a tree so that he had a bit of cover before flying up to where Natsu had been launched. She found him groggily coming to in the mountainside with a groan. Ugh. Did Gildarts finally find out that I burned part of his porn stash? Natsu muttered as he shook his head around. Natsu! Thank gods you're okay. Lysina cried out before realizing what he said. Wait. Why did you burn Gildarts's porn stash? It was either that or let her catch me with it. Smart, Lysina complimented with a nod. Wait. Why did you have Gildarts's porn stash in the first place? It was then that Natsu's grogginess, mostly, went away and he realized who he was talking to about his alleged misdeeds. He quickly changed the subject. Not important. How are we doing? Don't try to change the subject, Lysina began to lecture, very interested in what he had almost been about to admit, only for the beast to roar out in rage and someone scream out in pain. We'll finish this later. Right now, Myrene is fighting the beast and I don't think she's doing that well. We need you back in the fight, she told him while wrapping her talons around Natsu's shoulders and pulling him out of the mountainside. That was Kana's scream, Natsu said with a seriousness he rarely showed. His eyes were focused on the giant form of the beast in the distance. Let's go. Listener rapidly pumped her wings as she flew back towards the fight. It's not as fast as Happy's max speed, but it'll have to be enough. I'll make it enough, Natsu declared before firing flames from his feet like an afterburner. The increased speed made the wind cut into their skin like knives, but both mages ignored the discomfort in favor of helping their friends faster. Myra knew that she was fucked when the beast grabbed her right arm. It was her own damn fault. She had gotten careless while attacking the monster after she saw what it did to her little brothers. She had abandoned any semblance of strategy or fighting style in favor of just wailing on it with reckless abandon to make it hurt. That wasn't something you did on an S-class job, especially when the creature you were fighting had shown that it was extremely cunning and knew how to hide its own strength. While she now had a handle on how fast it was, the monster had apparently been playing up how much they were hurting it. After she landed a series of blows to its torso and hit it point blank with a soul extinctor, the beast had lashed out and grabbed her arm in a crushing grip. She could only stare in horror as the monster's lips peeled back in a horrible smile that bared all of its sharp yellow teeth. Smoke rose from its chest where her attack had hit and she could see that the skin was raw and bleeding, but it didn't care. The beast had let her land that attack so that it could trap her like this. The pressure on her arm increased and Myra cursed herself for being so stupid as she bit back a cry of pain. She was the strongest of the 6 mages here and now she was going to be crippled in the fight because she couldn't keep her damn temper in check. She was supposed to be better than this. Then the pressure on her arm suddenly vanished and Myra found herself falling. She quickly flung her wings out and stopped her descent before glancing around in confusion. Where was she? What happened to the beast? There was no way anyone here was strong enough to release her from the monster's grip and free her so quickly without being noticed, so how? Before Myra could ponder her turn of good fortune, Kana's pained scream rang out across the valley. Myra immediately took to the sky and located the brunette. She was dangling from the beast's hand by her right arm, which was obviously broken, in the same position that Myra had been only seconds before. The white-haired teen screamed in rage at seeing another of her family brutalized by the beast and surged forward while flinging orbs of dark magic at the monster. It dropped Kana in favor of shielding its face and Myra easily scooped her up in her arms and carried her to a safe distance. A princess carry? Myra, people are going to talk, Kana joked around winces and involuntary gasps of pain as Myra set her down. I'm fine, she claimed while trying to climb to her feet. It's just an arm. I can still walk. Not like that you can't, Myra replied. She spotted something in Kana's right hand and gently pulled the card from between her unresponsive fingers, making Kana hiss in pain. She looked at the devil-like figure with white hair depicted on the card and knew what she had done. You dumbass. Why would you trade place with me like that? It was my fault I got caught. Kana gave her a devil-may-care grin that really made her relation to Gildarts shine through. Because you're the strongest we've got. You break your arm and we're fucked. Me on the other hand, I'm just throwing cards and switching people around. I can afford to lose an arm. You're worth more than that. That thing's kicking our collective asses and it can't use any magic. Right now, we need you and Natsu more than we need anyone else. Kana reached out with her good hand and clasped Myra's forearm. Myra, I'll be fine, it's just an arm. It'll heal. If it's to take that thing down and save any of you, then I'll gladly give up more than the use of my arm for a few weeks. Before Myra could argue against Kana's self-sacrificing ways, Happy arrived in tears crying about Kana tricking him into dropping her, followed by a concerned Natsu and Lysina. While they were busy fretting over Kana, Myra glanced back at the beast and watched it beat its chest, making sure to avoid the damaged areas, and roar out a challenge that was clearly directed at them. She stared into its glowing purple eyes and knew that if they didn't go out to meet its challenge it would come after them. Natsu, time to go. The Dragon Slayer looked up from where he had been fussing over Kana and walked over to join Myra. He also matched the beast's stare and pulled his lips back in a feral snarl. We're going to have to go all out to beat this guy. Yep. Myra's body glowed with magic as she transformed into her Satri form. No more fucking around. We hit him hard and we don't stop until he does. What if he manages to outlast us? He won't. Natsu's snarl morphed into a predatory grin as he slammed his fist together in anticipation. He inhaled deeply and gathered the flames from where Myra's feet should be and swallowed them all. Flames burst out around him in the shape of a dragon with its wings spread as he declared, "I'm all fired up." The two S-class mages let out a pair of war cries as they charged forward to do battle with the supposed king of monsters. Kana let out a hiss of protest when Happy set her down at the top of the cliff where they had originally spotted the beast. While the monster was preoccupied with getting bounced between the two S-classers, there wasn't any threat of them being singled out and attacked. Thank the gods that the thing didn't have any ranged attacks. If it had been able to shoot a laser from its mouth like Deliura did in Gray's story, then they would have been royally fucked. Lysina set a recently revived elfman down next to them before dropping her takeover and joining them in watching the battle. Damn. So this is what it's like when those two go all out, huh? Kana commented as she struggled to unscrew her flask with one hand. Happy helpfully did it for her and she took a swig while watching Natsu slam both fists into the beast's leg, buckling it and forcing the king down on one knee. Myra followed it up with a rising uppercut that left a trail of flames on its chest and its mane on fire. Guess we were holding them back. I don't think so, Lysina argued, only to be quickly countered by Kana. Lysina, they're hitting way harder and throwing around enough fire to make Natsu's dragon dad sweat. Face it, when we were down there they were sandbagging so they didn't hurt us or draw all of the beast's attention. Fat lot of good it did too. Elfman grunted his agreement. Getting squished by that monster wasn't his finest moment. Very unmanly. I thought with my new Chimera mode I'd be able to contribute more, but I got knocked out before I could even try it. Your new what now? Chimera mode. Elfman held up both his arms and transformed one into a bear's arm and the other into a lizard's for few seconds before shifting back. I finally figured out how to use both arms at once. I have to use two different beasts and it burns through my magic ridiculously fast, but I can do it. I can transform more than just one arm. That's awesome, Elfnia can. Congratulations. Thanks, Elfman said with a satisfied grin. It was quickly replaced with a frown as he watched the beast power through the fiery hell Myra and Natsu were raining down on it. But fat lot of good it does now. Look at that. Nissan and Natsu are giving it their all to fight the beast and it's still standing. They all watched as Natsu and Myra combined their magics to send a wave of fire into the beast that left it roaring in agony and covered in burns. The monster then lashed out with a backhand that clipped Myra and sent her spinning ass over teakettle through the air while Natsu had to start darting around its legs to avoid being stepped on like Elfman. 2 arms instead of 1 isn't going to help me keep up with that. The girl's lips twisted in distaste, but they had to agree. Even with Myra's training and both her arms, Kana didn't have enough power to really hurt the beast. Lysina was in a similar boat. Her fighting style was based on being faster than her opponent and avoiding getting hit. The beast had already proven that if she tried that she'd be flattened in the blink of an eye. Even Elfman had only managed to walk away from the beast's attack because he had brought his guard up in time and the beast hadn't tried that hard to kill him. Add the damage they'd already taken and the magic they'd used up during the fight and there was definitely no way that they could take on the beast. It was still frustrating, though. Especially for Lysina. She knew that she was the weakest of the 5 mages, sans Happy, but even with that in mind she felt that she hadn't contributed at all in this fight. A few scratches didn't really matter against a behemoth like the beast. It was shaking off Natsu's punches and Myra's strongest takeover. There was no way her partial takeover did more than irritate it. She wanted to do more but knew that she couldn't. All she could do was watch over Elfman and Kana. If the beast decided to ignore the S-class mages and attack them, she'd have to grab Elfman and carry him to safety while Happy did the same with Kana. Fortunately, the beast couldn't fly. As long as they stayed far enough above it there was nothing that it could do. It was how she got away when Kana was swapping places with her and her brother earlier. When it was her turn to attack she'd start flying higher until Kana swapped places with her. Then the momentum would make her talons cut deeper and she'd already be on her way out of the beast's range. It eventually stopped watching her while she was in the air and focused on trying to hit Kana instead. Remembering that gave her an idea and Lysina jolted upwards in excitement. Then she ran into a problem and slumped back down in disappointment. It was no good. Even if the beast would initially ignore her, she had no way to capitalize on a sneak attack. Lysina perked back up when she got an even better idea. Elf Nyakan, I need your help. Okay. But with what? A devilish smirk spread across Lysina's lips that made her look disturbingly like her older sister. I know how we can fight the beast. You're sure it won't notice us? Positive. It never looked up after my first half-dozen flybys. Lysina's words did little to reassure Elfman. He was currently dangling in the air from her talons as they positioned themselves over the beast. His arms were still creaking from the last time the beast hit him, so he wanted something a little more concrete than evidence from when it was sandbagging earlier. For all they knew, this thing could breathe lasers that exploded. He was going to be plummeting through the air at the monster with no way to change his trajectory or pull out of the attack. His sisters were the ones with the wings. He just punched things really hard. We're right over its head. Ready, Nyakan? Speaking of punching things. Elfman didn't trust his voice, so he flashed Lysina a thumbs up and shaky smile. That was enough for his little sister, and she dropped him into a free fall hundreds of feet in the air over an S-class monster that was giving his older sister and the guild's dragon slayer, both S-class mages, a tough time. Elfman noticed in hindsight that he may have allowed himself to be talked into this harebrained plan a little too easily. There wasn't really time to be questioning his poor life choices now. Elfman steeled his nerves and focused on staying on target. The beast was rapidly getting closer but still hadn't noticed his approach. He concentrated on bringing forth 2 spells at once and felt the muscles in his right arm swell, turn black, and start brimming in power while his left arm grew heavy, gray, and metallic. The beast was seconds away and this was going to be his only shot. Either he landed this attack perfectly and transferred all of his force into the beast's skull, or he would miss and crash into the earth at high speeds and possibly die. This was a really bad idea. Elfman raised both arms above his head and let out a totally manly battle cry that had no traces of fear in it to draw the beast's attention. Chimera mode, Black Iron Bullhammer. The beast shook off his flaming attackers just in time to look up and take Elfman's attack right to the middle of its horns. The hardened keratin cracked under the blow and did little to impede it from striking the middle of the monster's forehead at full force. The beast let out a cry of pain and fell to its knees. Elfman bounced away and hit the ground painfully but managed to turn it into a roll to bleed away some of the energy. Everyone paused and held their breath as they watched the beast's purple eyes flicker and dim. The creature's body swayed in place for a bit before ultimately crashing forward onto its face, defeated. The valley was quiet for several minutes before a ragged cheer went up from the 6 mages. They had done it. They had defeated the beast. The so-called King of Monsters. Lysina swooped down and dove into Natsu for a hug that the weary dragon slayer returned with a relieved laugh. Happy brought Kana down to join them, and congratulations and back slaps were had all around. Myra approached Elfman and held out a hand to help him to his feet. He gratefully took it, but Myra didn't stop at pulling him up and instead lifted her brother's hand into the air despite being several inches shorter than him. Let's hear it for Elfman. The man who beat the beast while using takeover magic with both arms. Another cheer went up among the mages as they called out Elfman's name. The white-haired teen bashfully scratched the back of his head under all the praise. Thank you, but I didn't do it on my own. Lysina was the one who came up with the plan. Natsu grabbed Lysina's arm and thrust it into the air. 3 cheers for Lysina, the one who planned the beast's downfall. This continued for a while, the mages' collective relief over living through such a tumultuous battle making them giddy over their victory. Everyone got several rounds of cheers, and the only one whose arm wasn't thrust into the air was Kana to avoid jostling her broken arm. After the adrenaline ran out, they got around to fixing their wounds. Natsu and Myra were the worse off since they did most of the serious fighting. They were covered in bruises and cuts but nothing too serious. They'd be feeling it for days, and the pair could feel bones that were definitely bruised and possible cracked, but were too happy to worry about that now. Kana was obviously the worst behind them with her shattered arm. They made a makeshift sling for her until they could get back to poor Lyosica and have her put it in a cast. Elfman's injuries were mostly internal with the exception of his hands, which were heavily bruised, and several of the tiny bones in them were probably broken after his final attack against the beast. Lysina and Happy had gotten off lightly with only superficial wounds. With their injuries taken care of, there was only one thing left to do. Elfman hesitantly approached the beast's immobile form and took one's final glance back at his family. They all gave him encouraging smiles. "Go ahead, Elfman. You deserve it. I just made the plan, you're the one that beat it, Elfnyakan. Yeah. You kicked the beast's ass with that last attack. Very manly." His worries assured, Elfman walked up to where he had cracked the beast's horns and placed his hand on the broken head plate. His magic surged outwards to cover the beast and then everything went dark. Elfman opened his eyes to find himself floating in an endless black void. He tried to examine his surroundings but found himself unable to move. Before he could begin figuring out where he was, an overwhelming magical power slammed into him. The power was suffocating. It took all that he had to hold it back with his own magic. Despite that, Elfman could feel the foreign magic gaining ground. His eyes widened in recognition. This feeling. It was the same feeling when a creature tried to resist being taken over. As if summoned by his thoughts to confirm his suspicions, Elfman felt a large presence loom over him from behind. He managed to turn around to see the shadowy outline of the beast towering over him as its purple eyes radiated hatred and smug satisfaction. Elfman realized that they had been tricked. The beast had never been defeated by his attack, it had used it as an opportunity to play dead and wait for their guards to be down before attack. Elfman tried to break his way out of the takeover, but the beast was too strong. Who could have known that it would have such immense magical power? It had given no indication of being magically inclined during their fight, using nothing but physical abilities. Elfman could feel himself being overwhelmed and knew that if he didn't do anything soon then the beast would take over his body and launch a surprise attack on his family. With a last surge of will, Elfman focused his magic and managed to seize control of his own body long enough to yell one thing. Run. Why? Why had everything gone so wrong? It wasn't fair. They had won. Her plan had worked. Elfnyakan had landed the final blow against the beast that Myrene and Natsu had been wearing down while protecting the four of them that weren't strong enough to stand up against the monster. They had celebrated, licked their wounds, and were getting ready to leave. The town had been saved, the monster vanquished, so why? Why was Elfnyakan glowing with magic that wasn't his own and yelling for them to run? Why had he disappeared in a flash of light while the beast had climbed to its feet looking hale and hearty with its mane turned white like her brother's hair? Why did the beast have enough magic to counter her brother's an S-class candidate of fairy tale takeover? Lysina didn't get an answer to any of these questions because they all had to switch right back to fighting immediately. It didn't matter though. The beast was using Elfman's magic to recover from its injuries while they were all exhausted from the earlier fight. The first thing the beast did was smack Natsu into the dirt then send him flying off into the distance. Lysina ordered Happy to go find him while she grabbed Kana and flew her out of the danger zone. Myra went Satan Soul but was quickly overpowered. The beast was just too tough for Satan Soul to handle by itself. Myra was too drained from her extended use of her Satri Soul earlier, and the knowledge that anything they did to the beast like this would also be inflicted on Elfman made her hold back. Lysina watched Myra bounce across the ground in horror and couldn't hold back a gasp of shock when her older sister was forced to drop her Satan Soul. The beast roared out in triumph and began to stalk forward to finish the job. Lysina started to rush out of cover to help her sister only to be held back by a strong grip on her shoulder. "What do you think you're doing?" Kana hissed at her while tightening her grip. Even with her non-dominant hand her grip was a vice. Lysina wouldn't be going anywhere like this. "I have to help." "What are you going to do?" That thing just kicked the Satan Soul out of Myra and launched Natsu like a skipping stone. "If you go out there you are going to die. Elfman's in there, I know it. I just have to talk to him. I'm sure I can reach him." Lysina tried to break free, but Kana adjusted her grip and put her into a loose chokehold. "How? That's not Elfman, it's the beast taking Elfman's body for a joyride. We can't just leave them like this. He'll kill her. What are you going to do? There's no way for you to go out there, rescue Myra, and get back in time. You're not fast enough. And you don't have the strength to put the beast down. None of us do. I have to try. We can't abandon them. You think I want to this happen?" Kana yelled at Lysina. The younger girl broke out of her grip and whipped around to see tears streaming down the brunette's face. You can't do anything, Lysina. If you run out there you are going to die, and neither Myra or Elfman would ever want that. Tears began to stream down Lysina's face. She knew that. Gods, did she know that, but she still had to try. I can't lose them both, Kana. I can't lose Elfman and Myra. They're my family. I can't lose them too. Not like this. Kana pulled her into a hug. I know, Lysina. They're my family too. It wasn't the same though. They had all accepted each other as a family under Gildarts, but Myra and Elfman were Lysina's family through blood. She barely remembered her parents and the memories got fuzzier every day, but she remembered the pain of losing them. Of being alone in the world. Before Fairy Tale it was just them against the world. Myra had been the rock that had supported them and Elfman had been the gentle soul that had calmed her down and let her know that everything was okay. She loved Natsu and Kana, but they couldn't replace that. No one could. Look. Lysina brought her head up from Kana's shoulder and followed where she was pointing. Myra had climbed to her feet and was staring down the beast as it approached her. Her gaze shifted to them and when Lysina met her eyes and saw the sad smile Myra gave her she wanted to cry even harder. Myra looked to Kana and mouthed protect her. She then turned back to Lysina and mouthed I love you. That was what broke her. The fact that Myra had accepted her own death. That she had accepted that Elfman was lost to them. She acknowledged that she wasn't strong enough to save him. That they all weren't strong enough to save him. Myra had only told Kana to protect her, not them. Her last words to Lysina were that she loved her. That sharply brought to mind another white-haired woman telling her that she loved her before closing her eyes forever. Lysina couldn't remember the face clearly and the voice was too faint to make out, but the sentiment was the same. She broke down and fell to her knees as the memory of her mother's passing overlapped with her sister's upcoming demise. Stand tall, kid. That's what your sister is doing. Lysina looked up at Kana to see the older girl with tears streaming down her face but her eyes locked on Myra's small figure standing up to the beast's giant one as it lumbered closer. The youngest Strauss wiped her eyes with the back of her hands and joined Kana. If this was her sister's final moment, then she wasn't going to miss a thing. She'd burn this event into her mind so that it would never fade away like her mother and father's passing had. She heard a pop and looked over to see Kana taking several swigs from her flask. Sorry. I need this right now. I understand, Lysina said without tearing her eyes away from Myra. She didn't approve of it at the moment, but she knew that it was how Kana coped with everything. Nissan would understand too. Doubt it. I think she's going to be pissed as all hell with me. Lysina thought that was a strange thing for Kana to say, but before she could ask what the card mage meant, the strong smell of alcohol distracted her. Hang on to that for me, will ya? I'm going to want it back later. Lysina took the flask that had been thrust into her face, but her brow had narrowed in concern. Kana was acting and talking strangely. She wanted to ask her what was wrong, but the beast was now within striking distance of Myra. She watched her sister lift her arm and raise one finger as a final act of defiance as the monster reared back its arm to strike her. Suddenly, there was a surge of magic power to her left and Lysina glanced over to see Kana holding up a card with a stylized demon on it. She gave her a sad look when she saw comprehension dawn on her face. You're not losing your sister today. Tell her that I'm not sorry for saving her ass twice and I'd do it again a third time if I could. Kana. Then the brunette was gone with a twist of her good hand and Myra was standing in her place. Fuck you, Myra finished saying before realizing that she wasn't standing before the beast. She glanced around in confusion and her eyes widened in surprise when she saw her sister standing next to her. Lysina. Was all she managed to get out before a sickeningly loud smack echoed throughout the valley. Myra turned woodenly to look back to where she should have been just in time to catch sight of the orangish-brown blur shoot through the air. She screamed out in horror when she realized what had happened. Kana. Myra's scream drew the beast's attention for a brief moment before a roar grabbed it back. It turned its head only to be sent snapping backwards by a fiery missile that slammed into its jaw. Natsu roared again as he unleashed a barrage of flaming punches against the beast's face that sent the monster stumbling back. It was a sound of pure grief mixed with overwhelming rage. Myra and Lysina could feel the temperature skyrocketing from where they were standing. Natsu had seemingly forgotten that it was still Elfman's body he was wailing on, but they had more important things to worry about at the moment. Kana. Myra repeated as she took off for where Kana's body had disappeared to, Lysina hot on her heels. They were quickly joined by Happy, whose fur was singed from his close proximity to Natsu, something the Dragon Slayer had never let happen before, and the trio searched for their guild mate. Myra let out a cry when she found her and rushed over to Kana's body. Kana. Kana, say something, she demanded while cradling the card mage's head. Lysina and Happy crowded around her and nervously looked on as she stayed unresponsive. After an eternity, they finally heard something. Myra. All three let out cries of joy and Myra clutched the brunette to her chest before just as quickly releasing her when she groaned in pain. What hurts? Myra frantically asked as she ran her hands over Kana's body without actually touching her. She wanted to do something but was afraid that anything she'd touch would just make it worse. Everything. Myra huffed in annoyance. Ask a stupid question. What hurts the most? My arm. That made sense. Her left arm would have been the first thing the beast would have hit. They started to gingerly examine it only for Kana to speak up. The other one. Of course. I'm sure it got fucked up when you went flying. Just give me a minute to Myra began only to be interrupted when Kana's good hand darted out and grabbed Myra by the front of her collar and pulled her in close. He pulled the punch. Elfman's still in there. He pulled the punch. That should have killed me, even with your training, but it didn't. He's still fighting. Lysina realized in elation. Another roar tore through the clearing and the temperature rose even higher. Sweat began to pour down their faces as Natsu's fight against the beast grew more intense. Not for long if we don't do something about that, Myra muttered. Natsu thought the beast had just killed Kana and had gone berserk. She reached out to pull Kana into a hug since she was already so close and whispered in her ear, "Thank you for saving me, but I'm going to beat whatever's left of your ass after Guild Arts and poor Lyosika are through with you. Heh, promise." And with that, Kana passed out. Myra gently laid her down and turned to Lysina. Take care of her. I will. Go save Elfman. Myra climbed to her feet and ignored the protests from her aching body. She still had enough magic left in the tank to do something incredibly reckless and stupid that Makarov had forbidden her from using. So, the usual plan B. Happy. Take me to Elfman. Aye, sir. Myra pursed her lips in concern as they approached the battle. Natsu's flames were burning out of control among the foliage and the pink-haired teen wasn't much better himself. Myra watched him get smacked away by the beast only to claw his way back to his feet and launch himself back at the monster. It was incredibly reckless, even for Natsu. Myra had to stop this. Happy, get me as close to them as you can. The flying cat did as ordered and banked towards the giant monster. Myra held her breath as she focused on both not passing out from the heat and timing this perfectly. Once Natsu was knocked back again, she took her shot. Now. Happy released Myra and let the thermals carrying him away from the battle. For her part, Myra focused her magic and activated the one spell she had been forbidden from using by both Makarov and Guild Arts. Halfa's Soul. Blue scales covered her arms and legs as a matching tail grew from her tailbone and a pair of large wings burst from her back. More scales grew around her eyes and went back to the horns that had sprouted from the side of her head. A blue one-piece with an exposed stomach, cleavage, and upper back replaced her tattered clothes and a large collar connected to spiked shoulders wrapped around her neck. This was her strongest and most unstable takeover. Myra could only focus it for a few seconds before losing control and the demon's more violent nature would cause her to lash out and destroy everything around her, but a few seconds was all she needed. With a silent apology to Elfman, Myra slammed her fists down on its head. As soon as she touched the ground she shot upwards at dizzying speeds that left a massive crater at her takeoff point and raked her claws across the beast's face, going from its chin all the way up through its right eye, destroying it in the process. It howled out in anger and brought both hands up to clutch at its face and protect it from further attacks. That didn't matter to Myra because it had left one crucial area exposed. The part of its head usually protected by its horns that Elfman had broken earlier. Myra brought both fists up and created a cosmic beam between them that she unleashed at full power right into the beast's weak spot. There would be no faking its defeat this time. The beast was sent flying backwards and collapsed to the ground. Myra watched with bated breath that she let out in a relieved sigh when it quickly began to revert back into Elfman. Relief flooded through Myra, but it was quickly quashed when she felt an intense heat source approaching her from behind. She turned around and came face to face with a white-eyed Natsu that was exuding fire from every pore. The flames weren't even forming the shape of a dragon around him like they normally did, instead being a formless mass of fire. She reached through the flames and noticed that she could feel them despite using Halfa's soul. Natsu, it's over. We won. Those sightless eyes turned to her again and Myra saw that she hadn't gotten through to him. She knew that Natsu's magic was powered by his emotions, but she had never seen them this strong before. She had also never seen the Dragon Slayer this furious before as well. He was like a mindless beast with only the desire to burn everything around him. He began to inhale, and her eyes widened in surprise when she saw his chest begin to expand with the telltale sign of a dragon's roar forming. She needed to snap him out of this. Kana's alive. Natsu paused before he exhaled and stared at her. The temperature began to decrease to a more suitable level for a sauna. She's alive and okay. Elfman managed to restrain the beast's power. She's hurt, but she's alive. Tears began to run down Myra's face as the significance of her words hit her. Everyone's alive. Natsu's eyes returned to normal and he blearily stared at Myra in disbelief tinged with hesitant hope. Really? Yes. And then she was hugging him, and he was hugging her, and they were both crying, but it didn't matter because they were all alive and that was the most important thing. After making sure that Elfman wasn't in critical condition, Natsu and Myra made their way back to Kana and Lysina. Myra had dropped out of Halfa's in exhaustion and Natsu was feeling the pain from fighting the beast single-handedly and so recklessly now that the adrenaline had worn off. They figured that they'd bring the two back to Elfman and camp there for the night since neither had the strength to carry the larger teen. Kana would be a much more manageable burden. Lysina looked up from her vigil over Kana's unconscious body and visibly sagged in relief at the sight of them stumbling into the clearing while supporting each other and happy resting in a makeshift sling Natsu had made out of his scarf. She jumped to her feet and ran forward to envelope all three of them in a hug. Thank gods. I saw Elf Nyakin turn back to normal, but I didn't know. She squeezed them even tighter. I'm so glad you're all okay. When a quick look behind them didn't reveal Elfman trailing behind, all of the tension re-entered Lysina and she fearfully asked, "Where's Elf Nyakin?" Myra reached up to bring her back into their embraces. Don't worry. He's fine. We're just too weak to carry him right now. Lysina slackened again and melted into their embraces. They stayed that way for a few moments, Lysina basking in the arms of her sister and the boy she loved with the knowledge that everyone was alive, Myra and Natsu leaning on the younger teen while they rested their exhausted bodies, and happy drifting off to sleep. But all good things had to end, and Myra ended it by straightening upright and saying, "All right, enough standing around. Let's grab Kana and take her back to Elfman." They broke up and Lysina volunteered to carry Kana herself since Natsu and Myra looked like they'd be knocked over by a stiff breeze. The pair put up some weak protests but quickly acquiesced to Lysina's unimpressed glare. Before they could do anything, a strange magic power appeared above them out of nowhere. The winds began to pick up and when they looked up they could see dark clouds spiraling around an empty space in the sky. Myra and Lysina began to feel their magic being drawn into the void but quickly regained control of it and shrugged off the effect. What the hell is this thing? Natsu yelled. I don't know. Myra shouted back. Gods, it was just one disaster after another today. They beat the beast, twice. They deserved a break, goddammit. Lysina got their attention and pointed over to where Kana's body was beginning to glow with a golden light. Guys. Kana. Fuck. The trio rushed over to Kana's rapidly disappearing body and tried to grab a hold of her but there wasn't anything substantial left. No, 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 no. Not like this. We can't lose her like this. Not after all that bullshit we went through. That she went through. She saved me twice, goddammit. Tears were rolling down Myra's face as she desperately tried to grab hold of Kana. She just wanted to touch her, to feel her, to hold her and never let go. She whispered out her last words as Kana became more and more insubstantial. Don't go. Please don't go. Listener could only watch frozen in horror with both hands over her mouth as Natsu and her sister futilely tried to stop whatever was happening to Kana. Natsu was especially desperate. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. He swore while swinging his hands through Kana's shimmering form, but all he was managing to do was claw at the dirt beneath her. You can't leave. I can't lose you too, Kana. Not you too. Hot tears streamed down his face and blurred his vision as he slammed his fist into the ground. I don't want to lose someone again. Especially not you. But for all that they tried, none of the fairy tale mages could stop the mysterious magic that turned Kana's unconscious body into particles of light that were sucked up into the void in the clouds. Almost as quickly as the portal had appeared it vanished, and the sky returned to its normal blue. The clearing was quiet except for the sounds of the weeping mages. After their earlier confrontations they had thought that all of their tears had been used up, but this tragedy proved that they still had more to cry. Natsu suddenly stopped as he sensed something. His nose twitched, and then he was on his feet and inhaling deeply. A growl emerged from his throat as he turned to the top of the cliff. Someone's here. Myra and Listener quickly wiped away their tears and joined Natsu at staring at the cliff top. Who's here, Natsu? I don't know, the Dragon Slayer admitted. Steam began to rise from his body, and he took an unsteady step forward. But they've got to be the guy that did that to Kana. I'm going to kick his ass until he brings her back. But for all his bravado, Natsu's body wouldn't allow him to make good on his promise. His legs gave out after another 2 steps and it was only Listener's quick reflexes that saved him from face-planting into the dirt. Natsu. Take it easy. You're still hurt from fighting the beast. He took Kana, Listener. We've got to save her. We aren't going to do anything. You and Myrene can barely stand. Natsu growled again at the reminded that his stupid body wasn't listening to him. I'm going to go get her back. But... Natsu. The pink-haired mage closed his mouth at the steel in Listener's voice. I want her back too. You've done enough fighting. Let me do this. She smiled at him. I'm a fairy tale mage too. I can do this. I want to help you and save her. I know. But you can't, so let me do this instead. That's what partners do. Okay. Satisfied that she had made it through Natsu's thick skull, Listener set him down and turned back to Myra. No words were exchanged between the sisters. Myra knew that Listener needed to do this. She hadn't contributed much during the fight against the beast and Kana had technically disappeared under her watch. She needed to prove herself, even if it was only to herself. Besides, Myra was too magically drained to help or stop her. Listener was the only one left that could do this. The eldest Strauss gave the youngest a nod, which was returned. Listener transformed into an owl and flew up the cliff while Myra sat down heavily. Natsu crawled over to her and the two slung an arm around each other and waited. At the cliff top, Listener used her full body takeover to turn into her favorite white cat and snuck her way through the underbrush while following the scent of her mystery target. This was her specialty. The others were very flashy fighters, even Kana's cards could draw attention with some of their effects. Listener's specialty lied more in the realm of speed and stealth. She didn't get to use it a lot on their missions because Myra, Elfman, and especially Natsu liked to do things very loudly, but on her own, Listener got her jobs done quickly and quietly. There was a reason her favorite takeover was a cat after all. As she snuck her way through the woods, Listener focused her anger on getting her job done. She wasn't prone to expressing anger like Myra or Natsu, but despite what others might think she did experience it. There was more to her than just a kind little girl that helped her teammates out but didn't really do anything else. And right now, that anger was burning through her. When she made her way to the edge of the forest and saw a blue-haired teen holding up a wooden staff that ended in a hoop while seeming to direct the last of the magic back into the hole in the sky, it took everything she had to not act on that anger and maul him right here and now. Instead, she took a deep breath and transformed into a snake and started slithering closer to her target. As she watched the teen slump forward in exhaustion after having cast that spell, Listener regretted that she couldn't use a more painful venom on the teen for all the pain he had caused her family. She'd have to stick to the paralysis one for now. Seeing her chance, Listener struck out and sank her fangs into the teen's calf. He cried out in pain and tried to hit her with his staff, but she had already withdrawn and slunk back into the tall grass. "Who's there? Show yourself," the teen demanded while frantically glancing around with his staff extended in another hand on his bite wound. There was no point in revealing herself, so Lysina just silently waited for the venom to do its work. Soon, the teen's movements started to slow, and he finally collapsed. It was only then that Lysina reverted back to normal and approached him. His eyes were still able to move, and they looked at her with a mixture of fear and disbelief. The venom would keep him that way for several hours, more than long enough for her to transform into something large enough to carry everyone back home. Rest could wait, they needed to get the adults involved as soon as possible. But, just to be sure, Lysina drove her fist into his temple to knock him out like Gildarts had taught her. She hatefully stared down at the teen's tattooed face. "That was for Kana, fucker." Gildarts was wearing a bright shirt with a starfish pattern that was left unbuttoned and sipping a margarita on his hotel balcony. It was rare that he got the chance to relax like this during a job, but the hotel owners had been so grateful with how quickly he had handled the sea monster that had been ruining their beachfront hotels that they had offered him 3 free days and nights at their fanciest hotel. Seeing that he had been on a roll with how quickly he had been completing the jobs he had brought with him, Gildarts figured that he could use a little vacation. The view certainly helped. He smiled dumbly to himself as he peered through his binoculars at all the wonderful, barely covered, sights that could be found on the beach during the summer. He was especially invested in the beach volleyball game that a group of attractive young ladies were playing. He wouldn't have been able to tell you the score if you held a gun to his head, but he was enjoying it regardless. His observations were interrupted by the small communication lacrima chiming at him from his pocket. Gildarts pulled it out in confusion. This lacrima was only linked to the big one in Fairy Tale's basement, and Master had started making everyone that left the guild for extended periods of time carry one in case they needed to contact them for an emergency. This was the first time that they had ever used it as far as Gildarts knew. He answered it with more than a little trepidation. Pheasant's face appeared in the lacrima and Gildarts enthusiastically called out his name, "Pheasant. It's been far too long. You never call or write. I was beginning to think that you had forgotten about little ol' me. Quick, guess what I'm wearing? It's the kids." Those 3 words froze Gildarts's blood cold and he felt the icy hand of fear grip his heart. This was his worst-case scenario. A million bad thoughts ran through Gildarts's mind as he choked out, "What happened?" They were on a job and things went wrong. The monster proved to be more difficult than expected and they all got knocked around pretty badly. They're all alive though. Gildarts felt the grip around his heart loosen. They were alive, that was the most important thing. "I want details, Pheasant. How is everyone?" He watched Gildarts bring a scrap of paper up to his face and begin reading off of it. "Natsu and Myra both have severe magical exhaustion and a smorgasbord of bruised, fractured, and broken bones. Poor Lyusika's looking at them right now, and between all her bitching she said that all they needed was to take it easy and a lot of bed rest. Lysina has minor injuries and didn't exhaust herself magically, but she did carry all of them back here herself and is physically exhausted along with having several strained muscles. Happy and Elfman have less severe magical exhaustion, but Myra's last attack on the beast hurt him as well and he has a deep cut over his eye." Pheasant removed the paper to stare Gildarts in the eyes the best he could over a crystal. "He lost the eye and poor Lyusika says that it will definitely leave a scar, and a nasty one at that." Gildarts let out the breath he had been holding. That was better than he had been expecting. Elfman losing an eye was pretty bad, but eyes could be replaced. With how grave Pheasant was being, he was expecting something more debilitating than that, a limb or 2 at least. But then Gildarts noticed someone had been left out of the medical report. "Pheasant," Gildarts said with a deceptively calm voice that hid how hard and fast his heart was pounding in his chest, "What about Kana?" The older man didn't change expression as he woodenly delivered the news that Gildarts really didn't want to hear and he really didn't want to say. "She's gone." The balcony exploded. The lacrima cracked in his grip as Gildarts brought it up to eye level and started screaming. "What the fuck do you mean she's gone? You just said that they were all alive. According to Jalal, she's been transported to another world." "What?" Gildarts roared out. Anyone that had been brave enough to approach him after he had casually fallen down from the destroyed balcony quickly retreated as Gildarts's control on his magic went to hell. Anything within 10 feet of him was crushed into dust as his magic ran wild. What the fuck do you mean another world? And who the fuck is Jalal? We don't know all the details. Lysina brought him in with the rest of your kids. He claims he's from another world, the same place that Happy is supposedly from. How the fuck is Happy involved in this? And are you actually buying this kid's shit? I don't know, Pheasant answered in exasperation. This explanation would be so much easier if Gildarts didn't interrupt him every sentence. And Master seemed to have an idea of what he was talking about. Jalal claims that Kana got sucked into some portal called an anima that leads to a place without magic known as Edalis. How does he know all this? Supposedly, he's been traveling around Earthland to track these portals down and close them. They suck in anything magical without a strong enough resistance, and since Kana was exhausted, injured, and unconscious at the time, she was easily sucked in. Gildarts had already jumped back to his room and begun throwing his things into his bag. Wait, hurt? How badly was she hurt? Not sure, Pheasant lied. No need to make Gildarts burst a blood vessel yet. There would be plenty of time for that after he had time to process it, and poor Lyosica was within shouting range. Lysina says that the beast punched her before they were able to free Elfman, but Kana claimed that he had pulled the punch. Gildarts threw the last of his things into his bag and headed outside. What else has this Jalal said? No idea. Pheasant slumped down in the picture and Gildarts figured he must have pulled up a chair. As soon as he entered the guild, Urza freaked the fuck out and tried to stab him. Master shuffled him into his office while is comforting the kids, and I called you as soon as we knew anything. Fine, Gildarts grit out. It was less than he wanted to know, but it was enough for now. He was only a few days from Magnolia Town as the crow flew, so he figured that he could be there before dark if he hustled. Pheasant, make sure that kid doesn't do a runner before I get there. I have several questions I personally want to see him react to. Can do. Also, apologize to Master for me. The ground beneath Gildarts cracked as he unleashed his magic and bolted straight ahead, crashing through several buildings in the process and destroying the lacrima in his hand. I'm about to cause some collateral damage. Pheasant didn't know what he was supposed to be apologizing to Makarov for, but with Gildarts it was probably something destructive. He turned the lacrima off since it was giving him nothing but static and headed upstairs to see how the kids were doing. They were all huddling together around the infirmary as moved between them to offer what help she could. The other guild members were hovering around as well, but Wakaba and Macau were doing their best to hold back the crowd. Pheasant nodded his thanks to them and mentally made a note to buy them a drink or two later. He waited in the doorway to catch Ur's eye. When she had the chance, she made her way over to him and asked, "How's Gildarts doing?" As well as expected. Ur's lips pursed in concern. I guess we'll just have to wait for him to get close enough to sense to know how long he'll be. Pheasant grunted in agreement. How are the kids? Bad. This is the first time they've seen anyone this bad since they've joined Fairy Tail. And with Kana missing combined with Urza's lack of leadership and reaction, they're scared. I'm doing my best, but there's only so much that I can do. Answers and time to process this is what they need, and, unfortunately, we can't give them the former. You're doing great, Pheasant told her with a reassuring hand on her shoulder. His gaze swung over to where Urza had curled up in a corner with her arm around her knees and the other with a death grip on the sword Pheasant had given her. She was wearing her strongest armor despite the blade in her hand, and Pheasant could see her shaking from here. I'll go talk to Urza and see what I can do. I'll try to keep the rest of the kids calm. Not much more we can do until Makarov gets some more answers out of that Jalal kid or Gildarts gets back. Hopefully that's enough. With a grim look shared between them, Pheasant and Ur split up to do their best to run damage control among their now broken family. Chapter 18, Truths. The only sign that Urza noticed Pheasant sit down next to her was the tightening of her already white-knuckled grip on her katana that made the leather creak in protest. Pheasant didn't say anything, he just stretched out and winced as his limbs and back made several popping noises. He was getting old. First the gray hairs, now his joints. If he ended up needing dentures before he was 70, he was going to walk into the ocean. He may not be an anchor anymore, but his inability to swim would let him drown all the same. The silence between the two stretched on for almost a minute before Pheasant finally broke it. "Jalal's from the tower, isn't he?" Urza flinched at his question. She didn't want to talk about it, her recent attempt at stabbing the Jalal lookalike or her time spent in the Tower of Heaven. She knew that Master had relayed her bare-bones description of the time she had spent in that hellhole to Pheasant and Ur when she first joined the guild, and she couldn't express how much she appreciated it that none of them had ever tried to pry. Pheasant had let her know that if she ever wanted to talk about it she could come to him, and that had been the last he had ever said on the subject. Ur had given her a similar offer during one of her girls' nights that she had started holding after the Strauss siblings had joined the guild. She had never taken either of them up on it, and she still didn't want to now. The Tower of Heaven was a part of her life that she both hated and loved. So many horrible things had happened while she was a slave in that cursed structure. She had been tortured, worked to the bone, starved, beaten, degraded, and seen the same and worse happen to her friends and fellow slaves in that tower. It had stolen her eye, the closest thing she had had to a parent at the time, and her friends. But if it wasn't for the tower, then she would have never met those same friends and Robji-san. She would have never received the last name Scarlet. Would have never learned that she had magic. Would have never wound up at Fairy Tale and gained her new life here. Her entire life would have been completely different if she had hidden herself in that crate instead of the little girl with the white ribbon back in Rosemary Village. But she didn't regret that decision. Knowing that she had saved that little girl from such a horrible fate had brought her great comfort at some of her lowest points during her time in the tower. That was all supposed to be behind her now. After Jalal had made it clear that if she ever said anything about the Tower of Heaven to anyone on the outside he would kill their friends, Urza had sworn that she would never bring it up again so that they would stay safe. She had bent that rule a few times since she had come to Fairy Tale, but she had always referred to it as the tower and had never said anything more about it than asked. Since Jalal hadn't appeared to taunt her about her friends' deaths at his hand, she assumed that it had been enough for her former best friend to let slide. Still, ever since the incident with Black Octopus, Urza had been able to put the Tower of Heaven behind her. Using her telekinesis didn't bring up memories of fighting for her life, and the nightmares from her time there had mostly faded over the years. Everything had been going so well. Then he had appeared. The whole guild hadn't known what to do when Lysina burst through the doors with Myra, Elfman, and Natsu on her back and a strange blue-haired teen being dragged behind her. Everything quickly devolved into chaos as everyone started talking at once and tried to find out what had happened. Seeing how badly they were injured just made things worse. Several mages started trying to help at once or call for someone more qualified to be fetched. Master had shouted for them all to shut up and took charge. Sent Jet to get poor Lyusica while she and Makarov carried the injured mages to the infirmary, Makarov with Myra and Natsu resting in each of his giant hands and Ur with Elfman on an ice stretcher. Pheasant had narrowed in on Lysina's prisoner and frozen his hands and feet together to make sure he wasn't going anywhere. Despite how banged up he looked from Lysina's rough treatment, the older mage wasn't going to take any chances. He had then checked over Lysina and made sure she was okay before he asked what happened and, most importantly, where Kana was. While Lysina relayed the story of the disastrous mission to subdue the beast, the prisoner let out a pained groan that let them know he had regained consciousness before he lifted his head. With a look of disgust that twisted the youngest Strauss's normally angelic face into something that just looked ugly and wrong outside of one of Myra's demon forms, Lysina had told them that Kana had disappeared and that it was the teen's fault. The entire guild had shifted to level hostile glares at the revealed teen's face except for Urza. She had frozen at the familiar face that the teen was wearing, blue hair, red tattoo over the right eye, and dark green eyes. The last time she had seen that face it had been twisted into a dark mockery of a smile as he sent her away from the Tower of Heaven. Jalal had followed Urza here, to Fairy Tale. Her home. Her family. And he had already taken one of them away. This could not stand. Urza didn't remember equipping Demon Blade Crimson Sakura into her hand or rushing through the crowd with no care for her guildmates being roughly knocked aside. All she knew was that she had to stop Jalal before anyone else got hurt because of her. The scarlet-haired swordswoman had screamed her best friend and most hated enemy's name at the top of her lungs in a mix of rage and desperation as she lunged forward to drive her glowing blade into his heart. Pheasant had stopped her, catching the blade in a black-covered hand effortlessly and staring her down with cold eyes. She had flinched under his gaze back then, so cold with the promise of dire consequences if she didn't obey. But she couldn't. He didn't understand how dangerous the teen trapped in ice and lying on the floor was. She was sure that he was no match for Pheasant, or Makarov, but if they didn't put him down now then people would die. She knew how callous he was about taking lives. She had watched him do it to the guards that had been torturing him with a flick of his wrist and a smile on his face. Before she could explain this to her teacher, the teen in question had spoken up. "Who are you?" Jalal had asked in confusion. And when Urza had looked into his eyes she couldn't see even the smallest flicker of recognition. That was what had made her stop. That her Jalal would have forgotten her was impossible. She had been his second in command, his confidant, his best friend, in the tower. He had given himself up for her. He had named her. Even after he had gone insane and stopped being the boy she knew, he had still known who she was, still knew her name. That the bond between them, strained by his actions and the time that they had spent apart, had eroded so much that his sanity could have degraded to the point of not recognizing her was so foreign of a thought to her that Urza knew that the teen before her wasn't Jalal. He had his face and his voice, but he was just a fake. Pheasant must have seen the hostility drain out of her face because he released his grip on her blade and let her stumble away from the teen. She had collapsed without realizing it, her legs too shaky to support herself. She, an S-class mage of fairy tale, the Scarlet Knight that slayed monsters and brought down dark mages all across Fiori with ease no matter how dangerous or powerful they were supposed to be, had pushed herself backwards on her butt to huddle against the wall with her knees to her chest and sword shakily pointed at the restrained Jalal in front of the entire guild. She couldn't bring herself to care about that at the moment, too focused on making sure that her eyes never left his. Even after Master had pulled him into his office with poor Lyusica, Pheasant, and Urza still didn't move from her spot against the wall. She just brought her knees up to her chest and wrapped one arm around them while the other held her blade in a death grip, ready to use it at a moment's notice. "Urza." Pheasant's voice broke her out of her memories and brought her back to the present. Pheasant repeated his question, "Was Jalal at the tower with you?" "Yes," she finally answered. She noticed the way Pheasant's jaw clenched and the hardness that entered his eyes and was quick to clarify, "But not that Jalal?" Pheasant hummed in response but didn't seem surprised by her answer. That surprised Urza and made her wonder. What had happened in Makarov's office? What did Pheasant know about not Jalal? She asked, but his answer was vague at best. "It's not really my place to say. Master's still working some things out. I can say that you're right, that isn't the Jalal you would know." Urza let out a breath she hadn't known she had been holding. It had been one thing to suspect that, but another entirely to have it confirmed by her teacher. She felt the tension drain out of her body and let her white-knuckled grip relax. She was still holding the katana, but now she wasn't doing her best to crush it into dust. This didn't go unnoticed by the older mage. "What did Jalal do to you?" he asked himself in a low tone. It wasn't low enough if the way Urza tensed right back up was any indication. Pheasant cursed himself in his head as he watched the emotions war across the redhead's face. He quickly rose to his feet and reached down to ruffle her hair in the way that he knew she pretended to hate but secretly loved. "Don't worry about it, kid. We'll figure this out. Why don't you go see how Levy's doing?" "Sensei," Urza called out before he walked away. She looked up at him with a jaw set with determination and matching eyes that would occasionally allow a flicker of fear through. "I want to talk about the Tower of Heaven." That made Pheasant pause. The Tower of Heaven. He could finally put a name to that god-forsaken hellhole that had put Urza through so much. He wanted nothing more than to turn around and have Urza tell him everything right then and there so he knew where to go searching for that place so he could properly vent his wrath in a way that would make a Buster call look like a sternly worded letter. But he knew better than that. Urza was being overwhelmed by emotions and memories that Jalal had dragged up. She wasn't in the best frame of mind and he didn't want her to do anything that she would regret later. He turned around and knelt down so that he could look his daughter in the eye. "Are you sure?" She nodded, but there was still uncertainty in her eyes. They darted around to look at something behind him and Pheasant didn't need his haki to know that they were the guild's current center of attention. He pulled Urza to her feet and said, "Let's talk outside." The crowd quickly parted under Pheasant's stern gaze, and the two left the guild. Pheasant picked Urza up and took the two of them away with a burst of sorrow. They ended up outside of Magnolia in the same place Pheasant had taken her the day she joined Fairy Tale. At her questioning glance, Pheasant shrugged and said, "It seemed appropriate." Urza nodded. It was. This was where Pheasant had stopped her from leaving Fairy Tale before she even got a chance to be part of it. The first place they had been alone together, back when she was just a scared little girl that was afraid of losing the haven she had been pinned all of her hopes on, and he was just a giant stranger covered in burn scars. In some way, this was their place. This was where Pheasant had put her worries to rest years ago. It was time for her to return the favor. She sat down across from Pheasant just like she had before and began to tell him everything about the Tower of Heaven. She left nothing out. Her kidnapping, the time spent slaving away in the tower to build a structure capable of reviving Zeref, meeting Rob Gisson, Jalal, Meliana, Sho, Wally, and Simon, becoming their friends, Jalal giving her her last name, the punishment that ended with her losing an eye, Jalal being taken in her place, leading the rebellion, Rob Gisson dying, her magic awakening, the men she killed when that happened, and finding Jalal after he had been tortured. That had been the hardest part. Remembering the way he had looked at her, the way he had spoken to her, the insanity that hadn't been there the last time they had seen each other just a few hours earlier. She ended it with the boats being blown up behind her as she left, the only slave to escape the Tower of Heaven alive. Through it all, Pheasant had stayed silent with a face that might as well have been carved out of ice for all the emotion it displayed. When she finished, he didn't say anything. He wanted to reach out and place a reassuring hand on her shoulder or rub her hair to let her know it was okay, but he was shaking too badly. His jaw was clenched to keep his teeth from chattering, and he could feel his whole body vibrating worse than any tremors Whitebeard ever made. He wasn't sure if it was pure anger at the scum that had put his daughter through such a horrible ordeal, overwhelming fear that he couldn't do anything about what had happened or make it better, or a mix of both that was keeping him frozen in indecision. He wanted to go freeze the entire ocean and stalk it until he found the Tower of Heaven and tore it down brick by frozen brick. He wanted to grasp Urza in a tight hug and never let her go, to keep her safe from the world that had been so needlessly cruel to a child, to rob her of her innocence. To actually save and protect the broken girl he found this time instead of leaving her to fend for herself. He knew that this world wasn't a perfect paradise, but he had once again tricked himself into not looking at the ugliness it contained, just like in his original world. With a deep, steadying breath, Pheasant suppressed his emotions like a good Marine. There would be time to deal with this later. Right now, Urza needed support and reassurance, not wrath and vengeance. He gently pulled her into a hug and quietly said, "Thank you. I know that couldn't have been easy to say, and I want you to know how much it means to me that you trust me enough to tell me that." He felt her start to shake with silent sobs and knew that there would be tears running down half of her face, the other half unable to shed any since poor Lyusica had given her the replacement eye. He stroked her back and let her cry as he whispered into her ear, "I'm so proud of you." Ur quietly slipped inside of the infirmary and reflexively curled her nose at the painfully strong smell of disinfectants that permeated the room. It reminded her of hospitals, and doctors that didn't know what was wrong, and the helpless desperation as things kept getting worse with no solution in sight, and Ur forced herself to take a calming breath through her nose and release the tension that had filled her entire body. This wasn't the time to let the ghosts of her past paralyze her. There were kids she could help here. They were all lined up around 4 beds containing their friends. Not even poor Lyusica, for all her misanthropic bitching and horrid bedside manner, was heartless enough to keep them out after she had diagnosed and treated their wounds. Oh sure, she had bitched and yelled and threatened them all with a broom and reminded them that she hated humans, but there had been even less bite in her words than usual. She hadn't even twitched when the teens had snuck back into the infirmary before she had even taken 10 steps towards Makarov's office. They hadn't left the room since. Ur silently walked forward and looked over the assembled young mages. They all could have been mistaken for statues if she couldn't hear them breathing. Gray was standing next to Natsu's bed and was looking at his rival's heavily bandaged body in confusion, as if the sight of a beaten Natsu was incomprehensible if Gray didn't have an almost equal amount of injuries himself. Happy fitfully slept in the crock of Natsu's arm as his face twitched at a nightmare. Gray reached down and stroked the blue cat's fur without taking his eyes off of Natsu. Ur doubted that he even realized what he was doing. Jet and Droy were leaving Levy alone for once as they hovered near Elfman's bed and shot each other silent looks that conveyed entire conversations through nuanced facial movements in the way that only people who spent a lot of time together and trusted each other implicitly could. Didn't know what they were silently saying, but she didn't need to in order to see their shared worry over the white-haired teen that liked to encourage them to be manlier in his own loud and overbearing way. Levy herself was sitting next to Lysana's bed with her brow furrowed in frustration over not being able to interrogate the healthiest members of the team that had come back from fighting the beast. Watched her glance sadly between the empty bed next to Lysana's and the empty space next to Myra's bed, wishing she could use her magic to conjure the brunette and redhead that should be there out of thin air. Herself approached Myra's bed and felt her heart clench at the sight of a girl unconscious in a hospital bed. Poor Lyusica had cleaned the dirt and blood off of their faces and wrapped them all in fresh bandages, but she couldn't do anything about the purple bruises that littered any bit of unbandaged skin. Reached down with a feather touch to move a strand of hair from Myra's face and reveal an especially ugly bruise that was a lovely shade of yellowish green on her cheek. She looked so different with her hair down and the "fuck with me at your own risk" scowl that she usually wore missing soft and relaxed in a way so not Myra that it was more concerning than any clinical assessment poor Lyusica could give short of an autopsy. She felt like an intruder here. There should be a scruffy-faced walking disaster area with so little situational awareness that you could put it in a teaspoon and still have room left over standing here and watching over Myra instead of her. Or, at the very least, a red-headed girl with the fashion sense of a medieval knight crossed with an underwear model. Fucked up her chance to take care of a sick little girl bad enough that she wouldn't even think about considering putting someone else's daughter under her care. It was why she only took care of boys now. Myra needed someone more trustworthy than herself. Speak of the devil. Urza had just opened the infirmary door and drawn everyone's attention. After a brief moment of hesitation, she strode through the room with a confidence that was painfully fake to anyone that knew where to look but good enough to fool the worried teens she was putting it on for. A wave of relief went through the room as they all started breathing easier with the return of the strongest member of the clique the 11 of them had formed that they would all deny to anyone that would listen with the insistence that there were two separate cliques and neither got along with the other. Urza ran a discerning eye over the injured mages as she passed each bed and their watchers before arriving next to her and silently looked down at Myra's sleeping form. "She's going to be okay," told her before she could ask. Urza had been close to catatonic in her corner when poor Lyusica's diagnostic that the 5 mages had once again managed to miraculously not die, so the older mage doubted that she had heard the old healer's words. "They all are. Except Kana," Urza remorsefully whispered. "Especially Kana," corrected her. She forcefully pulled the younger girl into her chest for a one-armed hug. It was significantly softer than the ones the redhead herself gave out, lacking the usual metallic clang of a head-on breastplate that made her wince every time she heard it. Poor Levy. Thank God she had the brain cells to spare. "We're going to make sure we find her, come hell or high water. As soon as Gildarts gets back we'll..." Whatever encouragement was going to say went unfinished as Myra's eyes flew open and she tried to sit up with a gasp. Gildarts. Everyone in the room immediately rushed to her side as took hold of the struggling girl's shoulders and firmly, yet gently, forced her to lie back down. "It's okay, Myra. You're back at the guild. You're safe." It took a few seconds, but watched the teen calm down after her eyes darted around the familiar room and faces. The wild look left her eyes and the coiled muscles relaxed. Her breathing settled out and she managed to get out a proper sentence this time. "Where's Gildarts? I have to talk to him." "He's on his way here," reassured her. "It won't be much longer." "I need to talk to him," Myra insisted. "I need to tell him about Kana." "It's okay. He knows about Kana. We told him what happened, and he immediately started heading back. You don't have to worry. We'll find her." "That's not it," Myra desperately said. "Kana is Gildarts as her." Managed to keep her surprise to a hissed intake of air before she cut Myra off from revealing something to everyone that was deeply private and would lead to a conversation behind locked doors with a very limited audience of people allowed in. If Myra was about to reveal what thought she was about to reveal, then she needed to nip this in the bud. "Later, Myra," said a tad more forcefully than intended. She made sure to lock eyes with the takeover mage and obviously glance around to the surrounding mages. Get some rest. You can talk to Gildarts when he gets back. Just take it easy until then. Thankfully, Myra seemed to get Ur's meaning and settled back into bed with a nod. She closed her eyes, and while her breathing was still fast enough to signify that she was still awake, she at least pretended to nod back off. Ur motioned for everyone to give her some space and looked up to see Pheasant standing in the doorway with a questioning look. She told him that she'd explain later with her eyes, and he accepted her answer in the same way. He then used a more obvious head jerk to let her know that Makarov wanted to talk to them in his office. Ur nodded and headed over with one last look back at the teens that were all holding it together for each other admirably, despite them all looking like they were on the verge of falling apart. With a shoulder squeeze of thanks to Wakaba and Macau, who were still standing guard, Ur and Pheasant headed into Makarov's office. "What's the verdict?" Ur asked as soon as the door shut behind the ice mages. The way the trio shared a quick look between themselves made Ur grit her teeth to hold back a shout of frustration. If it was just Jalal and poor Lyusica, then she probably wouldn't have bothered, but she respected Makarov too much to yell at him like that. He hid it behind his foolish old man persona and the overwhelming power he fought with, but the wizard saint liked to keep his cards close to his chest and only told people what he felt they needed to know. When he had first heard Jalal's claims, he hadn't called him out for the ridiculousness of his story or tried to interrogate him further. He had declared that they'd wait for poor Lyusica to finish taking care of the kids before continuing the questioning. That had surprised Ur and Pheasant, but there was a tone of finality in Makarov's voice and a look in his eye that said he wasn't going to accept a challenge to his authority. It was only through the slight hunch to his posture and the way he steadied his hands by gripping his staff until it creaked that showed how furious Fairy Tale's master was over the results of the beast job. Ur was sure that once this crisis was over there would be hell to pay down at the Magic Council if Gildarts didn't crush the whole damn building down to the size of a pebble first. "Jalal's telling the truth," Makarov stated. "He's from an alternate dimension to Earthland called Edelas and is the counterpart to the Jalal that Urzan knows." "Is that so?" Pheasant asked. He didn't seem to be fazed by such a ludicrous statement the second time any more than he had been the first. Ur thought that he had just been too distracted by Urza's freak-out before, but that apparently wasn't the case. He just furrowed his brow a little and stared at Jalal with an intense look of contemplation. Like if he stared at him long enough he'd be able to discern the secrets of this other dimension himself. Whatever it was, it seemed that her partner was too enthralled with the idea of exploring different realities to back her up on this. Ur was on her own. Pheasant was into dimensional travel. Who knew? "All right," Ur said, pushing the ridiculousness of that statement to the side for a moment. They had more pressing concerns. "How do we get Kana back? Gildarts is on his way, and if we don't have an answer for him, then I don't want to be in the blast radius when he finds out." Jalal spoke up for the first time. "You can't." The two ice mages turned to stare at him, and to the teen's credit he didn't flinch. "The anima can only be activated from Edelas." Ur crossed her arms and made an impatient noise. "Then we'll just track down the next one and use it to go to Edelas, find Kana, and then use it to send us back. That's what you've been doing, isn't it?" "You can't." Jalal repeated and was immediately chastised by the look Ur gave him. He hastily explained. "We're not like you Earthlanders, we can't cast magic in Edelas without using tools. There's no magic in the air for us to absorb. Then how the hell are you able to use anima? Magic is in crystals, like lacrima. We use that to power, but we're running out. That's why my father the king built the anima machine. He uses it to steal magic from here and turn it into magic crystals. I came here to try to stop him, but the animas keep getting stronger and stronger." He looked away from their gazes. "They've never been strong enough to suck in a person before, at least, not ones that I managed to close. Speaking of that, what will happen to Kana since she's been sucked in by the anima?" Pheasant asked. He had suspicions, and they were going to make things a lot harder in the near future if he was right. Jalal refused to meet anyone's eyes. "I don't know. If anima's now powerful enough to bring over people, my father may have found a way to convert them into magic crystals as well." Three different magics spiked at the possibility, and Ur was glad to see that Makarov was just as surprised at this news as they were. If he had been holding this information back, she would have punched him. "It's not for certain," Jalal quickly said in an attempt to reduce their anger. Like I said before, it only picked her up because of the state she was in. It's more likely that she was sent over unchanged. That eased the tension in the office, if only slightly. They grilled Jalal over a few more things regarding his actions. How he was able to close the anima. The staff he carried was specially made back in Edalas to force anima to close. How he tracked down the anima. Again, his staff let him sense it appear. What Edalas was like. Vastly different from Earthland. Guilds were outlawed for one thing, but it seemed that he recognized some of the people in Fairy Tale from their wanted posters. Pheasant asked him several strange and seeming nonsensical background questions that he answered in a way that seemingly satisfied the man. Was going to have to make him explain what that was about later. In the end, they decided to have Jalal wait on the second floor while they discussed what to do with him. Makarov led him up there through a back staircase connected to his office and strongly advised him to stay out of sight until they made an official announcement to the guild. "So, what are we going to do?" Asked after they had all settled around Makarov's desk. The old man let out a heavy sigh. "There's not much we can do. If Jalal's understanding of the anima machine is correct, then we'd have to defeat the strongest military of an entire dimension to take control of the machine, then we'd have to destroy the machine and all the information on it so they can't rebuild it again, and we'd have to do it all without magic." Makarov looked at the two mages in front of him with serious eyes. "I'm an old man." He stated it like the fact it was. "Back in my prime, I probably could take out an army if I used fairy law, but those days are behind me. Trying to do that now will kill me, and I don't know if it would be enough to defeat the army, especially if it is larger than Fiore's. And that's with magic. I can't do it without magic." His eyes met first Ur's then Pheasant's before traveling down to the matching ice legs the pair stood on. "The legs made and sustained with magic, could you?" "No. No, she couldn't." Ur knew that she was in pretty good shape thanks to her spars with Pheasant and Guildarts, but she couldn't take on an entire army without magic. She could make a decent dent in them barehanded and a more sizable one if she had a weapon, but that wouldn't be enough. Especially if she was only on one leg. Ur had never not had her prosthetic, one of the benefits to using a molding magic. Deliura had shot it off and she'd immediately replaced it. After that, making it was the first thing she did in the morning and dispelling it the last thing she did at night. She might as well have never lost her original leg with how smoothly she had transitioned. Looked away from Makarov in defeat and turned to Pheasant. The tall mage seemed to be deep in thought over Makarov's question. She was surprised that he was even considering it. She knew that he focused on more physical attacks than she did, but did he seriously think that he could take an entire army? That was ridiculous. She watched as Pheasant dismissed his leg and stumbled slightly at the lack of balance. A grimace appeared on his face as he shifted his weight around to test his balance, and stared at him incredulously. It didn't take long for him to overcorrect and start to fall into her. She easily shifted under his arm and slung a hand around his waist to catch him. "Easy there, tough guy." Pheasant thanked her before straightening and getting his leg back under him. His face twisted in annoyance before begrudgingly admitting, "No," before adding, "Not without my leg or time to get used to missing it." Bumped her hip into Pheasant's leg to get his attention so he could watch her roll her eyes at his statement. Mr. Macho over here thought he could take on an entire army with his fists. He was spending too much time with Guildarts. Makarov gave a calculating look at Pheasant for a few seconds after his claim, and knew that he was focusing on what Pheasant hadn't said. The only thing that was keeping him from trying was that he didn't know how to fight on one leg. It wasn't like poor Lyosica could just make them a normal prosthetic either. They put their bodies through too much stress for a basic prosthetic to handle, and ice magic was especially detrimental to prosthetics, so they'd have to be tailored to their magic power. If they didn't, then there was a chance it would get destroyed by the freezing temperatures she and Pheasant threw around. "Exactly," Makarov eventually said. "Based on what Jalal has told us, there's nothing we can do to save Kana at the moment." "How do we know he's even telling the truth?" asked, coming at the problem from another angle. Everyone seemed to be taking this alternate dimension thing in stride and accepting Jalal's expertise on the matter. Was she the only one that was skeptic of some random teen's story? It was alternate dimensions for fuck's sake. Magic could do a lot, but this seemed like a stretch. Even if it was true, the power it would take to cast something like that was obscene. They were talking about Etherian levels of power here. And he expected them to believe that a dimension where the humans couldn't innately cast and was supposed to be running out of magic had a way to do that? The kid's story didn't seem to add up. Her answer came from the last person she expected, one who had remained silent with a pensive look on her face since she had left the infirmary. Because I'm from Edalas, and I can confirm that he's not lying, poor Lyusica said. Stared at her in disbelief. Seriously? She sputtered out. How were you supposed to respond to that? Makarov and poor Lyusica's ease at accepting Jelal's story made a lot more sense now. They had known that this alternate dimension had existed for years. What about Pheasant? Did he know? A quick glance back to her side showed that Pheasant's eyes had widened in surprise at poor Lyusica's claim and he looked a little poleaxed. So, he hadn't known either. Then why did he accept Jelal's claim so easily? Poor Lyusica began to answer her and she had to shelve her questions for later when they'd be alone. Yes. My name was Grandini and in Edalas I was the royal physician. I was there when Faust first made his breakthrough with the anima machine. The court was thrilled that we would have a way to turn our finite magic into an infinite source, but Faust saw it as something more than an energy source. He began to plan to use the limitless magic that he could obtain to bolster his army and take over the surrounding countries and even overthrow the Exceeds. That's what happy is, isn't it? Pheasant double-checked. Poor Lyusica shot him a glare for interrupting her story before answering, yes. Exceeds are humanoid felines capable of speech and the only species in Edalas capable of naturally using magic, mostly for flight. They lived on floating islands above the surface and were seen as untouchable because of it. Some people even worship their queen as a goddess. Faust had always resented the Exceeds for their magic and influence and now he had a way to get back at them. Yeesh. What did they do to him? Rhetorically asked. Poor Lyusica gave her anything but a rhetorical answer. Nothing. She hissed out with a tone filled with far more malice than they had ever seen from her. Only a few rare Exceeds are ever able to use more than Era and none of them have ever done anything to the people of Edalas, no matter what the royal fearmongers like to spread. Something that the humans can't make the same claim to. Makarov reached out to take poor Lyusica's hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. She glared down at her friend before relaxing at his gentle expression. The harsh lines of hate on her face faded away to the normal wrinkles of old age and annoyance. She took a moment to collect herself. And Pheasant shared a look but said nothing. There was a story there that would probably explain why she claimed to hate humans so much, but they weren't going to pry. After she had calmed down, poor Lyusica continued. I was the only one in the royal court to raise an objection over Faust's plan. I tried to convince him that the Exceeds hadn't done anything wrong and that there was no reason to attack them. I thought I had gotten through to him, like the naive idiot I was. Poor Lyusica closed her eyes as a pained expression crossed her face. She tightly clenched Makarov's hand, but the old man didn't react despite the discomfort it had to be causing. That night, I was attacked in my room, bound, and brought before Faust in the anima chamber. He told me that if I wasn't going to support his plans in court then I could at least support the experiment. He opened the anima and pushed me through it. A tear silently rolled down poor Lyusica's face that no one commented on. The last thing I saw of my home was that bastard's smile as his toadies humans that I had thought were my friends did nothing to help me when I called for them. They just sat back and fucking watched. She took another deep breath. They could see that it was still painful for her to relive the memories all these years later and could understand. Betrayal was never an easy thing to experience. To be betrayed right before being thrown into a foreign land? That must have made it so much worse. Makarov and his team found me. I changed my name and did my best to keep them from maiming or killing themselves despite their best efforts for several years. Poor Lyusica glared at the two S-class mages. I'm telling you this so that you understand who you're dealing with. Faust is a cruel bastard that doesn't care about others if they don't benefit him. If you go to Edalas, you don't just have to beat Faust, you have to make sure that he'll never be able to reach Earthland again. And you can't do that without magic. Wanted to scream in frustration, something that was occurring too often the last 2 days. That didn't help them, it just made things worse. Now they really had to save Kana. They couldn't leave her injured and alone in a place run by a madman like that. Is there a way that we could use magic in Edalis? Pheasant sensibly asked. Poor Lyusica hummed and thought as the mages stared at her expectantly. I might be able to come up with a way to adjust your magical containers to draw on the magic in Edalis the same way the Exceeds can, she finally said. But that's a very large might. I don't know if I can, and it will certainly take a long time. Maybe even years. Well, that wasn't a very satisfying answer, but it was the best they had. The office went silent as they considered the implications. Kana was on her own and there was nothing they could do about it. It left a bitter taste in their mouths. What were they supposed to tell the guild? The kids? Guildarts? They were all expecting an answer, and the best they had was, we can't do anything for an unknown amount of time. That wasn't what they were looking to them for. They wanted to hear that everything was going to be okay. That they had a plan ready and were already working on how to save her. Poor Lyusica was the first to break the silence. I'm going to check up on the kids. She paused at the door and asked in an unusually tender tone, do you want me to let them know that you'll have an answer for them soon? Yes. She left and silence once again reigned in the office. Makarov got up and headed for the stairs in the back. I'll let Jalal know that we've reached a decision. He can stay in Fairy Tale for now until poor Lyusica creates a way for us to use magic in Edalis. A dark look crossed Makarov's face and the room was briefly filled with the suffocating presence of his magic. Then all of Fairy Tale will march into Edalis and save Kana. No one hurts our family, he gravely declared. Fierce grins flashed across Pheasant and Ur's faces in agreement. Faust didn't know it yet, but he had woken a sleeping giant and filled it with a terrible resolve. Guildarts isn't going to like this, Pheasant finally said after Makarov had left. I don't like this, Ur responded. But it's what we have to work with. It's going to be fun trying to explain this to him. Ur just grimaced in agreement. They all felt Guildarts before they saw him. To be fair, the entire town could feel him. His magic was saturating the atmosphere like an approaching storm, filled with enough fury to cow a dragon and pressing down on them all with an invisible weight. The mayor had preemptively engaged the Guildarts shift at Makarov's request, and the entire town was thankful as Guildarts' arrival wouldn't have given them enough time to activate it normally. He blew through the street like a hurricane, flattening everything in his path and saving the mayor's office several thousand jewels by evening out the bumps in the road. He also lowered it by 2 inches and turned it into a dirt road, but they figured it would be best to look on the bright side. He didn't try to get a grip on his magic until he reached the guild. Everyone inside was doing their best to be unobtrusive and hide in the shadows as they felt Guildarts approach. They all winced at the sound of screeching metal as Fairy Tale's gates were warped and twisted out of place for the crime of being in Guildarts' way. They felt him pause outside of the doors and try to suppress his magic. Only Makarov, poor Lyusica, Pheasant, and Ur weren't sweating nervously as Guildarts spent several minutes trying to reel himself in. They just stayed at the bar, outside the infirmary, and at their usual table respectively, and acted as if there was nothing wrong. It seemed like he had managed a few times before his control slipped and his magic flared back up. Eventually, he managed to get a satisfactory enough grip on his magic and temper to trust himself to open the door. It was instantly crushed in his grip, but it was the thought that counted. Guildarts, Makarov calmly greeted him with a raised tankard. Master. Your kids are in the infirmary. Guildarts thanked him with a terse nod and turned to head into the infirmary. He paused outside to give a sidelong look to poor Lyusica. Are they? Will they be? He couldn't finish his question, he just stood there gaping like a fish out of water. Poor Lyusica gave him a cool look, and what she saw made one pink eyebrow rise slightly. Guildarts had never been hurt badly enough at Fairy Tale to necessitate a visit to her place, but she had heard enough about him to know that what she was seeing in his eyes was out of place. Under the righteous fury and burning rage she could found a surprising emotion. Fear. The man before her that was capable of destroying the building they were standing in and all but a select few inside of it instantly was terrified. Terrified of what he would find when he walked through the door before him. Poor Lyusica had seen it before. Friends and relatives working themselves into an anxious fit because they had no idea how bad the person they cared about was injured behind the door, so their mind provided them with 1,000 worst-case scenarios that were far beyond the actual dilemma's seriousness. If his ragged and filthy appearance was anything to go off of, Gildarts must have run straight here for days with nothing on his mind other than worries over his kids, one of whom was missing. No wonder the man's control was shot. He wasn't a simmering volcano of anger looking for a target to erupt on, he was a bundle of nerves held together by his own will and a need to see his kids and make sure they were okay. "They're fine," she reassured him. "Beaten, bruised, and scarred, but they'll live." Gildart's voice came out in an unsteady whisper, "Thank you. Fe. Just don't break any of my stuff in there, human." With a deep breath, Gildarts squared his shoulders and walked through the door. As soon as he stepped into the room, Gildarts's eyes were drawn to the 4 beds lined up against the wall. Their occupants were sitting up and had been looking at the door expectantly for his entrance. He briefly wondered how they knew before remembering how much power he had been pumping out on his way home. He knew that when he looked back on his merry little path through half the country he would regret several of the things that he hadn't bothered skirting around, but now, with the sight of his kids covered in enough bandages to make a mummy feel underdressed and more bruises than a leopardman had spots, all Gildarts could think was that he should have ran through those things faster. Gildarts. 3 strides carried him across the room to their waiting arms. Gildarts wanted nothing more than to sweep them all into his arms but was afraid to worsen their conditions. Instead, he moved between each of their beds as fast as he could and let them hug him. Hearing them, holding them, confirming for himself that they were there and alive. They were crying and Gildarts could feel the tears running down his own face. Their apologies for not doing better, for not being able to save Kana, for failing him mixed with his own apologies for not being there for them when they needed him most or training them enough sporadically interrupted with reassurances that they had done nothing wrong. It eventually dissolved into the 5 mages and 1 flying cat pushing the beds together and pulling each other into a massive group hug despite how much it hurt some of them to move. Gildarts didn't know how long they stayed like that for, but eventually their sobbing died down and the tears dried up. They sniffled and wiped their faces on his cloak despite the tissues that poor Lyosica had set aside for such an occurrence. The knot in his stomach loosened, Gildarts took the time to lean back and closely examine his kids. They looked bad. It wasn't just the physical injuries either. They were emotionally and mentally drained as well. It was all over their body language, from the way they all slouched forward like there was a weight on their backs dragging them down to the haunted look in their eyes he only got glimpses of when they failed to hold his gaze for more than 2 seconds. They had to have been stewing in their own misery since they woke up. Left with too much time alone to commiserate over their failures together. Gildarts would be willing to bet his bottom jewel that any reassurances or support rang hollow when Kana's absence was so blatantly obvious. "I'm sorry," Gildarts said again now that they weren't blubbering over each other. "I should have been here." What was he thinking taking so many jobs at once? He was supposed to be over that. There were people at the guild that cared for him now, he didn't need to distract himself with work. And what had he been doing when Pheasant had called him? Perving on a beach. The memory made him disgusted with himself. Myra shook her head. "That wouldn't have changed anything, Gildarts. It's our fault. We should have been able to handle 1 monster." "Yeah. There were 6 of us and only 1 of him. We should have kicked his ass," Natsu chimed in. "Instead we got our asses kicked in Kana." He trailed off and stared down at his bandaged hands. "It wasn't your fault." Gildarts snapped, making them flinch. He cursed himself in his head while saying in a much softer tone, "It was no one's fault. You couldn't have known how strong the beast was, no one did. You did better than okay, you beat the beast twice." He smiled at them. "I can't tell you how proud I am." Instead of reassuring them, his words just seemed to make them feel worse. Tears threatened to reappear as they all looked away. "We didn't win though," Elfman bitterly said. "The beast tricked us then took me over and Kana disappeared because I couldn't hold him off. That wasn't very manly." "You were able to beat him in the end though," Gildarts reminded him. "That's what matters." He got to his feet and swayed a little. Now that he didn't need his rage and worry-fueled adrenaline, Gildarts could feel the exertion from the last few days catching up to him. Maybe running for over 72 hours straight hadn't been the best idea he had ever had. He steadied himself on one of the beds and gave the kids one of his cocky smiles to get rid of the concern furrowing their brows. Wouldn't want their faces to get stuck like that. You guys just focus on getting better. I'll go shake down this Jalal kid to figure out where he sent Kana, then bring her back. The five shared a nervous look before Myra spoke for them. Gildarts, they already did that. Master said that they don't have a way to save Kana. She squeezed her eyes shut and balled her sheets as she repeated the soul-crushing news they had been given days ago. It physically pained her to say, he said that it could take years before we can save her. Well, hello there, crippling fear. Thought you had left already. You're back. And you brought your friend's panic and adrenaline rush with you? Fantastic. The more the merrier. Don't forget to hold the door open for guilt. Gildarts stumbled to the side and used an end table to support himself for a few seconds before he crushed it. Whoops. Poor Lyusica was going to be pissed. He staggered his way back to their beds. He would have better control around the kids, he'd never endanger them with his own magic, and put on the fakest smile he'd ever worn in his life. Gildarts swallowed his fear and said, that's just because I wasn't here. I'm sure that there's something that Master overlooked. It's been a hectic few days. They just need a fresh mind to look things over. I'll find what they're missing. Gildarts, you're not fresh, Lysina told him. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll take care of everything. He turned to leave, but Myra called out to him before he could walk away. Gildarts, wait. When he turned back, he found her visibly wrestling with what she was going to say. There's something you need to know about Kana. Blue eyes met blue eyes, and Gildarts's heart plummeted into his stomach when he realized what she was going to say. Kana wanted to tell you when she became an S-class mage, but you need to know now. Even as Gildarts willed her not to say it, Myra took a deep breath and said, Kana's your biological daughter. The silence in the infirmary was deafening. Gildarts stared at his kids and found that none of them were surprised. Nervous, yes, but not surprised. So, Kana had already trusted them with her secret. He closed his eyes in disappointment. Another failure on his part. How long had they been tiptoeing around each other to keep from revealing the secret that they all knew? He hadn't noticed. How much pain and secrecy could have been avoided if he had been able to swallow his fear of rejection and just asked if Kana knew. He'd never know. That ship had apparently sailed long ago. If Myra was telling him now, then they didn't think that there would be a way to save Kana anytime soon. There was nothing he could do to save his daughter. What a bitter pill to swallow. It made him want to break down from the exhaustion and stress of the last few days. He rushed back home as fast as he could just to learn that there was nothing he could do now that he was here. But he couldn't. Not until he assuaged their fears and let them know that everything was going to be okay. One of his daughters was beyond his reach, but he could help the sons and daughters that were still here. I know. There was the surprise he had been expecting. I've known for a couple of years now. Then why didn't you say anything? Myra demanded. There was clear confusion on her face, mixed with some resentment that she couldn't hide. Kana must have told her earlier than the others. It made sense. Myra and Kana were best friends, and a younger Natsu wasn't someone you trusted with information you didn't want spread around. The Fire Dragon Slayer had gotten him in enough hot water with her when he was younger for Gildarts to be painfully aware of that. Because it doesn't change anything. I was already taking care of Kana when I found out, and if she didn't want to tell me, that was her business. When I found out, I didn't treat any of you any different. You were all my kids at that point. Gildarts looked each of them in the eyes to convey how serious he was about this. Family is more than blood. Fairy Tale is a family. We're a family. And nothing will change that. There were tears in their eyes after his declaration, and Gildarts couldn't deny that his own were starting to feel a little moist. He turned around to leave the room. They would need time to process what he just said. There had probably been some jealousy simmering under the surface that he had missed, every time he pulled Kana aside or specifically helped her. Thoughts of does he know? And, is she the favorite because they're related? Probably ran through their minds, even if they never consciously acknowledged it. He'd come back after he confirmed with Master that there really wasn't a way to rescue Kana. Then he'd answer their questions. I'm going to see if there's anything I can do for your sister, he announced. As Gildarts went to walk away, a hand reached out and grabbed his cloak. He could feel the tension on his shoulders as they immediately pulled it taut. Please don't leave, a voice full of fear and desperation asked him. Not yet. He didn't. Well, that went well, sarcastically declared. Pheasant grunted in agreement. The guild had apparently been holding out for guildarts before accepting that there was no way to save Kana. Seeing the guild's ace accept defeat had really hammered home that Kana was gone. To say that the response to Jalal had been hostile was an understatement. If looks could kill, the poor boy would be dead a million times over from the fairy tale mages. Even Makarov's announcement that once poor Lyusica created a way from them to use magic in Edelas, Jalal would be leading them there to save her hadn't been enough to lessen their rage. With no one else to blame, the blue-haired dimension traveler made for an easy scapegoat. Pheasant couldn't blame him for immediately taking a handful of jobs and leaving the guild to continue his self-appointed duty of hunting down Onimus. The pair had done their best to try to lift Guildarts' spirits, but they all knew it was a futile effort. The pain was too fresh, and the man just wanted to drown his misery, but wouldn't because he wouldn't leave his kids. That just left him to drink enough to be half-buzzed, too sober to stop feeling but drunk enough to not care. He'd accept the pain under the mistaken belief that he deserved it and there was nothing they could do about it. Had asked Pheasant to follow her out of the guild to talk about something. He had expected them to just go out to the gates, but didn't stop there. She led him through the wide streets of the Guildarts' shift up to the Cardia Cathedral. Pheasant knew where they were going and didn't like the knot it twisted his stomach in. Sure enough, they ended up in front of a small memorial. It was a simple piece of white marble with a teardrop carved into it over Erter Milkovic, beloved daughter. X764-X769. Stopped in front of her daughter's symbolic grave. She hadn't been given a body to bury and only had some of Erter's old clothes to remember her by, but once she had settled down in Magnolia Town for good, had decided that it was time to give her daughter a proper resting place. Pheasant had been with her when she bought the stone and had it installed next to the cathedral. Always made sure to come by twice a week to keep it clean and replace the flowers as long as she wasn't out on a job. Pheasant had volunteered to do it for her once, but she had decisively told him no. He hadn't offered again. Pheasant, began, I've never tried to pry too deeply into your past. It didn't matter to me before. You told me what you were comfortable with sharing and kept quiet about what you weren't. I was fine with that. But Jalal's story made me start thinking. Those questions you asked him, you've never answered them yourself. When Jalal first mentioned dimension travel, you didn't think he was crazy like Guildarts and I did, you believed him. Just like Makarov and poor Lyusica, who already knew about dimensional travel. The knot in Pheasant's stomach tightened. Was a smart woman. He had always been careful about what he said about his past, but Jalal hadn't been. The parallels were there, especially if you knew him as well as did. It was enough for her to put the pieces together. She continued, I didn't want to, but I couldn't get rid of these thoughts. Those questions you asked him were so specific and asinine, I couldn't figure out why you asked them at first, but then I realized, you were testing for holes in his story. That made me start to nitpick at inconsistencies in what you've said that I thought I had let go years ago. Things that had bothered me but I never looked deeper into. Dimensional travel seems like such a ridiculous concept, but it answers so many questions. She turned away from the memorial and faced Pheasant for the first time. Pheasant, I'm sorry, but I can't let this go. With the beast job and Jalal and Kana's disappearance, I've been having trouble sleeping at night. With these suspicions on top of it, I don't know if I've gotten more than 3 hours of sleep in the last 4 days. I have to ask, where are you from? Pheasant let out a heavy sigh. He had always feared that this day would come. The day he'd have to admit to all his lies he'd been telling her since they'd first met. The day that his credibility and trust would be destroyed. Had actually set him up quite well. Bringing him out to the grave of her daughter, the place she was at her most vulnerable. If he denied her here, it would wreck anything that was between them and he'd never be able to fix it. At the same time, it was a show of trust. Was putting her faith in him and their undefined relationship that what he would tell her wasn't going to destroy them worse than a rejection would. It was something Pheasant would have done back in the Marines, just with more physical coercion than emotional manipulation. He finally broke the silence just as was starting to believe that she had made a mistake to push the subject. As I'm sure you've figured out, I'm not from around here. Another dimension. Yes. Somewhere similar to Earthland. No. Nothing like Earthland. There's no magic where I come from. No magic? Like Edala's. No. Not running out of magic, no magic at all. But your ice magic. Before you found me dying on that mountain and covered in lava burns, I had never seen magic before. My powers came from a fruit I had eaten. The chill fruit. Ur's hands moved to her hips and she raised an eyebrow before incredulously repeating his claim. A fruit? You expect me to believe that you obtained your powers from a fucking fruit? She was furious with him. That's your best excuse? After all these years of lying, that's the best you can come up with? I'm not an idiot, Pheasant, even if you've been playing me all these years. This was clearly spiraling out of control, but Pheasant didn't know how to stop it. After saying it aloud, he realized how strange that sounded, even here in Earthland. He opened his mouth to try and explain himself, but wasn't having it. No. No more lies. I want the truth, Pheasant. About you, about your past, and about us. How long were you planning to lie for? Were you ever going to tell me the truth, or did you just enjoy stringing me along with your stories and marine wisdom and then laughing at how easily I bought it? No, I would never. How would I know? You've been lying this whole time. Exhaustion set in and stopped yelling at him. She finally asked him the question she really wanted to know. What are we, Pheasant? What happened to Kana and Gildarts's family? It made me re-evaluate several things in my life. I came to a decision about what I thought I wanted, and now I learn that my closest friend, the man I have a connection with that I've only felt once before, has been lying to me ever since we met. Now I don't know what to do. I don't know what to believe about you. How can I after this? How can I know what were lies and what you truly meant? So, tell me, Pheasant Frost Giant. No lies, no half-truths, no avoiding the question. What are we? Pheasant didn't know what to say. How was he supposed to answer her? She had just said that she didn't believe anything he was going to say. He wanted to let her know that he felt the same. He had felt the same for a while but had just been too much of a coward to tell her. The gap between them, that was his web of lies, had always kept her just out of reach, and now that she had finally discovered it, he was afraid that she always would be. There wasn't anything he could say to cross the distance, so he'd have to let his actions speak for him. Pheasant pulled her in close and leaned down to kiss her. Their lips met and he was surprised at how soft they were. It had been so long since he had held someone like this. She tensed under his grip at first, but then relaxed and returned the kiss. It was so much better than he had imagined it would be. He should have done this years ago. Pheasant broke the kiss apart but didn't let go of her. I'm sorry, he said. I'm sorry that I lied to you for all these years. I was afraid. Afraid to ruin the bond between us and afraid to admit to the horrible things from my past. It's filled with things that I deeply regret now. Fairy tale showed me that. You showed me that. But I can't lose you. Not like this. Not because of my own indecision. That was how I did things in the past, and I'm not that man anymore. I'll tell you everything you want to know. He hesitated for a moment. That is, if you're still willing to believe me. You swear it's the truth? He nodded. Nothing but the truth. Backed away and Pheasant let her go without resistance. She created a bench for them to sit on and took a seat. It was purposefully long enough that there would be plenty of space between them. Then talk. Pheasant took a seat a little way down from her and finally told her his story. He elaborated on events that he had previously only described in broad strokes and left nothing out. From his youth spent wandering the blues before he joined the Marines to his meteoric rise through the ranks after eating a Logia devil fruit. The turbulent times he had lived through during the rise of the Pirate King and subsequent golden age of piracy that rose from said Pirate King's death. The buster call on O'Hara and Sakazuki's absolute justice that left it razed to the ground with only one survivor. How he doomed that survivor, just a little girl, to a life of paranoia, betrayal, and being hunted by saving her. All because he wanted to honor the last wish of his friend, a giant, that he killed that day when he had tried to protect the girl's home. His reunion with that girl as an adult and how she had finally found a family that cared for her, one of the few good things that he had decided to do without being ordered. The War of the Best and death of a man called Whitebeard. He ended it with the death match he lost against Sakazuki. And then I woke up in your hut, he finished. Had asked him several questions during his tale, mostly on how several things from his old world worked. He had done his best to explain them to her but found some things to be a challenge. He had never thought about them before, they just were. But that wasn't going to be enough for her. When he couldn't work his way through a process, he told her that he didn't know. When all he had was rumor and legend, he let her know that it wasn't confirmed. He wanted her to believe him, to regain her trust in him. He needed her to. Sighed and said, "Your story is crazy." Pheasant shut his eyes in disappointment. He had failed. She didn't believe him. They snapped back open and his hope was restored when she continued. But so was Jalal's, and he was telling the truth too. "You believe me?" Pheasant asked, letting more desperation into his voice than he'd like. This time, told him, a harsh reminder of how fragile that belief was. She got to her feet and walked in front of Pheasant. He made to get up, but placed her hand on his chest and gently pushed him back down. She leaned forward to cup his face and kissed him briefly. When he tried to deepen it, pulled back. "Not yet," she sadly told him. "I love you, Pheasant, and I believe you love me too." "I do," he quickly confirmed. The comfort he felt around her, the sense of belonging and happiness. He had never cared about anyone this much before, not even his kids. He loved them, yes, but this was a different kind of love. A new kind of love. He had danced around these feelings for years, he wasn't going to back down now. "I love you, She smiled at him, but he could see the familiar sadness in that smile and knew that he wouldn't like what she said next. "I'm glad. But I can't do this now. Not after I've learned that you lied to me for so long. Not here, in front of my daughter's grave. Not after I used her to make you tell me the truth. And especially not while the entire guild is still reeling from Kana's disappearance. It may have led to us admitting our feelings, but I don't want it to be the start of whatever this becomes," she told him while gesturing between them. Just give me some time. I need to process everything, and the guild needs to go back to normal." "Well, normal for fairy tale." "I understand," Pheasant said. He truly did. What he had just revealed was a lot, and it would take time for her to come to terms with it normally, not to mention with the tragedy they were dealing with it on top of it. He didn't like it, but he understood. "Take as long as you need, I'll wait for you." "Thank you." Then she left him sitting there on the bench. So, Pheasant waited for her. And when she approached him 16 days, 7 hours, and 47 minutes from then, he greeted her with open arms and happily embraced the woman he loved and that loved him back. "Oh Make, I will find you." Gildarts and his children were assembled in the house he had built for them. It was several weeks after their disastrous mission and they had all mostly healed by now. Gildarts was standing in the door while they stood in front of him and he said his goodbyes. "I'm sorry, but I just can't leave Kana alone there. I don't know how long it'll take, but I will bring her home. I swear it," he told them. Myra spoke for them all when she said, "We understand." "That doesn't mean we have to like it though." "It doesn't," Gildarts agreed. "Thank you for not trying to stop me." He wouldn't be able to go through with this if they asked him not to. He couldn't do that to them, not so soon after they had lost a sibling. It would eat him up inside, but he'd do it. For them. "Just so you know, I'd do this for any of you." "We know," they all spoke in unison, making Gildarts smile and a little teary-eyed. "Heh. Look at you all. So mature. It feels like just yesterday that you were pulling each other's hair over who got the last donut." It had actually been 3 days ago and they had been a lot rougher than just pulling hair. "When did you all grow up?" he asked while rubbing the heads of Natsu and Myra, the two closest to him. "Hey, don't get all nostalgic on us now, old man," Myra told him with a smirk. "If you think we're mature now, wait till you get back. We'll all be S-class then." Gildarts barked out a laugh. "Ha. Hopefully it won't take that long. He went around to each of them to say his goodbyes. First was Elfman. He stopped in front of the large teen and couldn't help sneaking a glance at the scar across his right eye. Poor Lyusica had worked her medical magic and managed to reduce what should have been a thick gash of scar tissue into a thin stitched line from the middle of his forehead down to the bottom of his cheek. She had offered to replace the missing eye as well, but Elfman had turned her down. He wanted to keep it as a reminder of his unmanliness, at least until he felt he had redeemed himself. Gildarts clasped his forearm tightly and grinned at him. "Take care, Elfman. When I get back I expect to see you with a matching pair of eyeballs. I won't let you down." He gave the white-haired teen a manly hug, complete with backslap, before moving on to Lysina and Natsu. The older mage couldn't help but to smirk when he saw the way Lysina was tightly holding Natsu's hand and how close together the two were standing. It looked like Kuzan and weren't the only one that saw Kaina's near-death as a wake-up call. At least something good came out of it. Not wanting to break up the new couple, Gildarts pulled them both into a hug. "You two be good, you hear me? Don't get carried away. I don't want to come back and find a bunch of grandkids running around." "Gildarts!" The two embarrassedly shrieked in protest. The man just laughed uproariously over the yelled protests of Lysina's protective siblings. Those two were going to struggle to have enough quality alone time with them playing helicopter parent. Too bad he wouldn't be here to see it. Gildarts reached up to scratch a flying happy behind the ears, making him purr in pleasure. "Take care of these two for me, will ya, Happy?" "Aye, sir." Finally, it was Myra's turn. "You're in charge while I'm gone, Myra. Try to keep everyone from burning down too much of the country while I'm gone." "No promises," she replied with a cocky grin that screamed of future destruction. This poor world wasn't ready for the unsupervised hell that he was about to unleash upon it once he was gone. Gildarts was almost glad he wouldn't be here to see it. He pulled Myra in close and whispered low enough so that only she could hear him, "I'll bring her back home. I promise." "You better," Myra whispered back with barely concealed emotions. This wasn't the same promise he had given to them all earlier. It was a special one just for Myra. He wasn't sure what was between her and Kaina, but he knew that her disappearance had cut deeper than she'd like to admit. Gildarts straightened from the hug and headed for the door. He turned the knob and paused just before leaving to look back at his children. He didn't know how long this would take, so he was going to burn them into his memory for years to come. "I'll be back." And with that promise, he left. Gildarts stood panting in slight exhaustion on a hill next to Jalal, now wearing a mask and cloak with a hood that covered his distinctive blue hair and going by the name Mistogan, and stared up at the swirling portal above him. "This it?" "Yes," Mistogan confirmed, voice muffled enough by the mask that he wouldn't be recognized if someone knew this world's Jalal. He nervously glanced at the magically drained Gildarts. The older man had carved a brand new valley to use up enough magic to avoid potentially turning into a magic crystal, and the Dimension Traveler wasn't sure it would be enough. "You're sure about this?" "More sure than I've been about anything in my life," he replied. Gildarts pulled a letter out of his cloak and handed it to Mistogan. "Give that to Master next time you're in the guild. It explains what I've been doing and gives him a story to tell the Magic Council for where I've gone." Mistogan silently accepted the letter. He glanced up to the anima and frowned underneath his mask. "It's now or never. I'm going to have to close it soon whether you make it through or not." And he didn't want to be stuck on an awkward road trip with a pissed-off Gildarts. Traveling with him to find this anima had been awkward enough with all the barely contained hostility the man had for him. He didn't want to know what it'd be like if he made the man wait to save his daughter. Gildarts crouched down. "See you on the other side, kid," he said before launching himself up into the portal. He felt a strange force start to pull at the magic still left inside of him and used the last of it to launch himself even further into the portal. Gildarts felt the first force relinquish its pull as another took hold of him and pulled him into the portal. When he exited the portal, Gildarts found himself falling through the sky over a forest. Expecting as much when he had been dragged through a portal in the sky, Gildarts reared his fist back to release a burst of magic only to be reminded that he couldn't do that here. On one hand, this meant that he had successfully traveled to Edalas without becoming a chunk of crystallized magic. On the other hand, he was now falling at terminal velocity with no way of stopping himself. On the metaphorical third hand, this was the first time since he had originally manifested his magic that he didn't have to keep at least half his attention on not crushing everything within 5 feet of him. Gildarts didn't consider the fourth metaphorical hand because of his painful and leafy meeting with a tree. After scraping himself off of the forest floor and the multitude of branches that had slowed his descent so that he didn't end up in a crater that wasn't made by his lack of control, Gildarts brushed off the leaves and twigs covering him and observed his surroundings. After taking the time to compare his position from where he had left Earthland to where he had arrived in Edelas and calculating the sun's position in the sky, Gildarts determined that he had absolutely no fucking idea where he was and set off in a random direction. It didn't matter that he was in a strange world with no magic and no clue where he was, he had a daughter to find. They'd be pissed at him when he got back to Fairy Tale, and he had probably earned more than a few slaps to the face, but there was no turning back now. He wasn't returning to Fairy Tale without Kana. He was going to find her, and he would crush anyone that got in his way. Chapter 19, Things Have Changed. X784. A blonde-haired young woman wearing a white and blue outfit with a key pouch and whip on her belt paused in the doorway of the Fairy Tale Guild. She ignored the commotion Natsu and Happy were making after Natsu kicked the door open in favor of letting her brown eyes rove over the guild's interior, taking everything in. It had been her dream to join Fairy Tale ever since she had come across an article about them in the Weekly Sorcerer and she didn't want to miss a thing. A place that treated each other like family and was lenient on their members if the multitude of property destruction complaints against the guild by the same mages were anything to go by. Just the sort of place she wanted to live after growing up under her father's iron fist in a mansion that had been left empty and joyless in the 7 years since her mother's death. "I actually made it to Fairy Tale," she said in awe. The woman was pulled from her thoughts when she heard Natsu's distinctive yell closely followed by breaking wood. "That salamander you sent me after was a fake," he yelled at the guild member sitting in the remains of what had been a table. Natsu had grown taller, but evidently no less impulsive, over the years and cut an intimidating sight in his open black and gold vest that showed off a well-defined physique and poofy white pants. He no longer wore his scarf, which left the small scar on his neck on display. He was just pretending to be me. His fellow Fairy Tale mage wasn't cowed by the sight of the irate pink-haired dragon slayer. Of course he was. He shouted back with a bright red mark on his face that would surely bruise later created by Natsu's sandal. "I tried to tell you that, but you ran out of here before I could finish. I was bored and listened as out with Elfman and Myra. What was I supposed to do? Learn some goddamn patience," came the reply before a piece of the broken table was thrown at Natsu's head. He ducked out of the way and another guild member was struck in his place. He turned around to shout and throw something in retaliation, only to knock over a man that was walking behind him at the time. He kicked the table over in revenge and soon most of the guild was dragged into a brawl where everyone owed somebody a hit or two. The woman could only stare in shock, her suitcase forgotten at her side, at the chaos and destruction before her. A shirtless gray with a sword necklace and black pants got up from his table and approached the brawl. "Natsu's back, huh?" he said aloud. He stood slightly taller than Natsu now with a similar muscular build. "Time to finish our fight, Flame Brain." "You're on, Ice Cube," Natsu replied before rushing his fellow mage. The two met in the middle with a clash of their forearms that blew loose utensils and off-balance guild mates around before they started knocking each other around the guild causing more damage to their surroundings than each other. The other fights continued around them, but they gravitated to the edges of the guild hall and avoided crossing paths with Natsu and Gray. The blonde wondered why they acted like that for a moment before she saw one mage push another too close to the center and that man was immediately punched by both fighters and told to stay out of it. It seemed that Natsu and Gray were in their own weight class among Fairy Tale. With her guide preoccupied, the woman nervously looked around the guild while she tried to figure out what to do. She couldn't even ask Happy for help since he was flying up in the rafters and yelling encouragement down to Natsu. Before she could make a decision, a pair of strong arms scooped her off of her feet. She let out a sound that was definitely not a squeak before looking up to see the man that had grabbed her. Brown eyes smoldered at her from behind a pair of sunglasses that she recognized as designer. The pretty young man holding her bridal style had spiky orange hair that smelled of expensive product and a confident smile that showed off his perfect white teeth. Everything he wore was expensive, from his green jacket to his black pants and white shoes. The woman could feel several metallic objects on her arm and leg, and a quick glance found several rings on his fingers, all of which were made of quality gold or silver, and most were set with a gemstone. She recognized the man from the copy of Mages I'd Like to Be My Boyfriend she had buried in the bottom of her bag. This was Loke. A fated encounter with one of the hottest men in Fiore and the hottest in Fairy Tale. This day just kept getting better and better. I see that, while Natsu may be S-class, that is the only type of class he'll ever have, Loke joked to break the ice. Hello there. My name is Loke. And what's your name, miss? Lucy, the blonde introduced herself with a blush. Lucy, he repeated, rolling the name around his tongue before saying, what a beautiful name, with a dazzling smile. Why don't you come with me and I'll show you around Fairy Tale? That would be great. Lucy immediately accepted, thinking of both the tour and escort. Just let me get my things. Of course. Loke set her down and let Lucy grab her suitcase before hooking an arm around her waist and leading her over to an empty table. Where was Natsu lucky enough to find a beautiful woman like you? We ran into each other in Harjan and Natsu saved me from some slavers before he destroyed the port, Lucy was quick to clarify. She knew that the incident would be in the papers soon and didn't want Loke to think that she was involved in that, despite having Aquarius beach the cruise ship back onto the port in the first place. Her spirit hadn't even destroyed anything when she did that. All the destruction came after they'd been beached when a certain dragon slayer wouldn't stop beating on the guy impersonating him. Loke nodded in understanding. Yes, he does tend to do that, even with Lysina around. She's pretty much 85% of his impulse control. He chuckled. There's actually a funny story related to that and why he no longer wears sleeves. Would you like to hear it? Perhaps over a drink. I'd love that, Lucy agreed. Things were going great. Not even an official member yet and she was already scoring a date with one of the most desirable men in Fiore. Still, you seem like a capable mage, I'm surprised that you were captured in the first place. Lucy flushed in embarrassment. She didn't want to talk about how that fake salamander had tricked her with an offer to join Fairy Tale, especially to an actual member. She had seen how upset Natsu had gotten at the man impersonating a guild member. She didn't want to ruin things by implying that she thought Fairy Tale members were all sleazy like that. I was tricked into boarding their ship, then they ambushed me and took my keys so I couldn't summon any of my spirits. Loke paled behind his designer glasses and his arm tensed around Lucy's waist. Your keys? That summon spirits? He croaked. Yep. I'm a celestial spirit mage. Lucy proudly declared, not noticing her escort's discomfort. She unhooked the keyring from her belt and proudly presented the gold and silver keys attached to it. I've already got several of the silver keys and even a few gold ones. That's great. Loke grit out. His eyes darted around the guild until they landed on several mages sitting at a table, a woman in a strapless blue dress, scarf, and yellow broad-brimmed hat on top of her long green hair, a man with spiky black hair wrapped up in a tasseled brown poncho, and another woman in a white coat with blue accents and a red cravat that matched the bow in her lavender hair. Suitable replacements found, he abruptly changed directions and practically dragged Lucy forward. He thrust the blonde in front of the sitting mages and rushed through her introduction. Hey guys, this is Lucy. She's a celestial spirit mage that's going to join the guild today. I was going to show her around, but I just remembered that I have an urgent previous engagement I need to get back to, so can you cover for me? Thanks. I owe you one. Loke started to leave before any of them got a chance to reply or even process what he had said. With a quick, talk to you later. To Lucy, he fled the guild as fast as he could without running. Lucy was so surprised at his sudden skittishness and exit, especially since he had been doing his best to pull her into his side for the last minute, she almost forgot to call after him. Loke, wait. What about that drink? I'll find you as soon as I'm done. Lucy was thrown for a loop at being passed off so quickly. She couldn't do anything more than watch him rush out of the door in confusion, which switched to anger when two beautiful women in tight, revealing outfits followed after Loke while calling his name. She turned back to the three people sitting at the table to see them wearing similar exasperated expressions. Damn it, Loke, If you're going to flake on a girl, do it yourself. Quit leaving it to us, the man complained. With that encouraging statement, Lucy tentatively waved at the trio as she introduced herself. Hello? My name's Lucy and I'm here to join the guild. She hoped these three wouldn't be the third group to abandon her in the 5 minutes she had been in the guild. The green-haired woman smiled at her with ruby lips and said, "Nice to meet you, Lucy. My name's Bisksa. This is Altsak and Loki," while gesturing to the man sitting to her right and the woman across from them. "Welcome to Fairy Tale." The two echoed her greeting and Loki pulled out a chair and invited her to relieve the pressure on her feet. Lucy was slightly confused by the strange way she phrased the offer but took the seat regardless. She had the feeling while the guild members around her were engaged in various fistfights and the 3 people in front of her ignored it entirely that normal had a different definition here in Fairy Tale. She was quickly proven correct when the magical pressure in the building spiked and the temperature started to fluctuate wildly between freezing and scorching. Her 3 new companions seemed unaffected by the growing danger, focusing more on learning about Lucy than the escalating fight. "So Lucy, you came with Natsu, right? How was the trip? I'm sorry, but am I the only one concerned by that?" Lucy asked slightly hysterically while pointing to Natsu and his shit-eating grin as he twirled Gray's boxers around his finger and flipped him off with a flaming middle finger while the now naked ice mage was quickly creating a disturbingly large amount of frozen firearms around him. "That's it, Ash Brain. Let's go, Frosty." Gray frequently discards the wrappings of society, Loki explained. His teacher usually stops him from losing his boxers though. "That's not the problem," screamed an incredulous Lucy. "Why wasn't anyone trying to stop this?" Now the other members that had been avoiding the fighting were starting to use their magic too. They were going to bring the building down at this rate. Was everyone in this guild insane? Before things could escalate further, a giant figure filled up the middle of the guild. Makarov, in his Titan form, stepped on Gray and Natsu, squishing them to the floor but not hurting anything beyond their pride, before bellowing, "How many times do I have to tell you brats not to use magic in the guild? Knock it off." The pressure in the guild instantly dissipated as the mages guiltily refused to meet Makarov's giant glare. "Yes, master," they mumbled out in sync before slinking back to their seats. Tables were righted and broken seats replaced as things settled down. Makarov let out a heavy sigh that lasted until he shrank back down to normal. Jumping off of Gray and Natsu's heads, he managed several backflips before smacking into the second-floor banister with a cry. Muttering about getting old as he rubbed his bruised back, Makarov pulled himself onto the banister and held out a stack of papers. He shook them at the watching members and began to chastise them for angering the Magic Council with their actions. The list of transgressions was incredibly long and seemed to involve everyone currently in the guild, mostly Natsu, along with several that weren't present at the time. Everything from minor misdemeanors to major destruction of property, mostly Natsu, was mentioned as Makarov called out names. During the listing, Lucy's astonishment and shock at how much destruction Fairy Tale caused was so great that she ended up being impressed by the sheer scale of what the guild members, mostly Natsu, had done. Then Makarov lit the papers on fire while declaring that magic was about freedom and to hell with the council trying to suppress that. Everyone let out a cry of excitement in response and Lucy found herself smiling from ear to ear. This was what she had been looking for her whole life. A place that would let her do what she wanted with people that wouldn't hold her back or tell her what to do. An unfamiliar feeling bubbled up inside of Lucy and as she raised her fist with the rest of Fairy Tale and cried out in excitement with them she felt that feeling explode from inside her. The feeling, it was exhilarating. It was freedom. It was magic. Now that that craziness was over, Lucy was able to properly introduce herself to Loki, Azlak, and Bisksa. They were more than happy to answer her questions about Fairy Tale and the life of a guild member while asking plenty of questions of their own. They actually paid attention to what she was saying and listened in a way that made Lucy feel even more confident with her decision to join Fairy Tale by the second. When her love of literature was brought up, Loki happily proclaimed, "You also enjoy observing the fantasies of wordsmiths. That's wonderful. We actually have a huge library downstairs and some of the members have formed a small book club. I'm sure you'd love it." "Really? That sounds amazing. I'd love to join." "Of course. Loki agreed before pausing. You might have to wait a bit though. Levi and Urza, the other members, are out on jobs at the moment and I don't know when they'll be back. Seeing Lucy's disappointment, Loki quickly added, but I can still show you the library. And that'll give you time to catch up with us. As the two became engaged in an animated discussion over the book they were currently reading, Altsak nudged Bisksa and said, looks like we've got another bookworm in the guild, accompanied by a roll of his eye that wasn't covered by a fringe of hair. Bisksa chuckled at his comment. That just makes her fit into fairy tale even more. She had been enjoying talking to Lucy and was glad that the young woman would be joining the guild. Speaking of, they needed to get her a guild mark. She noticed Nab serving drinks and waved him down. A tan man with a black bob cut that towered over most of the guild, Nab had a magical aura surrounding him that gave him 6 extra limbs shaped like tentacles. He was using them to great effect to serve multiple guild members at once and left his hands free to take down new orders. One of the limbs raised to acknowledge Bisksa and the man made his way over. Bisksa pulled Lucy out of her discussion with Loki to introduce them to each other. Lucy, this is Nab. Nab, Lucy, our newest guildmate. Nice to meet you, Lucy said with a smile as she shook one of his real hands while his magical aura held the dishes behind him and out of the way. He certainly didn't look like a waiter, with an open black vest with green trim that did nothing to hide his incredibly muscular physique or the white circle tattoos on his shoulders that matched the squares painted on his cheeks. A shaggy loincloth and a matching belt and necklace made of skulls completed his outfit. He looked more like a savage warrior than a waiter. But, with how violent the members of Fairy Tale were, it made sense that the person serving them would have to be strong and intimidating to deal with any rowdy or drunk customers. Likewise. Welcome to Fairy Tale, he replied with a large smile that wasn't at all like the forced smiles Lucy usually saw that big. His was all genuine happiness to meet her in personality, not because he wanted something from her. Nab's brow furrowed for a minute as he examined her with a pensive look. Do you have your guild mark yet? I don't remember getting the stamp out. Ah, no. Lucy began only to be interrupted. Give me a minute then. Can't have a Fairy Tale member go without a guild mark. Nab proclaimed. He expertly weaved his way between the tables to disappear behind the bar. His spectral arms reached out and poured drinks while swapping dirty dishes for clean ones as he searched through the drawers. Finding what he was looking for with an aha. Nab made his way back to their table and proudly held up a stamp in the shape of Fairy Tale's guild mark. Now, where do you want it and in what color? My hand, and pink please, Lucy said while holding out her right hand. A quick touch of pressure later and Lucy was the proud bearer of a Fairy Tale guild mark. She held her hand up and admired the symbol that proclaimed to anyone that saw it that she was a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. I'm really a member of Fairy Tale, she said breathlessly while wearing a smile that threatened to split her face in two. The chuckling of the surrounding members brought Lucy out of her fantasy and left her ducking her head in embarrassment. Sorry. It's just. I've dreamed about joining Fairy Tale for so long and now that I have. She trailed off, unable to properly express the happiness and feeling of accomplishment filling her at the moment. Don't worry about it, Lucy. We've all been there, Nab reassured her. I remember when I joined Fairy Tale. I stopped by anything with a reflection to admire it for a week. They give guild marks to employees too? Lucy asked in surprise. What? No, of course not. Why would you think? He began in confusion only for his face to shift into a crestfallen expression as he nervously asked, What do you think I am? Realizing how insensitive her thoughtless question had been, Lucy was hesitant to answer. Unseen by her, the others were all sporting giant grins and were mockingly raising their eyebrows at Nab. She finally said in a quiet voice, I thought you were just a waiter. I'm a Fairy Tale mage too. I'm just working as a waiter temporarily until the perfect job for me comes along, Nab clarified with a forced grin. She wasn't the first to make that mistake but would hopefully be the last. He explained why he was doing his current job. It lets me get the first look at the job requests too, so I'll be sure not to miss it. I don't know, Nab. Waiting may be your perfect job after all, Altsak teased before Lucy could apologize for her mistake. No. My perfect job is out there, I'm sure of it. Nab declared with clenched fists, an action mimicked by his unoccupied tentacles. "But you're so good at being a waiter," Bisksa overdramatically said before adopting a thoughtful pose. "Especially since you went out and found that octopus spirit. It's like you were born for this job." "No," he denied to deaf ears, "that's just the one spirit. I've got plenty of spirits that are good for combat, like a bear. And a wolf. And a bull. It's true. After watching you spend so many hours locking gazes with the job board with your lips downturned, seeing your expressions of joy while providing for the guild so that they may feed and water their stomachs is a welcome change," Lockie added. Red began to cover Nab's face from ears to neck. "That's just because I'm in the guild. It's always a good time here. Look at these muscles," he demanded while quickly flexing. "They're made for fighting, not serving. I can give Elfman a run for his money in an arm wrestle." As the trio continued to tease Nab and he fervently denied the obvious truth that he was destined to become a waiter, Lucy sunk down into her seat in relief. She had been so afraid she had royally screwed things up after she had just started to make some new friends. She would have to be sure to apologize to Nab properly later. It wouldn't be right to ruin the relaxed atmosphere right after it had returned. She'd have to thank the others for diffusing the situation as well. Looking for a reason to excuse herself before she could make things worse, Lucy spotted Natsu across the guild talking to some other members. She was still a little annoyed at him for abandoning her to get into a fight as soon as they reached Fairy Tale, but he had brought her here in the first place when he hadn't needed to, so she would forgive him. Plus, she didn't know anyone else in the guild. "I'm going to show Natsu my guild mark. Be right back," she told the group before heading over. "Natsu, look. I got my guild mark," Lucy excitedly called out to him. Natsu looked over and gave her a toothy grin when he saw the pink mark on her hand. "Congratulations, Luigi. It's Lucy." The blonde snapped at him. She was annoyed he had forgotten her name already, only to realize he was teasing by the way he snickered at her response. "Shut up, Nashi," she replied, but Natsu remained unaffected. "Oh? Where've you been hiding this pretty little lady, Natsu?" asked the man with purple hair and a 5 o'clock shadow. "Listen, isn't enough for you anymore." "Yeah. Learn to share," said the one with the brown pompadour. Natsu flushed scarlet and shouted, "Shut up." That just made the two older men laugh at his scowl. Natsu groaned into clenched teeth before introducing them. "Lucy, this is Mikao and Wakaba. They're assholes." "Hey, respect your elders, brat," Wakaba told him without any heat. New lines had appeared on his face over the years and he had grown his pompadour out to an even longer length while ditching his sunglasses and switching to a pipe. "He isn't wrong though," Mikao pointed out. He had also visibly aged over and now kept his hair cut short. He had also started wearing a white coat over his blue shirt and a large silver necklace shaped like an S. "Nice to meet you, Lucy. Don't let Natsu's attitude fool you, we're more than just assholes. I actually taught him everything he knows about fire magic." "Really?" Lucy asked with a raised eyebrow. She kind of doubted that Mikao or Wakaba could give an accurate description of her face right now, let alone be strong enough to teach a mage as powerful and competent as powerful as Natsu anything about magic. "Really?" Mikao claimed. He held out a hand and purple fire stretched out to pull out a chair for Lucy before grabbing his beer and raising it to his lips. "I was just telling him about how I took out 20 Vulcans up on Mt. Hakobi. Want to hear?" That was actually pretty impressive if he was telling the truth. Though that display of control with his fire did give some credence to his claims. To be able to grab a solid object with an intangible element was no easy feat, and the ease at which he manipulated the fire implied that it wasn't just a cheap parlor trick. The seat wasn't even warm from the flames when she sat down. "You took on 20 at once, you say?" "Heh. This old man's still got some moves, if you know what I mean," he said with a lecherous grin and waggled eyebrows. "Day-odd," came a groan from a purple-haired boy with a noticeable resemblance to Mikao Lucy had glanced over. His whine was the perfect mix of embarrassment and disgust that only a child watching their parent flirt could make. "Romeo! I forgot you were down there," Natsu exclaimed with a too loud voice and matching too wide grin. "You want to meet Lucy too?" Natsu, you knew I was here, Romeo whined as he pounded his fists ineffectively against Natsu's leg. What are you talking about? I took my eyes off you and you disappeared under the table, Natsu teased while pulling Romeo into a headlock and giving him a light nudge under protest. Lucy welcomed the opportunity to blow off Macau. She pointedly turned away from him and leaned down to smile at the young boy. Hello, Romeo. She kept one ear open to eavesdrop on Macau and Wakaba talk behind her. Heh, cock-blocked by your son again. Shut it. At least she gave me the time of day. She was leading you on and you know it. Let me show you how it's done. Doesn't your wife want you back home soon? Low blow, Macau. That seemed to be the end of it and Romeo apparently agreed. Sorry about my dad, he whispered. It's okay. He's not the worst I've had to deal with, Lucy reassured him with a smile. At least Macau knew how to take a hint. She knew people from her father's parties that couldn't take the hint that she wasn't interested in a man older than her father or their equally creepy sons if she hit them over the head with it. Lucy turned her attention to Natsu. I actually wanted to ask you about taking a job. Sure. He replied with a little too much enthusiasm. See you later, Romeo. Later, Natsu nii. The boy replied before rejoining his dad, who seemed to be actually recounting the story of fighting Vulcans. Sorry about Macau and Wakaba, Natsu apologized once they were out of earshot while guiltily rubbing the back of his head. They flirt with everyone who's hot and single. Just ignore them. I'll talk to them later. Lucy blushed at being called hot by Natsu. He hadn't said it in a creepy way either, more like a statement of a fact. It had been a while since she had received an honest compliment like that. It's fine. Like I said, I've dealt with worse, she said, brushing off the older men's attitude. If they became insistent and wouldn't back off to her threats then she'd let him know, but until then she could handle them. Eager to change the subject, Lucy switched back to the reason she had gotten Natsu. Now I need some jewels for a safety deposit, and you need to help me find a job. The jobs were pretty self-explanatory, with all the necessary details written on the flyer and a note to see the poster if there was more to learn. Lucy was able to quickly grasp the system and accepted Natsu's offer to help her with her first job, a job to eliminate some thieves that he swore were always a reliable way to make some fast cash with little effort. Natsu called for Happy and yelled at Makarov which job they were taking while Lucy grabbed her suitcase and waved goodbye to her new friends. Natsu, Happy, and Lucy returned from the job a few days later and Lucy ditched Natsu almost instantly to join her new friends at their table. They didn't need to ask what had happened on the job. Natsu's vest wasn't doing much to hide the burnt bikini and sandals look that Lucy was sporting told them all they needed to know. Even for going on a job with Natsu, Lucy came back looking worse than most. It was rare for someone to be showing more skin than gray in the guild, but here she was, rocking the look with an interesting expression that was trying to be mortified and depressed at the same time. They didn't even get a chance to say anything before Lucy buried her face into her arms on the table and let out a long-suffering moan. Altsack lost the silent game of rock-paper-scissors over Lucy's head and asked, "Rough job?" Lucy let out another moan and mumbled into the table, "The worse. You, want to change into something a little less incinerated?" "Can't. Natsu burnt those too," Lucy miserably grumbled. "And my suitcase. And the stuff the thieves stole. And the abandoned mansion they were hiding in. And the forest the mansion was abandoned in." Lucy had started shouting as the list progressed, anger breaking her out of her depression. How can one person cause so much destruction? Was he raised by a demon? No, Igneel was a dragon, Natsu corrected. Lucy let out a yell of surprise that he ignored. She was a very loud person. And then guild arts for a couple of years, but he left to go get Kana years ago. He should really check on how much progress poor Lyusica was making with those magic pills. Maybe next time sent him in for a checkup? Got the reward. Well, what's left of it? Turns out that forest was pretty important. Something about incredibly valuable wood and irreplaceable natural resources or something like that. He hadn't been paying attention to Gramps' lecture. It always just came down to losing some of the reward. Lucy accepted the much smaller stack of bills than she had been hoping for. A quick count sent her right back into her earlier depression. This is barely enough to replace all the stuff you burnt, let alone make a deposit on an apartment. Don't worry, Lucy. You can always stay at Fairy Gardens for a few days until you scrounge up enough money to rent a place, Bisksa reassured her. While Bisksa was explaining how Fairy Gardens worked, the wind shifted and Natsu caught a scent he had been looking forward to smelling again. He called for Happy and made his way to the front door, remembering to stop just in time for Myra to kick them in with a shout of "We're back." She hadn't changed much over the years. She still kept her hair back in a high ponytail with an oversized black ribbon and wore dark short shorts and matching thigh-high boots. Stilettos had been added to her boots that did little to hide the fact that she had ended up on the shorter side. While her height may not have grown much, her figure had filled out more than enough to make up for it. Something she had made sure to emphasize with a tight crop top that left plenty of cleavage exposed in a blue necklace that sat just above said cleavage to draw the eye, and give her an excuse to punch people. Myra locked Natsu in a headlock when she noticed his gaze pass over her and gave him a friendly squeeze that only cut off his air for a few seconds. "Hold your horses there, hotshot. You weren't going to forget my welcome back hug, were you?" Natsu quickly backpedaled and tried to deny that he was, but Myra didn't bother listening. Natsu may be taller than her now, but she could still hook her arm around his neck and bring him down to her level. "You know what you get for forgetting, right?" Myra asked with a raised fist. Myra, no. But the demon wasn't in the mood for listening. She swiftly brought her fist down onto his head and began to grind it into his pink locks while chanting, "Nuji, Nuji, Nuji," in sadistic glee. Natsu overdramatically screamed in protest and pain at Myra's punishment until the voice of an angel rang out. "Myra, nay, stop teasing Natsu. Listen. Natsu cried out in joy when he saw his savior. Myra released him with a huff and an eye roll at how he melted around her little sister whenever she got back from a job. You'd think they'd been gone for months instead of a few days. Happy had valiantly honored Natsu's sacrifice as a distraction and flown right up to the youngest Strauss sibling. He was currently nestled in Listena's arms while she scratched him behind his ears the way she knew he liked it. His comfort was interrupted when Natsu wrapped his arms around Lisena and the couple shared a quick kiss before Happy could wriggle away. They were so gross when they started acting lovey-dovey. "Miss me?" Lisena asked with a twinkle in her eyes. "Of course." Natsu quickly scanned his girlfriend to see if she had gotten hurt on the job. He knew she could handle herself and that Elfman and Myra would never let anything happen to her, but ever since the beast job he couldn't help himself. He only relaxed when he confirmed with his own eyes that she wasn't hurt. The light blue tank top and long white skirt with the slit on the side made it easy to see that she was fine. And it went so well with his scarf that he had given her shortly after they started dating. She was just so beautiful. "Taking up the whole doorway isn't very manly, you know," Elfman's deep voice rumbled. Not that they would have posed much of a roadblock to the tanned mage. Elfman had apparently taken his sister's height for himself since he towered over everyone in the guild. The thick muscles visible under his blue jacket and the way he had spiked his hair up made him seem even taller. With his collar popped to show off his fairy tale symbol on his neck and the scar running across his face, they liked to joke that he didn't even need to throw a punch. His scowl made criminals surrender without a fight. The fact that there had been a few jobs like that didn't help, much to his annoyance. It hadn't been very manly of them to not even put up a fight. "Elfman." Natsu greeted him with a fist bump. "Any luck this time?" he hopefully asked. The big man shook his head. "Not yet. But I think I'm getting close." He clenched his right hand into a fist and stared at it. "I just need a manlier opponent," he casually said with a challenging grin. Natsu's own mouth curled into a matching smile that was all teeth. "Oh yeah." Lisena put her foot down before they could get into another fight. "None of that, you two. Elf Nyakan, you still need to rest. And Natsu, I read about what you did in the paper. Half of Harjan port? Really? At least it was only half the port," Natsu weakly defended. "You still set it on fire. I wasn't even gone for a week. You couldn't not set something on fire for that long? And where's your shirt?" Natsu looked to Elfman for support, but the traitor had slipped away while he was distracted. He could move fast and quiet for a mountain of muscle that liked to shout about being manly as much as he could. Happy was no help. He had already melted back into Listena's arms and was purring in content over the way she was scratching his ears. He needed a distraction before Listena, justifiably, got on his case about causing a major fire. Especially since she was going to read about the forest he and Lucy had also ignited. Wait a minute. Lucy. That was the perfect distraction. A quick glance over his shoulder showed that she was still sitting with Altsak, Bisksa, and Loki. Perfect. Meeting new girls always seemed to distract Listena, especially when he was the one doing the introductions. In my defense, I did it to save our newest guild member, and help her when she lost her shirt. Before Listena had time to think too hard on how setting a port on fire equaled saving someone or why she lost her shirt in the first place, Natsu dragged her over to meet Lucy. Lucy. This is my girlfriend, Listena. Listena, this is Lucy, who I saved by setting Harjan on fire. Hello, Lucy mumbled, still slumped over the table and doing her best to stay as small as possible so that Natsu's vest could cover as much as possible. It wasn't working. Hello, Listena returned before whirling on her boyfriend. Natsu. What did you do? I helped. You call this helping? The two quickly devolved into an argument where Natsu dug himself deeper and deeper into a hole as Listena easily pried more and more of the story behind his meeting with Lucy and their job out of him. Lucy just watched uncomfortably as they yelled right behind her. It reached the point that she turned around to try and get them to stop. Excuse me? You started another forest fire. It was a small one. What's the big deal? Guys. She tried again. An entire mountain isn't small, Natsu. It was. I set a bigger forest on fire when I was a kid. That's not a good thing. Guys. Lucy's yell reached the pair and they turned to stare at her with a pair of glares. What? It was disturbing to watch them go from screaming in each other's faces while flushed and staring intensely into each other's eyes to those same eyes glaring at her with even more anger. They were really worked up too, judging by how heavily they were breathing. Suddenly, Lucy had the feeling that she had interrupted something she shouldn't have. She thickly swallowed and tried very hard to forget that she was mostly naked with Natsu's vest the only thing giving her a hint of modesty while interrupting an argument between Natsu's girlfriend and him while he was shirtless with her as the subject. With her mind in the gutter and the matching looks in their eyes, Lucy found that the words wouldn't come out. Listena let out a huff before saying, I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Nice to meet you, Lucy. I'm sorry for all the trouble Natsu's given. Lucy hesitantly shook her hand and accepted the apology. It's okay. If I've learned anything the past few days it's how aggravating Natsu can be, she joked. Listena cracked a smile while Natsu shouted in protest. He can't he? But I love him anyway. She grabbed him around the waist and pulled herself into his side. Natsu's arm slid around her waist unconsciously and pulled her a little closer. I'm sure that he's very sorry about what he's done to your clothes. Yeah. Natsu said with a start, a little surprised by the quick change in topic. Sorry, Lucy. So sorry that he's going to take you shopping to replace your clothes. I am. Natsu questioned in surprise before feeling a sharp pain on his foot. I mean, I am. Really? Lucy asked hopefully. She could see that he was being coerced into it, but didn't really care. She couldn't go around wearing Natsu's vest and the remains of her clothes until she finished her next job. Yes. Listena said. I need some new clothes too, so I'll show you around the shops. We can make a day of it. Natsu's face grew paler and paler at the thought of a shopping trip on his dime. Myra and Listena had dragged him on enough of those to know that he would spend the entire time playing pack mule, and without Elfman's help this time. Lucy, meanwhile, grew more and more excited at the prospect. Quickly snapping out of the funk the job had left her in. That would be great, she said while jumping to her feet to give Listena a hug in relief. It was short-lived though, as she heard fabric ripping at the sudden movement. The blonde quickly grabbed the ends of the vest and pulled them tight over her chest before she flashed the whole guild. When can we go? Listena gave her a look of sympathy and reached out to adjust the vest's buttons so that Lucy wouldn't have to hold it shut the entire time. I have to go back home and change. I'll bring you something to wear too. You're about my size, they may be a little tight though. I'll take anything at this point. Thank you. We'll meet you back here in an hour. An hour? Lucy exclaimed in surprise. She then covered her mouth in embarrassment. Sorry. I was just hoping it would be sooner. Talk about ungrateful. She had just met Lysina and she had already offered her clothes and to take her shopping so she wouldn't be walking around the guild in less clothes than Gray. I understand. Don't worry, Lysina told her before pulling Natsu along to the door. Come on, Natsu. I need your help picking out an outfit. The Dragon Slayer grinned and that look from their earlier argument returned to his eyes. Let's get this over with then. The speed in his movements didn't match the exasperation in his voice. Lucy couldn't help staring at the door after they left in slight confusion. She thought she knew what had happened, but wasn't sure. She turned back to her friends and asked, "Are they going to?" "Yes," was the blunt response from three voices. Oh. Lucy's brow furrowed at the thought and she made a peculiar face. That could make things awkward later. What should I? Don't think about it. Lucy took their advice. Oh, make dangers of smoking. Right, take a break, Wakaba called out. He had agreed to help Gray train for the upcoming S-class trials when the teen had approached him this morning. The Ice Mage had been working his ass off ever since Natsu's promotion and the older man was sure that he would be promoted this year as long as he kept his head and didn't do something stupid, which shouldn't be too hard as long as Natsu wasn't one of the proctors this year. I can keep going, a shirtless and panting Gray insisted. He was surrounded by an army's worth of ice weapons and even more that were broken or half melted and soaked with sweat from the effort of making them all. Ain't no use in yous burnin' out trying to prove something to no one, Wakaba told him before tossing a towel over his head. Wipe off before yous catch a cold. Don't need your mom bitch at me. Her's not my mom, was the sullen response, but Gray started to towel off despite his reluctance to stop. She's my teacher. Wakaba held back a snort. Sure she was. They may have started that way but anyone with eyes could see that that line had been crossed a long time ago. Whatever yous say, kid. The pompadoured mage sat down on a bench he had Gray make a while ago and pulled out a cigarette. A quick snap of purple fire magic he had pestered Macau into teaching him back when they first started working together lit it up and he was happily puffing away. Come on. Take a load off. Yous can go back to turn this place into Urza's frozen wonderland. He paused as a thought occurred. And put ya shirt on. When did I? Gray shouted in surprise despite just toweling himself off. He scowled at the older man who pointedly ignored the teenage angst by taking another drag on his cigarette. They had a few minutes of blissful silence before Wakaba had to ask, "Aight, what's with the look?" Gray's face was still curled in disgust as he asked, "How do you smoke those things? They stink. And I know you don't need them for your magic." "They taste a lot better than they smell," Wakaba assured him. "And they were a hell of a lot more convenient for smoke magic." He still remembered when he first started out and had to lug around a censer. Sure, it made for a nice flail in a pinch, but he still looked like a damn idiot. Now he could use his magic with ease and looked cool as hell. And yous don't smoke 'em for the smell. They're to help yous relax. Gray still looked doubtful, so Wakaba shook out another cigarette and held it out for him. Here, yous been wound tighter than a spring since Natsu made S-class. This'll help. The kid was old enough to drink, he was old enough to smoke. Wasn't like one would kill him. Had been punishing him for being so snippy recently. Still, Wakaba wasn't exactly the best person to go to for life advice. Will it really help? A shrug and couldn't hurt, was his answer. Gray took the offered cigarette and put it into his mouth. It tasted kind of weird, like paper with a hint of something he didn't recognize. Now what? Wakaba sent a small purple flame over to the end of the cigarette. Just breathe in and hold it before letting the smoke out. Don't want yous to choke. Gray followed his advice and ended up choking anyways at the taste. That's disgusting. I thought you said they tasted good. He accused. I said they tasted better than the smell, not that they tasted good, Wakaba corrected him, making Gray's scowl deepen. Just shut up and give it another try. Gray was tempted to just go back to training, but he could feel his body aching without the adrenaline to keep it at bay and decided against it. He picked the cigarette back up and gave it another try. Now prepared for the feeling, Gray could admit that it wasn't that bad. Soon the pair of them were sitting in comfortable silence and blowing smoke clouds. "Yous are gonna want to put that out before it burns, yeah," Wakaba advised when he noticed that Gray's cigarette was almost done. The teen took his advice and rubbed it out in imitation of what he had seen Wakaba doing earlier. "Better." Gray let out a deep breath. "Yeah," he admitted in surprise. "That's what they're meant for. Just don't go making a habit of it and you'll be fine," Wakaba advised while lighting up another for himself. "Ah, yous probably shouldn't let her know that yous are smoking. She'll have a conniption. And he probably wouldn't survive when Gray inevitably ratted him out. No use trying to hide anything from that, or she was sharp as a tack." "That would be wise," said a voice that made Wakaba's blood freeze in his veins. He and Gray both slowly turned around to find her standing with her arms crossed and a terrifying scowl on her face. Behind her they could see Levy, Jet, and Droy cowering in the distance. "I came here to pick up Gray for a job, and what do I find?" Wakaba, the way she said his name stabbed into the smoke mage's ears and made him feel like someone had parked a truck on his grave. "What do you think you're doing?" Every word was like an icicle into his soul. Wakaba knew that there was no way out of this. He just had to be sure to make a last request. "Gray, if I don't make it out of this, make sure my gravestone is bigger than Macau's." He then took one last pull on his cigarette and reduced the entire thing to ash. With a mighty breath he blew out a smoke screen and ran like a bat out of hell. Didn't let him get far. While watching what happened to his teacher for the day, Gray silently vowed to not take up smoking. While suffering a mother's protective wrath, Wakaba vowed to switch to a pipe. Chapter 20, Easier Than Expected. Lucy hummed to herself as she made her way to the guild. She had been a fairy tale mage for 2 weeks now and had settled in quite nicely. She had found a place where the rent was cheaper than the rooms at Fairy Hills and had already done a few small jobs around Magnolia Town to get used to how the guild system worked. Her downtime had been spent with her new friends and guildmates. Her shopping trip with Lysina had transformed from Natsu replacing her clothes into a day trip that introduced Lucy to all of Magnolia's sights and where the best stores and restaurants were. The trio had returned to the guild for dinner and Lucy had quickly been taken in by the couple's antics and spent so much time laughing and talking that her food had grown cold, until Natsu noticed and warmed it back up for her, nearly setting her on fire in the process. Later, Lysina introduced Lucy to her siblings. She quickly learned that Elfman was a big softy under his tough appearance and outbursts about how manly things were, and Myra Jane, or Myra, as she insisted every fairy tale member called her, was the real person to watch out for. The way the short woman had easily dominated her much larger brother and her fellow S-class Natsu during the rough housing she instigated let Lucy know that she never wanted to piss the demon off. The next day, Lockie had introduced her to Levy and her team. Lucy had instantly hit it off with the blue-haired woman. Levy was the biggest bookworm she had ever met, even bigger than Lucy herself. They had spent hours talking about books they had read and recommending their favorites. Lucy hadn't even noticed how much time had passed until Nab had interrupted their conversation to kick them out so he could close up the guild. Levy had headed home with a promise to show Lucy around Fairy Tale's library the next day. Lockie, Bisksa, Outsack, Natsu, Lysina, Levy. Lucy had barely been part of Fairy Tale, but she had already made more friends and had more fun than she had her entire life as the sole heiress of the Heartfilia Kozern. And it was so much more fulfilling than spending all of her time learning boring things like etiquette and finances back at the mansion. Every day was an adventure of her own choosing. Today she'd be going out on a job with Levy, and who knew what tomorrow would bring. Lucy was so excited. Lucy heard Fairy Tale's chaos before she saw the guild and knew that she'd be walking into a war zone. Sure enough, Natsu and Gray were already at each other's throats over something Lucy knew would be stupid. She avoided the danger zone with an ease that she had quickly picked up on pain of becoming collateral to the two S-class mages fight, and slid into what had become her usual spot. "Good morning." "Morning, Lucy," Outsack, Bisksa, and Lockie replied. "What set them off this time?" Outsack shrugged. "I think it was something about whether a forest or mountain vulcan is tougher." Lucy's sigh was accompanied by an eye roll. Yep. Something stupid all right. I swear, those two would argue over whether the North or South Pole was colder. I think they have, Bisksa said, getting a quick round of chuckles out of the table. At least they're not as bad as Myra and Urza. Loki and Altsak nodded and made sounds of agreement while Lucy tilted her head, not understanding what they were talking about. Oh, I forgot you haven't met her yet, Bisksa said after seeing the blonde's confusion. She began to explain, Urza's another S-class member of the guild, about as strong as Myra. Those two have apparently been butting heads since they were kids. If you think Natsu and Gray are bad, you should see those two go at it. A shudder ran through the seasoned fairy tale members. I'm surprised the guild's still standing. The explanation surprised Lucy. She knew Urza through reputation only, and the papers made the Scarlet Knight seem like a serious woman that always completed her missions with the utmost efficiency and minimal collateral damage. She bluntly denied every attempted interview and was known for terrifying dark mages and criminals into surrendering just by showing up to a fight. The thought of the mage from the papers getting into childish fights didn't compute in Lucy's mind. Though, if anyone could provoke someone so serious into fighting, it would be Myra. The white-haired woman had a wicked tongue and made sure that everyone knew it. She had also been runner-up in fairy tales, most likely to swing first pole after Natsu for 4 years straight according to Nab, so that probably played a factor. Another pair of rivals that fought on sight? What was in Magnolia's water that made everyone so violent? Ah, it's just them and their teams, Bisksa answered a surprised Lucy. The blonde hadn't realized that she had spoken out loud. They've all been clashing since they were kids. I heard they inherited it from their masters. Masters? Yeah. Altsak lazily pointed to the various guild members with his fork as he grouped them under their teachers. Back in the day, the S-class mages took you under their wings and taught you how to fight if you were a kid. Frost Giant Pheasant trained Urza and Levi, the strongest man in the West. Guild Arts trained the Strausses and Natsu, and Ice Roser trained Gray, Jet, and Droy. Apparently, Guild Arts' students don't get along with and Pheasant's students and vice versa. Wow, Lucy quietly said in awe. Those were big names in the magical community, considered to be some of the strongest on the continent. To be trained by one of them since you were a kid? No wonder they were so strong. Even Levi. Lucy could hardly imagine the wayfish bookworm fighting back-to-back with Gray. Now she really wanted to go on that job with her and her team to see them all in action. Speak of the devil, Levi's voice came from behind Lucy, shocking the blonde. Come on, Altsak. We aren't all that bad. The blue-haired girl slid next to Lucy with a greeting and pouted at the gunslinger. Don't you pull that innocent act on me. I've been on a job with Jet, Droy, and Elfman. Levi didn't have a response for that. Fine, she acquiesced. But at least Lysina and I aren't that bad. I don't know, Levi. The whispers around the guild's walls claim that you used to clash your intelligence with a rival named Kana during your apprenticeships under the Frost Giant and Strongest Man, Loki interrupted. That was years ago. I'm better now. Levi insisted while waving off Loki's accusation. But Lucy noticed the way she flinched at the mention of Kana's name and how her knuckles were white around her glass. Years of intense people watching at social parties where every comment was a probing attack and even the most honeyed words were filled with barbs let Lucy know that Levi really didn't want to talk about this Kana person. She changed the subject by asking Levi what she thought about the surprise twist in a mystery novel they had both read recently. It wasn't her smoothest topic shift, but as she let the smaller women's go on about her theories for what this meant for the upcoming sequel and watched the rest of the table's attention drift away, Lucy figured it was good enough. The first sign of Urza's approach was when the drinks started rippling. Lucy didn't notice it at first, too busy laughing over a rather embarrassing story Bisksa was telling about a job she went on with Altsak while holding off the man in question with one hand as he desperately tried to cover her mouth. But, as the distinct sound of heavy footsteps and clinking metal became audible, the normal chaos of fairy tale quickly disappeared until Lucy was the only one making any noise louder than a whisper. Her laughter died as she noticed how loud and out of place it was in the tense atmosphere of the guild. Fairy tale now had more in common with a funeral home than its usual frat party. What's going on? Lucy nervously asked. She's back. Altsak, Bisksa, and Loki muttered in trepidation at the same time that Levi perked up and excitedly declared, Urza's back. The two opposing reactions did little to clarify whether Urza's return was a good or bad thing. Lucy resolved to wait and see for herself. But why were the footsteps so loud? Was Urza a giant? A monster? Severely overweight? It turned out that Urza wasn't giant, but the massive horn covered in decorative jewels and gilded with gold she was effortlessly carrying over one shoulder was. She set it down with a boom that made the mugs bounce and looked around the guild while everyone was staring at her. I'm back, she needlessly announced. Welcome back, Er-chan. Levi shouted as she ran up to hug the taller woman. Urza's severe expression relaxed, and she was briefly covered in a bright light that removed her gauntlets and replaced her breastplate with a white blouse that went nicely with her blue skirt. It certainly made the hug Levi was pulled into much softer as her head was buried in the young woman's generous chest instead of bouncing off of magically reinforced steel. Hello, Levi-chan. It's good to see you too. What a nice scene. Lucy didn't see what everyone was panicking about. Sure, Urza looked really intimidating at first with that no-nonsense glare, but she seemed really sweet. Levi, you wouldn't happen to have anything to do with the rumors I've heard about graffiti coming to life and causing all sorts of problems for Phantom Lord, would you? Urza asked. Levi's eyes shot open in fear, and she tried to laugh off the question. What? Me? No. Of course not. Why would I know anything about that? She stammered while trying to subtly pull out of Urza's hug, but her older sister's grip was like a vice. Because it sounds an awful lot like something you'd do to antagonize Phantom. It also sounds a lot like something that Sensei has repeatedly told us not to do, Urza reminded her. She then shuffled Levi around to free one of her arms while still keeping the other hooked around her neck. But I know you'd never cause trouble like that, right? Her actions clearly showing her lack of faith in Levi. Levi desperately tried to come up with an excuse that Urza would accept and came up blank. It was an accident. Try again. Jet and Droid dared me to. She tried, dragging her friends down with her and making them shout in disbelief at the betrayal. You've used that one, was Urza's flat reply. The two betrayed mages cried out in relief and triumph only for Urza's eyes snap over at them and quickly destroy the hope that they'd make it out unscathed. I have my own questions for them. The cocky smirks the pair had been wearing quickly turned to terror. Giant plants bursting out of Phantom's branch guilds? Reports of a brown blur harassing Phantom members? Ring any bells? She asked with narrowed eyes. Jet and Droid suddenly found the ceiling and floor very interesting to look at and both spontaneously started practicing their whistling, which was very out of tune and clearly needed some work. Urza then spun in place, lifting Levi's feet off the ground, and snapped her free hand out to point at Gray, who had been trying to slink out of the front door while Urza was occupied. And where do you think you're going, Gray? I heard about your streaking incident. May not be home, but that doesn't mean that you get to run around in your birthday suit. I can sew your boxers on just as well as she can. Shit, Gray swore under his breath. When threatened to sew his pants on, he knew she wouldn't go through with it. Urza, on the other hand, would. He didn't have a way out of this. He was already down to just his boxers from fighting Natsu. Urza wouldn't believe any of his excuses. And she couldn't sew worth a damn either. All her stitches were uneven. He was screwed. Speaking of Natsu, the Dragon Slayer heroically, stupidly, chose that moment to open his mouth and draw everyone's attention. Ha! Serves you right, Snowcone. Urza spun back around, sending Levi's legs flying again and leaving the blue-haired woman resigned to being swung around like a doll, to turn on Natsu. What are you so happy about, Natsu? Didn't the paper just report that you burnt down Harjan Port? Natsu's face rapidly paled as he realized his mistake by drawing Urza's attention, but Myra stepped in to save his hide. Ha! Did the villagers give you a high horse to go with that horn, Urza? She asked with a sneer. Instantly, Urza's personality did a complete 180. Her stoic, unamused expression changed into one of annoyance at the sound of her rival's voice. With an about-face that left Levi's legs swinging and the blue-haired girl forced to hold the hem of her dress down to keep from inadvertently flashing the guild, Urza marched right up to Myra so that they were chest to chest, puberty having left them unable to go nose to nose like they used to without leaning forward at a ridiculous angle. "Oh? Is that jealousy I hear, Myra?" "As if." Myra snorted. "Who'd be jealous of a walking tinkin like you? We heard you coming a mile away in that scrap metal. How you manage to not frighten away the monsters you kill is your real magic. Better than being a walking porn mag. Tell me, how often do mothers cover their kids' eyes when you walk down the street? Uptight nitpicker. Slutty punk. Bitch. Whore. You wanna take this outside? Gramps won't be back from the guild masters meeting until tomorrow, so there's no one left to hide behind." Urza matched Myra's challenging smirk in anticipation of throwing down with her rival before she remembered why she had come straight back to the guild instead of dropping off the village's gift in one of her rooms at Fairy Hills. With visible reluctance, Urza backed down from Myra's challenge. "No." Myra was already heading for the door and cracking her knuckles. "That's what I like to hear. I'm going to shove my weight." "What?" "I have something more important to take care of right now." "How important?" Myra asked, unwilling to directly offer her rival assistance, but if it was important enough for Urza to pass up a chance to spar, then whatever it was wasn't to be taken lightly. "Nothing you have to worry about," Urza replied, waving off Myra's concerns. "Levi-chan and I will be more than enough to handle it." The white-haired woman crossed her arms and leaned back against the door frame. "Humph. You'd better not take too long. I'll be waiting to start our fight when you get back. Count on it." Urza turned and scanned the room for Levi. Unable to locate her, she strode over to their usual table and approached Jet and Droy. They were never far from Levi, still infatuated with her even years after she had turned them both down in quick succession. "Where did Levi run off to? I wanted her help with a problem." The two men look at Urza in confusion and share a look. A quick game of rock-paper-scissors left Droy the one to tell Urza. "You never let go of her," he said while pointing to her side where a limp Levi was dangling from the red-haired mage's grip. "Levi-chan!" Urza cried out in distress. The blue-haired mage was held up in front of Urza's face. "I'm sorry. Wake up. Please hit me for being so thoughtless," she demanded while shaking the unconscious mage. After Jet and Droy managed to get Urza to calm down and quite shaking Levi, she quickly recovered and agreed to Urza's request. Then after lightly bopping her on the head, she listened to what she actually wanted help with. "I'm sorry, ER-chan," Levi said with palms pressed together. "I'd love to help, but I promised Lu-chan that I'd go on a job with her today." "Lu-chan?" Urza repeated in confusion. There hadn't been anyone in the guild with a name like that, especially one that Levi was close enough to give a nickname to. Urza was the only one she had ever given a nickname to. Urza's eyes narrowed. This required immediate investigation. "Who's this Lu-chan?" Excited at the chance for her sister to meet her new friend, Levi dragged a clearly nervous and uncomfortable Lucy into the conversation. "This is Lu-chan. Natsu brought her here to join while you were gone, but she's really great. She loves reading and will be joining our book club." "It is nice to meet you," Lucy nervously greeted the S-class mage, who was much more intimidating up close. "My name is Lucy." "Nice to meet you," Urza replied woodenly while offering her hand. Lucy's quick shake and soft hands didn't do the blonde any favors, though her grip was surprisingly firm. While looking her over, Urza's eyes zeroed in on the key holder on her hip. "A celestial spirit mage?" Yes." Lucy answered, surprised that Urza recognized her keys. Most people needed an explanation of her magic. "I have 3 gold keys and 4 silver ones." Was Urza's neutral response. Forming and maintaining contracts with 7 spirits was impressive, but if that was all she could do, then she could get severely injured or killed if she lost them or couldn't summon a spirit, like what had happened to Karen from Blue Pegasus. Anything else? Lucy was thrown off by the lack of response to her keys, especially since she had recognized them. There were only 12 gold celestial spirit gate keys in the world and Lucy had a quarter of them. I can use a whip," she awkwardly admitted. If super rare magic items couldn't impress her, then there was no way her non-magical whip would win her any points. "Really? How good are you with it?" Urza curiously asked, instantly disproving Lucy's assumptions. "How long have you been practicing?" Now caught off guard for a different reason, Lucy wasn't sure what to do. She hadn't been expecting to get sized up like a potential suitor just because she was friends with Levy. The blue-haired mage in question wasn't any help, she was just giving her a thumbs up and a smile. That didn't exactly give Lucy any hints of what to do. I would say I am fairly proficient. I have been practicing since I was a child." Her father had agreed that she should learn how to defend herself in case of an attempted kidnapping before she had been strong enough to summon one of her mother's spirits to defend her. He hadn't cared what she learned to defend herself, just that she showed results. After she had successfully summoned Aquarius, he stopped caring about her progress, but Lucy had kept at it and become quite skilled by the time she was a teen. Urza closely studied Lucy's face for a moment, leaning in uncomfortably close before announcing her decision. "All right. You may join Levy and I." "What?" "Since Levy already promised you that you two would do a job together today and I want her assistance, it would be best if you join us," Urza explained as if it should have already been obvious. "You seem capable of handling yourself in a fight, so you shouldn't be a burden." Well, that was a resounding endorsement of someone that had never even seen her fight, Lucy cynically noted. And she hadn't even asked if she wanted to help. Lucy wasn't going on a job with Levy just because she wanted to hang out with her friend, she would much rather do that here in the guild. "I actually need that job to help pay my rent for the month. I forgot to account for the security deposit and am a little light on funds at the moment." 70,000 jewels a month for the spacious two-story apartment she had found was a steal, but 140,000 jewels was a huge chunk out of her savings. Thank the gods she hadn't had to pay for all of those replacement clothes. Urza nodded. "Understandable. Fairy Hills can be expensive when you're just starting out." She turned to her sister, "Levy, can I see the job and a pen?" "Sure, but what do you need the pen for?" Urza flipped the flyer over and scribbled something on the back of the flyer. She thrust it into Lucy's hands. "I believe that should cover it." Lucy accepted the piece of paper and quickly scanned it. Her confusion turned to surprise, and she pulled the flyer closer to her face to be sure that she was reading it correctly. 400,000 jewels. Is that not enough? I figured that if you and Levy-chan split it, that should cover you for 2 months. I can increase the reward if that isn't enough, Urza offered. No. This is enough. It is more than enough. What do you need, Urza-sama? Lucy asked, eager to get started. 200,000 jewels. That was almost 3 months' worth of rent. She was ready to get this job started. Greed had taken control of Lucy's actions and shoving her concerns to the side. It wasn't enough to completely blind her though, that is, if Levy-chan is willing to change our plans. She didn't want to decide for the both of them when Levy was the one that had invited her to do the job in the first place. Of course. This will be great. Levy proclaimed while hooking her arms through Urza and Lucy's. Lucy had passed the first test. Now her sister and best friend were going to be getting along. All 3 of them would be together, this was great. Now all that was left was to introduce Lucy to Pheasant. After finishing whatever this thing that Urza wanted help with was. What are we supposed to be doing, ER-chan? I'll explain on the train. Meet me at the station in half an hour. Lucy slid into the train car next to Levy and across from Urza. There had been no problems getting onto the train outside of a slight delay as the station manager and several employees were needed to load the truly excessive amount of luggage Urza had brought. It was practically another train car itself. Levy had told her it was going to be a quick job that wouldn't even take the day. Lucy hadn't even packed a change of clothes. Onibus wasn't that far from Magnolia, so Urza began her explanation with no preamble. On my way back from my last job, I stopped in a mage bar and overheard several mages complaining about something called lullaby that was locked behind a complex magic seal. It was hard not to overhear them with how loudly they were griping in the small bar. One of the men said that he could break the seal and sent the others back to tell their boss that he wouldn't be long. That's not really our problem, ER-chan. What's got you worried about those guys? Their boss's name is Eriger. Damn, Levy swore as she bit her thumbnail. Who is Eriger? Lucy asked, feeling left out. He had to be bad news if an S-class mage like Urza needed help to deal with him. And Levi recognized his name right away, which meant he had to be somewhat famous. He's the ace of the Eisenwald Guild, Urza explained. Thanks to him, they became famous for taking illegal assassination jobs. It earned him the nickname Shinigami and Eisenwald the attention of the Magic Council. They were forced to disband and their master was imprisoned, but Erriger was never caught. It seems that the rest of the guild rallied around him and have become a dark guild. Lucy began to sweat nervously. Wasn't this supposed to be an easy job? Why did she get dragged into taking down a dark guild lead by a guy who specialized in killing people? Why didn't Urza bring another S-class mage for this? So you need our help taking down the entire guild. Oh, no, Urza quickly dissuaded her. I can easily handle them all by myself. Eisenwald was just a small fry compared to some of the guilds she had taken down in her career. She had defeated stronger guilds before she had made S-class. The only person that might pose a threat was Erriger himself and whatever the lullaby was. Thank the gods, Lucy said, feeling a huge weight fall off her shoulders. Then she realized how that sounded and tried to walk it back. I mean, not that I couldn't help. Just, a whole dark guild is a lot to handle by yourself, you know. She said, to the woman that had just said that it wasn't. Lucy's mouth was going faster than her brain, which was spinning its wheels trying to come up with a way to get her foot out of her mouth. Levi took pity on her friend. It was always tough going on your first job with Urza. Fortunately, she had lots of practice. What do you need our help with, Er-chan? I need you to help me track down Eisenwald with your magic. The bar was in Onibus, so that should be a good place to start. It was the only lead they had. Urza didn't know where Lullaby was supposed to be sealed, and today was supposed to be the day the Eisenwald member returned with it. She slammed her fist into the armrest in frustration, making Lucy jump with a squeak that Urza missed and Levi giggled at. Damn the trains. She had lost valuable time walking home because they refused to let her bring her horn aboard. No problem. We'll track them down in a jiffy and kick their asses. Levi confidently stated. You can do that with your magic, Levi-chan? Lucy asked in surprise. She had thought that Levi's solid script could just make things appear when she wrote them out. What could she make that would allow them to find an entire guild? Yep. I won't be able to find the guild, but if it's a person, thing, or place I can find it no problem. That's amazing. How can you do it? Levi grinned at the chance to show off. A lot of people underestimated her magic, including herself at first. But with Kuzan's help in thinking outside the box, she had managed to develop all kinds of tricks with her magic. Watch. Levi held out a finger and wrote track on the back of her hand. With this, I can track down anything I'm thinking of. It did require a lot of concentration and a constant input of magic though. Let's try Eisenwald. Track spun wildly like a compass needle and didn't stop. After several seconds Lucy asked, is it supposed to do that? Levi frowned in disappointment. No. It doesn't work on concepts, so I guess they don't have a guild building anymore. Try Erriger, Urza suggested. Levi concentrated and the word spun until it was pointing towards the front of the train. It worked. Perfect. Urza smiled fondly at her little sister and ruffled her hair, making Levi swat at her in protest. With your help this won't take any time at all. If it was going to be that fast, why did she bring all of that luggage? Lucy wondered. Aloud, she said, can you track Lullaby too? Let's see. To the trio's surprise, the word spun around on Levi's hand and pointed to the back of the train. That's weird, Levi muttered to herself. I thought for sure that they'd be in the same direction. Unless the Eisenwald member hasn't delivered it yet, Urza said while rising to her feet. You don't think that they're on the train with us, do you? Lucy asked, once again sweating in fear. There's only one way to find out. Levi, lead the way. The blue-haired mage started walking down the aisle with her arm outstretched to keep an eye on her spell. Urza followed behind with her armor on and eyes darting from every face in the train, looking for someone she recognized. Lucy followed in the rear, one hand on her keys and the other on her whip. Eventually, the word began to move and they stopped in front of a car with only a single occupant. The young man inside had black hair pulled back into a short, spiky ponytail and was wearing a white collared shirt. He looked up at the three women with a scowl on his face. "What do you want?" He began but trailed off when he recognized Urza's distinctive red hair. She had been at the bar when his idiot guildmates couldn't keep their mouths shut. Oh shit. Before anyone could react, Urza was in the car and had buried her fist into the man's stomach. He coughed out bile from the blow and then found himself pinned to the window by his neck. "Bitch. Where's Lullaby?" Urza demanded. "Chan. I found it." Levy immediately answered. She had kept her eye on the spell and watched it follow the man's bag. A quick peek inside had revealed a wooden flute that had a three-eyed skull carved on one end and ended in plant roots. "And it looks really evil." The man in her grip mentally swore. If he let these goody two-shoed flies take Lullaby from him, Erriger would have his head. "Wait a minute. I recognize that flute," Lucy exclaimed. "That's the flute the Dark Wizard Zeref turned into a weapon of mass destruction. Anyone that hears its song will die." And the blonde recognized the flute. Great. This whole job just had to go tits up when he was right at the finish line. Perfect. Just his luck. Kageyama the Eisenwald mage activated his magic and sent a fist made of shadows crashing into Urza's chin. He pushed off the wall at the same time to make a lunge for the blue-haired girl, planning to break free of the woman's grip while she was distracted. Instead, her grip didn't change at all and he just ended up choking himself with his attempted escape. He glanced back at Urza to find her unimpressed gaze and raised armored fist. "Bad move." "Ah, fuck." Urza hefted Lullaby in her hands. It was surprisingly light for such a dangerous weapon. To think that something so small and fragile could take the lives of anyone in hearing range. You didn't even have to be good at playing it, you just had to blow air into the skull. Such a small action could cause so much death. What an awful weapon Zeref had created. "What are we going to do now, Chan?" Levy asked. They had interrogated Kageyama after he had woken up from Urza's punch. The man had initially been too stubborn to say anything, even at sword point. Then Levy had scrawled talk across his forehead and he spilled everything. Kageyama said that Erriger was waiting for him at Kunoji Station. "It would be a shame to keep him waiting," she replied with a vicious smile. After all, Urza tossed Lullaby into the air and requipped to her favorite sword. Demon Blade Benizakura flashed through the air and split Lullaby in two with no issue. Someone should tell him what happened to the flute he went through all the trouble to get. Levy's grin was just as wolfish as Urza's own. The blue-haired and red-haired women chuckled darkly as a great wail rose from the remains of the Lullaby flute and a surge of evil magic was dispersed into the air above them, painting the pair in a demonic purple glow. Off to the side, Lucy was sweating buckets. Why did she have to get dragged on this job with two crazy people? Was it too late to go back to Fairy Tale where her biggest worry was if Natsu was going to burn her clothes off on a job? The train pulled into the Kunoji station and the wheels had barely stopped screeching before the people on the platform drowned it out with their screams. A group of thugs obnoxiously cackled and leered at the fleeing civilians. They were led by a lanky man with spiky silver hair that covered his left eye. His bare chest was covered in tattoos with a small matching one under his visible eye. A scythe with a skull ornament was resting against his shoulder. Out of the way, flies. On the train, the Fairy Tale mages watched the chaos on the platform. Wow. They just marched right in. We didn't even need the tracker, Levy said with a hint of disappointment as she dispelled her magic. The sheer audacity of the Eisenwald Guild left her impressed. That just makes our job easier, Urza replied with a savage grin. She rolled her neck with audible pops. Let's go say hello. Lucy did a double take as Urza headed for the door, apparently going for a direct confrontation instead of trying to ambush them. That's a lot of people. There had to be over 50 mages out there. What were 3 girls supposed to do against that? Don't worry, Lu-chan. Chan will leave some for us. Unused to people that didn't want to fight at the drop of a hat, Levy misunderstood her newest friend's hesitation. She grabbed the blonde's wrist and pulled her out to catch up with Urza just in time for her to stride through the door. Eisenwald. The dark mage's attention was pulled away from harassing the flies at the shout. Seeing the three women exit the train to stand across from their entire guild, they started chuckling again. "Hey, it's that armored girl from the bar," a tall mage with 3 whiskers on each cheek and his black hair sticking up in a tuft noted. "She must have overheard our plans," said his fat, green-haired companion with oversized lips and no nose. "So it's your fault that our plans are being interrupted," the shirtless man said with a sharp glare that made them both freeze in fear. "I'll deal with you later." "Erriger, I assume," Urza said while pointing her sword at the Dark Guild. The man lazily floated into the air and spun so that he was upside down. "And if I am?" he asked with a psychotic grin. 2 pieces of wood clattered onto the platform. The Dark Guild collectively inhaled sharply at the ruined flute laying between the mages. "Then this is for you." Erriger's eyes bulged out as his face flushed red with rage. His body shook as he failed to put his rage into words. Half-formed syllables and choking sounds were all that was able to escape his mouth. It suffered some damage during transit. Urza's comment snapped the dark mage out of his stupor, and he magically propelled himself at her with a wordless cry of rage. His scythe clashed against Urza's sword and began to hum with wind magic as he tried to decapitate the source of his wrath. "I will kill you." "No." Urza broke the blade lock and lashed out with a kick that sent Erriger crashing into the ticket station. She looked back to Levy and said, "I'll take care of Erriger. Can you and Lucy handle the rest?" "Sure." Levy declared over Lucy's "No way." "I leave it to you then." Urza disappeared in a blur and reappeared over Erriger with a 2-handed slash that the other mage had to desperately block with his scythe. "Levy-chan, are you crazy? We cannot beat all of these mages ourselves." Lucy worriedly hissed at her friend. They were already recovering from the shock of watching their boss getting sent flying and turning their attention to the 2 girls in front of them. "Sure we can, Lu-chan," Levy said with the confidence of someone reciting a fact from a book. "They're not that tough. We got this." That said, Levy began to create words in front of her and elemental attacks went flying at the dark mages. They tried to dodge, but they were too grouped up and several took the full brunt of her magic. That galvanized the mages to charge forward, weapons appearing in their hands as magic was gathered in fists and sent flying. Lucy let out a scream of fear and was forced to dodge to the side. "Damn it, Levy!" she cursed while pulling out a golden key shaped like an axe. "Open. Gate of the Golden Bull, Taurus." There was a golden glow and chime before her pursuers were sent flying by a large double-headed axe wielded by a humanoid black and white cow in a speedo and boots. The bell around his neck clanged as he snorted around the ring in his nose and took a defensive stance in front of Lucy. "No one touches Lucy's boobs," he mooed. "Damn it, Taurus," Lucy muttered. She hoped Urza was too busy fighting Erriger to notice how perverse her spirit was. This entire job was a chaotic mess, but she hoped to at least give off a good first impression of her skills. She stepped up next to her spirit and cracked her whip. "Taurus, everyone here is our enemy. Even the woman with the nice boobs." "Everyone except her," Lucy amended with a tired tone. Couldn't he have picked a different adjective for Urza? What about the woman with the tiny boobs? Just attack all the men. "Yo, you got it." The bull spirit let out a loud moo and slammed his axe into the ground, splitting the station and sending Eisenwald members flying. Taurus charged into the fray and began to cut down the mages armed with magic weapons in a display of superior weapon skills. Any mage that tried to attack him from afar or behind found themselves being cracked across the face or tripped up by Lucy's hard-tipped whip. Some tried to take out the blonde, but they quickly found themselves sent flying into unconsciousness as the spirit protected his summoner. Despite the superior numbers, Lucy found that Levy was right, the Eisenwald mages really weren't that tough. Speaking of her friend, Lucy noticed that she wasn't throwing magic words around the station anymore. Momentarily distracted by Levy's missing presence, Lucy was almost struck by a black bolt of magic, but Taurus was able to block it with his axe. "Thank you, Taurus," Lucy exclaimed in relief. "No problem, Lucy. Don't space out like that though." The blonde nodded. She didn't have time to worry about Levy right now. Besides, Levy had been in Fairy Tale for years and Urza had originally wanted to bring her along as her only backup. She was sure that she would be fine. Levy was handling her opponent fine. Her thrashing of the Dark Guild had been interrupted by a cocky mage with a stripped hood and sharp features that had declared himself, the Great Rayleigh, before attacking Levi, completely wasting the element of surprise. She had to admit, he was certainly stronger than the average guild member. The black bands on his fingers could extend and pull him along the various structures of the station, making him a very mobile opponent. He could also use them to quickly attack from strange angles, forcing her to use her guard spell to block the attacks rather than dodging. She had tried that at first, but he had just bent the attack and struck her with surprising force. While she felt bad at leaving the rest of the guild to Lucy, Levi was glad that her friend wasn't facing Rayleigh. He could easily bypass her spirits and attack her directly, and unlike Levi, Lucy couldn't defend herself. One whip couldn't defend against 10. Lucy kick. Ack. My dick. And it certainly didn't seem like Lucy was having any trouble. Rayleigh was yelling something again. Levi had tuned him out a while ago, but he was yelling flies enough that it made its way through. It was probably the name of one of his spells, though she didn't know why he'd name them that. Flies didn't have much to do with black bands unless it was supposed to be some play on flypaper. Struck with an idea, Levi wrote stick into the air instead of her normal guard and grinned when Rayleigh's bands hit them and stopped. Damn it! What's this? He demanded while struggling to free his magic. It's my stick spell. Can't you read? Levi cheekily asked. She clasped her hands behind her back and ducked under the floating word. She began to whistle a jaunty tune and stalked towards to the trapped mage. Panicking at the cheeriness and nonchalance she was showing, Rayleigh began to struggle harder. Stay back, you damn fly. When Levi just started to whistle louder and skip, he got pissed off. If that's how you want to play it, then take this. Rayleigh jumped and angled his legs at Levi before shortening his magic to send a flying kick at the petite mage. Levi just ducked out of the way and let Rayleigh go roaring past her. He tried to stop reeling himself and only for his momentum to carry him forward and slam his hands into stick. Levi skipped back to where Rayleigh was now stuck even worse than before and asked, "How'd that work, oh great Rayleigh? I hate you so much, you see you dash." Rayleigh was cut off by a silence slapped over his mouth. All he could do was glare daggers at Levi as she stood on her tiptoes and wrote something above his head. "Night night," she said while pulling down an eyelid and sticking out her tongue. Then iron dropped on Rayleigh's head and he fell unconscious. Levi admired her work for a moment and gave a satisfied nod. The stick spell had turned out quite well. She'd have to remember it in the future. But for now she threw fire with both hands and joined Lucy in cleaning up the rest of Eisenwald. Erriger's scythe spun like a pinwheel in his hands as he desperately parried Urza's sword. The fairy tale mage's sword play was ridiculous. If he lost concentration for even a second, she'd make him pay for it. He hadn't been ready for such a fierce opening at first and had nearly been stabbed in the face, ending the fight before it even got started. The sharp pain in his ear from where she had sliced it in half was a constant reminder that he had to bring his A-game. With a blast of wind magic from his scythe that forced Urza back, Erriger gained some room to work with. He floated out of Urza's reach and glared down at her. "You damned fly! How dare you ruin months of planning?" Did she understand how long it had taken to discover where Lullaby had been hidden? They had almost missed their window of opportunity. If Kageyama hadn't known how to dispel the seal keeping Lullaby locked away, all their time and effort spent finding Lullaby would have been wasted. Speaking of Kageyama, Erriger would need to kill him after he killed this annoying fly. The man had been incompetent enough to not only get caught, but he had also let the Lullaby be destroyed when they were just about to have their revenge. "How dare you try to use a death magic like Lullaby?" Urza shot back. "How many people were you planning on killing with that horrid flute?" Erriger's mouth twisted into a sneer. She had destroyed Lullaby without even knowing what his plan was? Just because it was black magic. These fairy tale flies were truly the worst. It's not a matter of how many, though it certainly would have taken a lot before people learned not to test us, but who we killed first. "Who were you trying to kill here?" Urza demanded. Erriger tsked his tongue in disappointment. "Come now, Scarlet Knight, I thought you were supposed to be smart. The only fly worth killing here is you." Saying so, Erriger made several quick movements with his left hand and thrust it at Urza. "Stormbringer." A large tornado was summoned forth and its howling deafened everyone inside of the train station. The winds whipped debris and unconscious mages around as it rushed Urza. The red-haired mage summoned forth a large club made of rocks with a glowing eye in the middle of the head and smashed it into the approaching tornado. The two forces fought each other for dominance, but Urza's strength proved greater. The tornado was countered and thrown back at Erriger, but he had long since moved. Urza dropped her club and summoned her sword back to her hand in time to spin around and block Erriger's scythe from slitting her throat from behind. Unwilling to face Urza in a test of strength that he would surely lose, Erriger disengaged, and flew out of reach. Impressive. To tell you the truth, I had always wanted to fight you at least once. And now that you've destroyed my lullaby, this seems like the perfect opportunity. Urza didn't care what Erriger wanted. She just wanted an answer. Several knives were equipped in her hands. Tell me what you were planning, Erriger, she demanded while hurling the blades at the assassin. Erriger deflected the knives with contemptuous ease. He didn't even need magic to defend against such a pathetic attack. As usual, he was untouchable in the air. Tell me, Fly, where does this track end? Urza's eyes narrowed in frustration, but she played along. Clover Town. And what is currently occurring in Clover Town? The Guild Masters meeting. She exclaimed in shock, eyes wide with horror. You were planning to kill the Guild Masters? Yes. Those bastards that closed our guild and relegated us all into outcasts deserve to die. The wind picked up around Erriger as he raised his hand to attack Urza with another tornado. And you just had to ruin it. Urza's head had dipped down as her arms shook from suppressed rage. As the wind magic rushed towards her again, her scarlet hair was blown back to reveal her face twisted into an even greater rage than Erriger's. She flexed her hand and summoned her club back into her hand with her telekinesis and swung it one-handed to destroy the tornado. Erriger was shocked at the casual display of strength compared to her earlier struggle but didn't let that show on his face. Looks like you've... His taunt was interrupted by a cry of shock and agony as his back, legs, and arms exploded with pain. He stared at the knives he had deflected sticking out of his limbs in disbelief. He turned back to stare at Urza only to find her leaping off of the air itself and heading right for him with her sword drawn again. He tried to swipe at her with his scythe, but she was too quick and jumped over it. Now above him, Urza reached out for the club she had thrown to the ceiling while Erriger was distracted and brought it rocketing back down to her hands and smashed it into Erriger with gravity's assistance. The dark mage slammed into the station floor with a resounding crash. All of the combatants stopped fighting to stare in disbelief at what had just happened. Urza slowly used Jeppo to slow her descent as she dismissed everything but her sword. She landed without a sound and walked over to the edge of the crater that Erriger's body had created. You still conscious, Shinigami? The dust was cleared with a burst of wind magic and Erriger stood up. He was surrounded by swirling winds that filled the station with a dull roar as it rapidly rotated around him. If I hadn't used my storm mail, that would have killed me. I thought you official guilds weren't supposed to kill anyone. He mocked over the wind's roar. Urza brushed the hair that Erriger was blowing into her face over her shoulder. There's no rule against killing dark mages, just taking assassination jobs. Something I would think you of all people would have known, she replied. Besides, if I hadn't seen you activate your storm mail, I wouldn't have hit you as hard. Bullshit. Erriger declared before taking a moment to calm himself. It doesn't matter. Now that I've activated my storm mail, it's over for you flies. He flew up to the opposite side of the crater and held out 2 fingers of each hand before crossing them in front of his chest. Goodbye, Scarlet Knight. Emerabaram. Thousands of wind blades were launched from Erriger's hands. They sliced into everything in their paths. The train station, tracks, train, and even the wall opposite of Erriger were sliced into ribbons and destroyed by his most destructive magic. Once he had finished casting it, Erriger let out a loud laugh in triumph. Good riddance. But when the dust cleared, Erriger's laugh died in his throat as Urza stood in front of him with her arms crossed to protect her face and no worse for wear. Tekai, she intoned before dropping her arms. Shocked by his ultimate attack failing, Erriger began to desperately send blasts of wind at Urza with waves of his arm. She was undeterred by the attacks and just casually deflected them with her sword. Urza then disappeared in a burst of sorrow and reappeared within reach of Erriger. With a single stroke she cut through his storm mail and struck Erriger himself. He could only stare at her with eyes wide and mouth agape before his strength left him and he fell back unconscious. Urza lifted his scythe to her hand and began to give it some practice swings. It was actually a nice weapon. Balance was good, blade was in decent shape, allowed the wielder to cast wind magic from the blade. Honestly, if it wasn't for the gaudy skull at its head, Urza thought it would pair well with her Sky Empress armor. A shame it didn't match. Sky blue with white accents just didn't mesh well with dark, gnarled wood. She'd just stick to her wind daggers. Oh. Did you get a new toy, Er-chan? Levi asked. The few members of Eisenwald that hadn't been defeated by the time Urza finished with Erriger had immediately surrendered with their leader's defeat. Levi had made some rope and left Lucy to tie them up, finally able to pull seniority on someone to get out of cleanup. Jet and Droy always turned it into a competition between themselves and she couldn't exactly pull seniority on her older sister. Urza would just use her telekinesis to get it all done at once anyways, which would take all the fun out of it. My weapons aren't toys, Levi, she replied out of habit. But, yes, I think I'll keep this one. I just need to find something to go with it. Perhaps a ragged black cloak and a skull mask. Levi stuck out her tongue. Bleg. That's so cliché. You've got to have something better. What about that black dress with all the frills? Maybe. I'm not sure it would match that well though. You could try polishing the wood? Make it nice and shiny so that it doesn't look like you got it by cutting the limb off a hanging tree. Lucy had walked over in time to hear the end of Levi's suggestion. Oh gods! Why are you guys talking about hanging trees? She asked. Urza held up her new scythe and Lucy made a face at it. Ew! That thing is definitely creepy enough to come from a hanging tree. She looked down at the unconscious Erriger. Creepy scythe for a creepy guy. Urza stashed her newest weapon in her equip space and walked to put a hand on Lucy's shoulder and gave the mage a small smile. You did a good job against Eisenwald. I can see why Levi-chan wanted to bring you along. Lucy awkwardly squirmed at the compliment. Well, Taurus is a golden celestial spirit, so he is rather powerful. Yes, but you were quite skilled as well. I saw how well you were using that whip of yours. It was impressive. Urza herself was merely passable with a whip. She'd struggle to pull off some of those grabs and hits that Lucy had made look easy. I'd appreciate if you'd join me for training sometime and give me some pointers. Lucy's smile split her face in half. I would love to. Levi sidled up behind Lucy and jumped to hook her arm around the taller woman's neck. Luchan's not just good with a whip. She also wants to join our book club. Urza's smile grew wider. Even better. We can practice before the meeting. As the trio began to walk away and make plans, Lucy jerked to a stop when she realized something. Wait. What are we going to do about them? She asked while gesturing to the Eisenwald Guild. Levi waved off her concerns. With all those people that they scared off, the Rune Knights are already on their way. Let them earn their paychecks. Urza nodded in agreement. Yes. In fact, if we hurry we can make it back to Magnolia Town in time for you two to take that job you were planning on doing. Levi blanched at the suggestion. The train station was trashed and would be delayed for some time, so there was only one way Urza could be thinking of on how to get back, and it was a horrible idea. She opened her mouth to shut it down, but Lucy, poor, clueless, Lucy, spoke first. How will we do that? We can take a magic four-wheeler. Urza cheerily suggested with a look in her eye that Levi knew meant trouble. Oh. I've never ridden in one of those before. Then this is the perfect opportunity. Urza declared, subtly shooting a victorious grin at Levi. She knew that her little sister hated her driving. But she didn't exactly have any room to talk with how bad she was behind the wheel. Master drove faster than her. If you like it, I can give you driving lessons. That would be amazing. Lucy said, unable to see Levi's pale face, rapid head shaking, and mouthed no. She always wanted to try driving, but her father had insisted that Hartphilias didn't drive, and if she really wanted to go somewhere he'd hire a chauffeur. Overruled without even needing a vote, Levi followed her friends to the four-wheeler rental with a resigned slump to her shoulders. At least they'd be getting back home quickly. She'd cast a few extra seat belts just to be safe. Pheasant woke to an annoying slight of daylight positioned directly over his left eye. He closed it tighter and tried to ignore the light, but it was too persistent. He could feel a familiar pair of arms around him and tried to slowly shift out of them to keep from disturbing his bedmate, but as they squeezed him tighter and pressed two squishy mounds into his back, he knew that he had failed. "Morning." "Good afternoon, sleepyhead," answered. "HRM. It's still early. A few more hours then." "Hilarious," Drilly told him while lightly smacking his shoulder, forcing a chuckle out of Pheasant. "You're not still tired from last night, are you?" she teased. "You're getting old." He rolled over so that he was facing her and stole a quick kiss. The years had been quite kind to her, only giving her beautiful face a few more lines and sparing her the grays that had claimed most of Pheasant's own hair. "I'm not that old yet." Gave him a sultry smile and began to slowly run her foot up his leg. "Would you care to prove that? Or are you too worried about what the kids have gotten up to?" she challenged. Pheasant leaned in for a deeper kiss. "They're adults. I think they can handle themselves." Even with his eyes closed, Pheasant knew that was giving him a disbelieving look. "And they haven't shown up in the papers," he admitted. Arms reached up to drape over his shoulders and pull him closer. "Then what are you waiting for? They may not have left the bed, but the lovers certainly didn't get any more sleep. You know that we do have to end this vacation at some point. Later. Make driving lessons." "Morning," Pheasant mumbled as he sat down at his usual table with a steaming mug of coffee that was both too small and too weak for his tastes. He ignored Ur's response of "it's noon" and blindly grabbed at the paper folded in front of him. It was Sunday, he was supposed to be sleeping in, but Levy had woken him up with a message from his girlfriend, lover, significant other. None of those seemed like the right way to describe their relationship, saying that there was something that they needed to talk about, so here he was. "Have I ever told you that it's weird that you can walk around with that sleeping mask on and not bump into anything?" asked. "Because it's really weird. Especially when you do it while the girls and boys are fighting. No defense, no contact, and not a drop of coffee spilled." Pheasant grunted as he finished his coffee. "Did you just wake me up early to gawk at my amazing sensing skills, or did you actually want to talk about something? Because I've still got the mask on and can go right back to bed right here." "Well, if you'd take that mask off, you'd see what I wanted to show you on the paper you're pretending to read." Pheasant raised a hidden eyebrow at her and very maturely decided to let her have this one before pushing his mask up and reading the front page. His expression didn't change, and he set the paper down. "Magic four-wheelers become commercially available," he quoted the article's title around a yawn. "That's what you woke me up early for?" "I figured that since these things will start being available, the kids should learn how to drive," explained. Pheasant nodded in agreement. "Makes sense. Why do you need me?" "I can't drive." "Neither can I," Pheasant replied with a shrug. Four-wheelers were just turtle cars that ran on magic instead of gas, and there weren't a lot of turtle cars back in his old world. With how limited land was in the Blues and Grand Line, they weren't that useful to the vast majority of the population. Only the rich could afford them, and you didn't make that kind of money on a marine's salary, even an admiral's. "Why would you think I can drive? I bike everywhere." "Aren't you like 60? Shouldn't you be looking into buying one of these for your midlife crisis?" "No," Pheasant said with a face that showed he was not amused with Ur's cheeky answer or grin. "I'm pretty sure that I went with the new hot young girlfriend option." "Oh. Good answer," laughed off the compliment, but he caught the sparkle in her eyes that he knew meant she appreciated it. "And, for the record, I'm 55, Pheasant reminded her while running his hand through his mostly gray hair. How had Sengoku managed to keep his hair a solid black into his 70s? He put up with Garp and he had gray hair. It had to be the kids. Garp had his family, his son Dragon, the most wanted man in the world, his adopted grandson Ace, the son of Gold Roger and a commander under Whitebeard, and his biological grandson Luffy, the most notorious pirate of the 11 supernovas, which was an accomplishment itself seeing how notorious that group already was. Sengoku was childless and just had to run the world's entire united military. No wonder he didn't have gray hair. As if he needed any more proof, Pheasant distinctly remembered that his hair hadn't started graying until he started taking care of Urza, and adding Levy into the mix had only accelerated the process. Well, if you don't know how to drive and I don't know how to drive, who the hell is going to teach the kids? The pair were stumped for several minutes before Pheasant said, "What about Makarov? He might. Can't hurt to ask." When they asked, Makarov confirmed that he knew how to drive and was more than willing to teach the kids, with the exception of Natsu, who turned green at the idea of getting into a car. They would soon come to regret their decisions because neither of them bothered to check how well Makarov could drive. The kids had drawn lots and Myra was the winner, so to speak. The four-wheeler that Makarov had rented for the day was a simple two-person vehicle that was relatively low to the ground and came with an enclosed cabin. Myra approached the vehicle but couldn't find her instructor anywhere. "Gramps," she hesitantly called out. "Was he running late?" "In the four-wheeler, Myra-chan," the old man's voice said, but a quick glance inside the cabin didn't reveal the source. It was only when Myra was leaning on the hood of the four-wheeler did she see the tufts of Makarov's thinning hairline over the dash. "I know, the seats are a little low to the ground, but it'll be fine," his, mostly, disembodied voice assured her. She heard the sound of something tapping leather and assumed that Makarov was patting the driver's seat. "Now let's get the lesson started. The other kids are quite eager for their turns too." "Yes, sir." Myra eagerly answered and quickly took her place behind the wheel. She fastened her seat belt and strapped the SE plug on her arm. Makarov showed her the pedals, handbrake, and had her move the wheel back and forth to get used to how much force she'd have to put into a turn before her begin. "Now just start pumping magic into the plug and off we go." "Like this?" Myra asked as she concentrated on sending her magic into the plug. The car began to slowly move forward, and Myra carefully pulled in front of the fairy tale guild where the other teens watched them head into town in fascination and envy. "Good job, Myra-chan," Makarov praised. "Now that you're on the road you can really open her up." An eager grin stretched across Myra's face before she forced magic into the plug and made the tires squeal as they spun in place before gaining traction and the four-wheeler tore off into Magnolia Town. Myra and Makarov were slammed back into their seats and Myra kept a death grip on the wheel while she tried to keep it straight, but every time she thought she had fixed it, the four-wheeler would jerk the opposite way. "You don't have to cut the wheel that much, Myra-chan. Just a slight adjustment is enough. The faster you're going the less you have to turn the wheel to make it go the direction you want it to," Makarov calmly explained from below the dash. Myra listened to his advice and managed to get the four-wheeler under control. She breathed a sigh of relief but then tensed right back up when she saw the rapidly approaching T-intersection. "Hey Gramps, how do I turn?" "Turns are easy. Just cut the wheel as you approach, pull the handbrake, then cut back to straighten her out and you're good. And make sure you put the handbrake back down before you stop moving sideways." Myra grinned as she spun the wheel one-handed and yanked on the handbrake with the other. The tires squealed again, and Myra could see the skid marks left behind out of the corner of her eye as she forced the four-wheeler to make a hard turn. It fish-tailed a little and she winced when she felt the rear collide with something and heard the sound of breaking wood. "My cabbages!" someone shouted from behind her as she sped off from the scene of the crime. She looked down at Makarov with a nervous grin, but the old man just waved off her concerns. "Don't worry about it, these things happen all the time." "Destroying food carts?" "Yes. You'd be surprised how many produce merchants there are in Fiore and how flimsy their carts are. They're practically designed to be destroyed," Makarov said with a sagely nod. "Now keep your eyes on the road. You wouldn't want to hit anything important." "Yes, sir," Myra said with a laugh as she poured more magic into the plug and sent them back into their seats again. And so, the lessons on how to drive from an old man who couldn't see the road continued. Gramps. This is a dead end. You'll just have to go over, Grey-kun." "Okay," the black-haired mage said with a shrug. He froze the wheel in place and leaned most of his body out of the window so he could touch the street. "Ice make, ramp." The four-wheeler hit the ice and barely cleared the building. Gray managed to pull himself back inside just in time for the four-wheeler to hit the ground. He glanced at the steering wheel and leaned back in his seat. He didn't need to turn yet, so it was fine. Makarov didn't agree. He smacked Gray's head and said, "Both hands on the wheel at 10 and 3 at all times. We're safe drivers here at Fairy Tale." Levy checked her mirrors and carefully backed up between the two garbage cans before cutting the wheel and pulling forward to finish parallel parking the four-wheeler. She nervously glanced to where Makarov was watching her outside of the vehicle and let out a sigh of relief when he told her, "Good job," with a thumbs up. The four-wheeler's tires squealed as it spun out of control while Urza fought with the wheel to make it do what she wanted. She could see the smoke from where she had been and saw a glimpse of her target every 2 seconds. With a cry of exertion, she yanked back on the handbrake and twisted the wheel to her left, forcing the car to stop spinning. It continued to slide sideways for several more feet and then hit the curb. The vehicle listed dangerously on its side and nearly tipped over, but she requipped a large hammer into her left hand and the extra weight saved her. Urza leaned her forehead against the steering wheel without releasing it from the death grip that had bent the top half of the steering wheel backwards. After taking a nervous breath, she checked in front and behind her and gave a small fist pump when she saw that she had managed to successfully park the four-wheeler between the two trash cans. She turned to Makarov and he told her good job, with a thumbs up. Elfman desperately cut the wheel while simultaneously hunching over it so he could fit in the cabin. He was trying to take a left turn in a four-way and was rapidly approaching the opposing street where an old lady shorter than Makarov with a walker was in the middle of crossing it. "You want this left," Makarov unhelpfully reminded him. "I know," Elfman shouted back. He roared out in exertion before smashing his fist through the driver's side window, leaning most of the way out of it, which was the most comfortable he'd been since he crammed himself into the dim four-wheeler, and slammed his stone bull arm into the street to slow his momentum. He carved a ditch in the road, but successfully turned the vehicle and avoided hitting anyone. "Pull your arm back inside, Elfman," Makarov ordered. "If you run into something it'll be torn right off." The large teen sighed in defeat. "Can I at least keep my head outside?" "No. But next time remind me to get an open cabin. You don't fit and I can't see a damn thing." The four-wheeler wobbled unsteadily on the large vine it was driving on. In the driver's seat, Droy kept desperately throwing seeds in front of the four-wheeler out of the broken window so that they wouldn't run out of road vine, and plummet to their deaths. He didn't know what to do. Things had escalated so quickly. One minute he was driving down the street and about to take out a runaway baby carriage, the next he had thrown down a supercharged beanstalk seed and was driving up in the clouds. This was ridiculous. "I was going to go over off-roading next lesson, but it seems that you're eager to jump ahead, Droy-kun," Makarov commented from his seat, either completely unaware or unaffected by the predicament they found themselves in. Droy couldn't tell, he was too busy working on not falling to their deaths to ask. Lysina patiently waited at the stop sign with her turn signal on as the young couple crossed the street in front of them. Once the coast was clear, she looked both ways to double-check her surroundings before carefully pulling forward and driving further into town. "Very good job, Lysina-chan," Makarov praised the white-haired girl. "Thank you, Gramps. You know, your siblings had trouble with their turns and I was sure you would as well. Looks like you proved me wrong." "Guess I'm just a natural," Lysina jokingly said without taking her eyes off the road. It was important not to get distracted while driving. She gently accelerated now that they were out of the busier part of town but made sure not to go too fast. They were always safe drivers at Fairy Tale after all. "Yahoo!" Jet crowed as he poured more of his magic into the four-wheeler. The engine whined in protest, but still went faster as Jet's speed magic flowed through its system. "Now this is what I'm talking about," he yelled out the open window. They had left Magnolia Town miles back and he was thrilled to be driving out here on the open road like this. No restrictions. No distractions. No obstacles. Just a flat stretch of road and nothing but speed. Gods, this was even better than running. Unfortunately for the sharp-toothed mage, all good things had to come to an end. "Your U-turns in half a mile, Jet-kun. You're going to want to start twisting the wheel now or you'll miss it," Makarov informed him from behind a large map and several inches deeper in the back of his seat than he thought possible on this model. Jet groaned his disappointment even as he reached for the handbrake. If he did it right, he'd be able to keep most of his speed as he started to make his way back to Magnolia Town. Pheasant and stared in horror at the condition the four-wheeler was in when Makarov finished his lessons. The tires were bald, the front and back bumpers were dented and mangled, and there were what looked like leaves of lettuce stuck in the bumper. The driver's window was missing and presumably destroyed based on the shards that hadn't been removed, and the body had to be covered in more dents and scratches than Natsu after a fight against Urza. "So, how did the kids do?" asked after finding her voice. It was clear by the condition of the car before them that the lessons had gone terribly. The only question was how terribly and who had caused the most damage. "The kids did great," Makarov told them, surprising the pair. "No problems at all with their driving, they're all naturals, especially Lysina and Levy." The old man began to walk back to the car. "Now if you'll excuse me, I've got to go return this thing to the rental place and get my security deposit back. I'll be gone for a while, so you're in charge until I get back." "Pheasant? Do you think that it might have been a mistake to let Master teach the kids how to drive?" They watched as Makarov hopped in the car that he still couldn't see out of, especially with the bent steering wheel in the way, and immediately pulled out like a racer leaving a pit stop. The four-wheeler went from 0 to at least 70 in 4 seconds before his giant hand stretched through the window and grabbed a lamp post at the end of the street to use it to help him turn 270 degrees to the left and take the right turn back to the rental store. The two watched this happen with their mouths hanging open before looking back at the kids. Makarov had approved of their driving. Especially Lysina's and Levy's. Pheasant swallowed thickly before answering question. Yes. Yes, it was. Check the description for the links to the author.